House will come to order. The first bill on the calendar for the day is House File 677. The clerk will report the bill.
House File 677, the second engrossment, an act relating to state and local government.
Representative Lenczewski.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. Today we're going to debate and vote on the Omnibus Tax Bill for the 2013 session. Mr. Speaker, if I may, I first wanted to thank a few people before we got started, and I think everybody in this body would agree that our staff is who makes this place work. And I would like to take a moment to thank the nonpartisan tax staff that serve all of us here in the legislature: Joel Michael, Nina Manzi, Steve Hines, Andrew Biggerstaff, Pat Dalton, Cynthia Templin, Kathy Schill, Evan Powell, and Michelle Kotek, who is sports staff, to all of those people who serve all of us here in the Minnesota House and all Minnesotans. I also want to thank the intern to the tax committee, Mars Beltrandi Rudquist. And I would like to thank the pages for the tax committee this year: Kyle Fillin, Emily Edstrom, and Karn Brynildson. We have excellent partisan staff that serve all of us here, and I want to thank the Republican staff, Stephen Rubis, who's worked so hard for the Republicans all year in tax committee, and on the Democratic side, Brennan Furness, Gina Kunish, and Emily Jensen. And Mr. Speaker, all of these people have worked so very hard today and all year to help us. Mr. Speaker, I want to thank you personally for appointing me to the Tax Committee. It is an incredible honor, and I genuinely thank you for allowing me to serve in this role. And I also would like to thank, of course, Chair Dabney, whose committee has worked so hard to bring property tax relief forward for all Minnesotans. And the lead Republican on the committee, former Tax Chair Greg Davids, thank you so much for all your work and for your constant opposition to keep us working for a better product together. Mr. Speaker, I also want to thank these members and of course all the members who have carried bills forward. We've heard many bills bipartisanly this year and done a lot of work, but I do want to thank these members in particular: the Vice Chair of the Tax Committee, Representative Diane Loeffler, Sarah Anderson, Tom Anzels, John Benson, Lyndon Carlson, Jim Dabney, Steve Drazkowski, Ron Earhart, Representative Garofalo, Representative Hansen, Representative Lesch, Liebling, Lilly, Representative Loon, Mack, Marquardt, Moline, Myra, Paymar, Pepin, Runbeck, Schoen, Simonson, Slocum, and Zellers. And the reason I read those, these members have served all of us. All 134 of us have been served by these members who are reading revenue estimates, debating the bills, thinking through what should be in the tax bill, what shouldn't be in the tax bill, and why. And we owe them all a great deal of gratitude for their work. They started working hard on November 7th on both sides of the aisle, and this is the product that's come from that today. And I know we'll have a disagreement about how people will vote on that, but members should know that the bill has lots of provisions for both sides of the aisle, and I think the debate on both sides of the aisle has given us a better product, so I want to thank you for that. Mr. Speaker and members, to the Omnibus Tax Bill, I know there are a number of amendments and people are eager to talk about them, so I will just start by saying, members, the Omnibus Tax Bill attempts to pay for the things that we want to fund. There's the days of having things and not paying for them end now, and this tax bill represents that commitment to have a structurally balanced budget, no gimmicks, paying back a number of debt vehicles, both in the business community and paying back our students, and solving the state deficit. So the way to think about the tax bill in a holistic sense is that there's three big revenue sides going on. They are asking the wealthiest Minnesotans to pay a little more, and that is at the $400,000 married filing joint for a new fourth tier at 8.49%. And then if you earn $500,000 a year on every dollar above that, you'll pay a new temporary surcharge to pay back our schools and to buy back some gimmicks that have penalized the business community in Minnesota. That's one piece. Another piece on the spending side is to ask the users of discretionary purchases, cigarettes and alcohol, again these are discretionary purchases, no one has to buy them, to pick up some of the costs that these tobacco and alcohol are costing the Minnesota state budget. And we prefer to do it that way while they are regressive rather than going to the general taxpayer. So this is a typical way to use user fees first before you ask everyone else to pay a higher tax. So that's in here. The alcohol tax has not been raised in 26 years, and the cigarette tax is an attempt to really help people quit and new potential users to not begin using. The third piece is something that's been talked about around here for a long time, is limiting tax expenditures for corporations who are benefiting from preferential treatment within the tax code, and we're ending some of those and reducing others. So those are really the three big revenue streams going on in the tax bill. The big spending side of the tax bill, of course, the tax bill is the only omnibus bill that has both a raising side and a spending side. So the spending side is overwhelmingly paying back the schools. That's what the big spending item is in the tax bill. $854 million will go to pay back our students. This is what we've called around here paying back the shift, although it pays back both shifts. And again, does that with that temporary income surcharge on those who earn over $500,000 a year. So that's the biggest spending item in the bill, $854 million for that. Again, there are other spending items buying back some of these business penalties, gimmicks, shifts, whatever you want to call them. They're called the capital equipment refund and the Section 179 expensing. And these are benefits that large and small businesses receive, and we are now finally going to make them not have to go through a lot of rigmarole to receive these tax benefits. The other spending item in the bill, and Chair Dabney, I'm sure will want to spend time talking about this, is really the tax relief afforded Minnesotans across the state. The way the tax relief works is it returns the property tax relief that was taken away through the elimination of the homestead credit by adding a new set of property tax relief into the property tax refund system. We bring back the renter's credit and increase it. We renew our commitment to our local units of governments across the state. We all live in a county. All counties receive county program aid in this bill, so there isn't a single person in this room who isn't a beneficiary of that provision. And the return of beginning to increase local government aid again after years of either stagnant or less funding. So, Mr. Speaker, there are many more provisions of the bill. I'm sure we'll spend time talking about that today, but I think we want to take amendments, and thank you, members.
There is an amendment at the desk. The clerk will report the amendment.
Lenczewski moving to amend House File 677. The second engrossment as follows. The amendment is coded A78.
Representative Lenczewski.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. This is the author's amendment. As folks who serve on the tax committee know, revenue estimates is really how we do our work, and people work off old revenue estimates until the department brings in new revenue estimates, and when the February forecast comes out, they have to be rescored, and that's been happening up to the last minute here. And so given some final revenue estimates that came through, there is an increase. Without this amendment, there would be $20 million on the bottom line of the spreadsheet for the tax bill. This amendment moves that $20 million into the low income bracket in Minnesota and gives that $20 million into the lower bracket. So that's what the A78 does. There are two lines, technical changes, one to LGA and one to income tax additions, but those are merely technical.
There's an amendment to the amendment at the desk. The clerk will report the amendment.
Hamilton moving to amend the Lenczewski amendment to House File 677 as follows. The amendment is coded A102.
Representative Hortman. Representative Hortman.
Sorry, Representative Horton.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. This is a very technical amendment just to align two effective dates in the statute or in the bill. In one place in the bill, there's an effective date that's the day after enactment. In another place, it's July 1st, 2013, and this just aligns it in both places so they're the same. I would appreciate your support.
Any discussion on the amendment to the amendment? Seeing none, all in favor say aye. All opposed, no. Motion prevails. To the Lenczewski amendment, any discussion? Seeing none, all in favor say aye. All opposed, no. Motion prevails. The amendment is adopted. There is another amendment at the desk. The clerk will report the amendment.
Hamilton moving to amend House File 677. The second engrossment as follows. The amendment is coded A76.
So we're going to hold off on that amendment for now, members. There is another amendment at the desk. The clerk will report the amendment.
Torkelson moving to amend House File 677. The second engrossment as follows. The amendment is coded A80.
Representative Torkelson.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. This is a very simple amendment. There was a change made in the bill that changed some language of retitling programs that had not been changed at all. And in the interest of transparency and clarity and to avoid the appearance of any kind of a gimmick, this amendment would change that language back to what it was last year. And when the program is not changed at all, there's really no need to change the name and confuse the taxpayer.
There is an amendment to the amendment at the desk. The clerk will report the amendment.
Lenczewski moving to amend the Torkelson amendment as follows. The amendment is coded A95.
Representative Lenczewski.
Mr. Speaker, I withdraw this amendment.
Representative Lenczewski withdraws his amendment. Representative Torkelson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd ask for a roll call on the amendment.
Representative Torkelson asked for a roll call on his amendment. Seeing 15 hands, there will be a roll call. Any discussion to the amendment? Representative Dabney.
Thank you, members. I'd ask for a no vote on Representative Torkelson's A80 amendment. There is significant reform in the establishment of the new Homestead Credit Refund Program. We expand the program. We make it more income sensitive. We put significant dollars into the program. We then, critically, we have the Department of Revenue and the 87 counties across the state work collaboratively to reach out to that estimated 30 to 40% of qualifying Minnesota homeowners who haven't participated in the old property tax refund program but qualify for refunds under the new Homestead Credit Refund Program. This is estimated to bring 100,000 more Minnesotans into the program where they can receive relief from the spiraling property taxes that they've experienced the last 10 years. We all know that the property taxes have been on autopilot the last 10 years. With this bill, we're drawing that to a close. We're closing the doors on property tax increases being on autopilot. The Homestead Credit Refund Program is key to that. It's not the whole story, but it's key. I ask for your no vote on the A80 amendment. Thank you.
Representative Davids.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, I rise in support of the Torkelson amendment. Talk about gimmicks. This is a gimmick if I've ever seen one. The cities and counties came to us a couple years ago and said, you know, only one out of the last 10 years you fully funded the market value homestead credit. Get rid of it. Get rid of it. So we did. Promises were made that it would be brought back. It has not been brought back. All they're doing is renaming the property tax refund. So I think Representative Torkelson has a very honest and open amendment here to clarify really what's going on. Members, no more gimmicks. Let's just call it what it is. It's a property tax refund.
Representative Lenczewski.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this is not a gimmick, members. And before you vote and tell yourself that this is not bringing back the property tax relief that was taken away when people lost their homestead credit, just know what you're voting on. Members, Representative Dabney's bill gives 420,000 of your residents property tax relief. It is a return of the homestead credit property tax relief. This allows 116,000 more homeowners would become eligible to claim refunds that they didn't get before. And that was lost by taking away the homestead credit. 315,000 filers, 75% of current filers, would get a bigger refund than they used to. So if folks want to vote with the Torkelson amendment, just know that's what you're voting against. Additionally, Representative Dabney has worked very hard to ensure that we don't miss anybody who lost that homestead credit, because we're going to have a new process where Representative Dabney has set up that 200,000 homeowners who are thought to be eligible for receiving the benefits that the homestead credit afforded them will now receive notification from the state to tell them they should be claiming these refunds. Members, we'll get into the folks who will receive more who are renters later, but folks should know that 530,000 homeowners will benefit from the provision that Representative Torkelson doesn't like. So you all think about that. 315,000 Minnesotans are going to get bigger refunds. 116,000 will become more eligible and claim the refund, and 100,000 who are eligible but not filing can begin claiming refunds. So I know this is going to be explained that this is just a name. It isn't a name. We took it very seriously when 95% of Minnesotans received a tax benefit called the homestead credit, and last year was eliminated. Not temporarily, permanently, forever. Representative Dabney is bringing that back. Sure, it's using a different structure and mechanism, but it's more efficient, more effective, more targeted, and will increase for hundreds of thousands of people the size of that property tax relief. I think it's very appropriate that we call it the homestead credit. It recognizes that something that we had in one form or another in this state, and it's taken many forms for 40 years, that was eliminated last year, for the first time in 40 years, come back. That's our commitment to folks in this bill, and I urge a strong no against the Torkelson amendment.
Representative Quam.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Would Representative Lenczewski yield to a few short questions?
I'm sure she will. Representative Quam.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Representative Lenczewski, the homestead credit, my understanding, and being a homeowner, is that you didn't pay. That actually, you took it off, and you didn't have to pay as much property taxes into the state. Is that how it used to be?
Representative Lenczewski.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The way the homestead credit that you voted to eliminate used to work is 95% of homeowners receive this benefit. It flowed through the city councils. The state stepped in and backfilled the city councils so their levies reflected that. I understand that in tough times when local government aid recipient cities like yours took a hit through cuts, that occasionally in the last 10 years, a few of those years, some of the wealthy suburbs, and I represent those, Representative Kwan, their city council lost some of their homestead credit. The citizenry never did. The citizens got those homestead credit, but the city councils, again the wealthy suburbs, a few, had to make a decision if they were going to lower property taxes or increase property taxes to make up for the game the state was playing. But what people often were confused about last year is people thought that, well, I heard my mayor say I didn't get this. Well, your citizens all got it until it was eliminated last year. We're bringing that back and ensuring that there is no flow through the city council. People are often representing that, there was this homestead credit and it didn't get paid. That isn't accurate. In the last 10 years, 8 of those 10 years, all of it was paid. A couple of those years, 86% of it was paid. Again, it was a few cities like Bloomington, Eden Prairie, Plymouth, Edina, communities like that didn't get all of it. And that was a recognition bipartisanly that most of rural legislators had to chip into these deficits through lost to LGA, and the wealthy suburbs who don't receive them were not. And so that was a mechanism to make those locally elected officials have to have a little skin in the game. So that piece of it isn't here. The property tax relief is, and again, it's been often misstated that folks didn't get those homestead credits anyhow, and that is absolutely not accurate.
Representative Quam.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Not being on the tax committee, I was trying to ask a very simple question in that a couple years ago, the credit meant the taxpayer, the homeowner, did not pay in that tax. I didn't pay it. And I'm trying to understand the difference. Would the Chairman Lenczewski yield to clarification?
She will. Representative Quam.
Thank you. Simply, the homestead credit, as was in existence before, 2 years ago, the actual property tax payer did not write a check paying in for the amount of the credit and then get it back in a refund. I'm trying to understand the difference between this new thing that you're trying to call the old thing, and what I'm seeing is we're not paying it in the past. Now we're paying it, and it's being redistributed back to a group of people. Is that correct?
Representative Lenczewski.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, Representative Quam, over the last, if you want to go back 2 years, that's one thing. Over the last 40 years, the homestead credit has had many different structures and many different mechanisms. But in this proposal of Representative Dabney's, and before you voted to eliminate it, in all cases, homeowners had to pay their property taxes. And if you escrow that, that's the case. You don't see it that way, and if you don't, you have to write the check. But that was always the case.
Representative Quam.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. I'm sorry. I thought that since Representative Lenczewski had a bill 2 years ago that included getting rid of that homestead credit, that she would be able to, clarify. But basically, as a taxpayer, if I write a smaller check because of a credit, that's different than writing a larger check and going through the processes of the government and possibly receiving part of that back. And I think that's what this amendment does, is it says the people that were used to the credit, a credit you don't have to, it's a credit off of what you write that check out and send it in. This is, you're writing a check and you're sending it off, and the program sends maybe some of that money back. So it's a refund, and I know we've had property tax refunds because I've filed for them, and it's just a change to the refund. It doesn't seem to be bringing back, once again, that homestead credit that, Representative Lenczewski had getting rid of in one of her bills 2 years ago. So, members, I'm going to vote for this because, frankly, instead of the long, convoluted, confusing sales pitch on this name change, I prefer being straight and honest and forthright with my constituents. And if they ask me, what is this? It's a property tax refund change. I will accept that there was some reform put into it. I won't talk to the quality of the reform, but it's not a credit that you don't have to pay in. It's a refund from monies paid into the state.
Representative Davids.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If my good friend, the chair of the Tax Committee, would yield for a question.
She will. Representative Davids.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Chair Lenczewski, where does the new homestead credit refund show up on the property tax statement?
Representative Lenczewski.
Mr. Speaker, Representative Davids, and I'll ask Representative Dabney to walk through how the Department of Revenue is going to notify people how to get it. But you know perfectly well the circuit breaker system isn't on your property tax statement and never has been. But I am puzzled by the concern here from the folks who voted to get rid of the homestead credit now. I mean, I don't know if this is, regret that you wish you wouldn't have taken this away, because we can spend a lot of time talking how the forms work differently and that the old homestead credit was on the form and what it looked like when it was called HACA and, all those kind of things. But the fact is this bill provides significant property tax relief to those same people. It's not on the form, but money is money, members. I mean, money is money. I guess what we're trying to say here is that we only want homeowners to get this money unless there's a certain way we do it. And I don't think homeowners don't want to see these property tax refunds because it's different on the form. And again, what we're doing is we're asking the Department of Revenue, and again, Representative Dabney can talk about this, to find all the folks, and I think we all know this, we have constituents who should be getting this property tax relief and they don't know about it. And many of us try really hard to let our constituents know about it, but we're going to ask the Department of Revenue to step in and make sure folks are getting this property tax relief.
Representative Davids.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. The answer is the Homestead Credit Refund Program does not show up on your property tax form. This is not the market value homestead credit, which did show up. Members, this is quite a gimmick we have going on here, but let's just talk a little bit about what this body voted to repeal last year. We voted to repeal something called the market value homestead credit. Now, you talk about a gimmick. That goes beyond gimmick. That wasn't just a sham. That was a scam. Because what we did, members, is we told our constituents on their property tax form that they were getting property tax relief. Let's just make up a number. Let's say the state of Minnesota has been so good to you, we love you so much, we're giving you a $300 credit here on your property tax. But you know what? 9 out of the 10 years, we didn't pay it in full. Talk about a scam and a sham. So the cities and counties came to me and said, you got to clean this up, Mr. Chairman. You're not telling the people of Minnesota the truth if you're going to continue the market value homestead credit. So you know what we did? We listened to our cities. We listened to the League. We listened to the Coalition of Greater Associations. We listened to the counties, the Association of Minnesota Counties, when they said, get rid of this. Be honest with the people. No more shams. Members, we had a program that the cities and counties begged us to get rid of because it was the most dishonest program in the history of the state of Minnesota. Because we said on your property tax statement, we're giving you this credit. Yeah, and Representative Lenczewski is absolutely right. Everybody got it. But then we didn't reimburse the cities in full. So, members, we can talk. I love talking about the market value homestead credit because that was one of the most dishonest programs in state history, and we got rid of it. And I don't. You said something, Representative Lenczewski, about we need to. Do we feel bad about that? I don't. Just remember, you'll never feel bad for doing the right thing, and that was the right thing to do, and we did it. So, promises made, promises broken. During the campaign, we will bring the market value homestead credit back. This is not the market value homestead credit that's coming back. This is the property tax refund. Let's call it for what it is. Representative Torkelson, you got a good amendment. I'm voting in the affirmative.
Representative Torkelson.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. I thought I had a really simple bill here. It doesn't spend any money. It doesn't do anything but return some language to what it was in the original bill. The DFL has claimed that there's real reform in this part of the tax bill. Well, if you call pouring more money into an old program real reform, I don't know what real reform really looks like. It's not reform. It's just adding more dollars into a program that's already existed. And members of the body, this money has to come from somewhere. Money is money. And if you don't reduce spending and increase money rolling into this program, you have to increase taxes to pay for it. And that's exactly what happens in this bill. We're burdening the folks in Minnesota with increased taxes all over the place. We're giving them a little money back on their property taxes to make them feel good, but it's coming out of one pocket and going into the other. The fact is, if you're going to change something, you have to pay for it. And we're just trying to get back to honesty and clarity here, Mr. Speaker and members. Call a horse, don't call a horse a pig.
Representative Doubt.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. Good night. Are we going to have fun on the House floor today? And this is our first example. We've got a simple amendment that's simply going to be what I'm going to call truth in advertising. Okay? We're going to tell the citizens of Minnesota what this program really is. And what you're trying to do by changing the name of a program that already exists is cover up for your broken promises. You told the citizens of Minnesota that you were going to bring back the market value homestead credit. Instead, you renamed a program that's already in existence, you threw a little more money at it, and you call it living up to your word. Wrong. We know you're wrong, and the citizens of Minnesota know you're wrong. This is covering up for your broken promises. Okay, now I'm actually kind of surprised you don't want to bring the program back, because it was a great program that you all voted to steal money from. And when you couldn't raise enough taxes, this was the perfect pot of money to steal from so that you could have increased government spending. And you know how I know that? Because for 6 years I served as a county commissioner and was on the receiving end of what the legislature always did. And you guys ran the place when it happened. Steal money from local governments, from counties and cities, okay? And the way that that program worked is that they actually would set their levy, they'd set the amount of money that they were going to spend, they'd set their levy, and then they'd get an amount deducted from their levy that they were supposed to get from the state of Minnesota as the market value homestead credit, okay? And the rest of the money they would get from the taxpayers on the levy. But what would happen is the legislature would come into session, couldn't raise enough taxes to pay for the spending they wanted. They would short the cities and counties, and now the cities and counties had a shortfall. And they had to make up for it, paying out of their reserves, or cutting their own spending, or raising their own tax levy the next time. It was the worst program ever, and it frankly didn't work. But I'm actually surprised you don't want to bring it back, because it would be a great opportunity for you guys to spend some more money, and you could just steal it from the local governments. Perfect pot of money for you to steal from. But the real issue here is you made a promise when you ran for election. You said that when Republicans took this program away that didn't work and put in place another program that actually did work, the market value homestead exclusion, where we took the cities and counties out of it, you guys said that we increased taxes, which we didn't, and we all can see now that property taxes on homeowners have actually gone down, so the programs worked. But you guys told the public that we increased taxes and that you were going to be the saviors and you were going to step in and reinstate this program. And now you're breaking your promise and you're going to call it something else. You're going to rename another program and call it the market value homestead, whatever it is. Broken promises. This is the shell game that you're playing. All right? Truth in advertising. You know how when you read a magazine and there's an advertisement, at the top of that page it says advertisement? This should say campaign gimmick. And for the people that ran against gimmicks, the first thing in your tax bill is a gimmick. That's what you've got, Democrats, a gimmick. So you're going to cover up for your broken promises, you're going to lie to the citizens of Minnesota, and everybody knows it's a gimmick. And then you're going to tell them that you don't want any shifts in gimmicks. Here you go, Minnesota. Your first gimmick by the DFL in their tax bill.
Representative Marquardt.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker and members. In looking at this amendment, I cannot believe my friends on the other side of the aisle want to eliminate the homestead credit again. Eliminate it again. Representative Chair Lenczewski and Representative Dabney, thank you so much for bringing back the homestead credit. And the homestead credit is a benefit we've had for home ownership for over 4 decades. It's taken many different forms, and I could go over several of them. But the bottom line on the homestead credit has always been it's a direct benefit for home ownership. And that's exactly what this does. Hugely different. There's going to be at least another 100,000 homeowners that's going to qualify. And the bottom line is, what's happened now in the last 2 years since the homestead credit's been eliminated, property taxes have gone up $500 million to, in the 155-year history of the state, property taxes at $8.5 billion are at their highest level ever. in the history of the state of Minnesota, partly due because of the elimination of the homestead credit. And somehow, by taking that away, it was supposed to help things. We're bringing back a direct benefit to homeowners. And let's ask our seniors about this tax bill today. Let's ask our senior citizens on fixed incomes about this tax bill today. I think it's going to be very, very good. And instead of continuing with property tax increases, we're actually saying enough is enough. We've got a bill today that's going to cut property taxes. I've got to correct a few other things that I heard on the floor here about all these people who wanted to eliminate the homestead credit. Members, instead of listening to high-paid lobbyists, we should have gone home to your homeowners and asked them, do you want me to eliminate your homestead credit? I think the answer might have been different than what the high-paid lobbyists were telling you. Members, and we can go into how this impacted. The cut of the homestead credit raised property taxes on the average homeowner in rural Minnesota 8 times higher than the metro. Representative Dabney and Representative Lenczewski and Representative Lean, who had the local government aid, thank you for bringing back property tax relief to the state of Minnesota that's going to help our senior citizens, our families, our farmers, and our small businesses around the state. And finally, we've talked about how this program was the most dishonest program in state history. Before Governor Pawlenty, in the first 34 years, it ever had been reduced only twice up to that point. And when we talk about reductions in 8 of the last 10 years, that was during the times when we were in budget deficits, and most of that came from cities that did not receive local government aid. It rarely ever hit cities that were in local government aid. But the bottom line is, in all of the years of the homestead credit, not in one year, not one time, was there ever a dime cut from the homeowner or a dime cut from school districts. So to say that there's all these cuts and it wasn't working, this was a program that held down property tax. And I can't believe here that my friends on the other side of the aisle want to eliminate the homestead credit again when we're trying to restate this program to reduce property taxes to folks around this state. Members, please vote against this amendment.
Representative Runbeck.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and members, and Representative Marquardt. Gosh, you weren't nearly as excited about the K through 12 bill yesterday as you were about this property tax stuff. But to clarify, there are 2 different programs, and it's been interesting how the Democrats have loved to confuse. You've loved to make people think that the homestead credit was a check that came right to their homes. This never came to people's directly. This was money that went around the folks and went to the cities. So people never experienced a real check. That's the old program, which was, as Representative David says, a sham and a scam. So we're done with that. It was also a sham and a scam because no one ever tracked the spending. It was a true slush fund. No one benefited from it that they knew of. It was just kind of trickling in. It was one of those streams of dollars coming from the state that subsidizes city spending. So we were subsidizing, and we got more of what we were subsidizing, which was spending. But 2 programs. The old one was not a check to homeowners. The new one is a check to homeowners. We like that program. It's called the property tax refund. Thank you.
Representative Loon.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, this is a most interesting debate, folks. I got to say, if we're going to say that we're reinstating the homestead credit here, then the only possible response could be then we're eliminating the circuit breaker or the property tax relief program, the PTR program. That's how that has to work, okay? Because it's the same program. So potato, potato, you can call it whatever you want. It's the same program. And to try to argue that somehow there's a restoration going on here of a program that had bipartisan support in moving it and changing it because the money was never there for the credit program, and we stuck our cities with the bill, is just plain silly. So if we're reinstating or creating a homestead credit, then we are eliminating the property tax relief or eliminating the circuit breaker program. If you're going to be logical about it, that's how this goes. So let's just, agree that it's the same program. It's property tax relief with a few tweaks around it. We're now going to have the Department of Revenue identifying homeowners by working with the auditors, looking through tax returns, looking through your data to see if you may be eligible for a credit that you're not taking. So we're going to have government employees combing through your data to see if you're eligible for some money back from the government. That's the change to this program, just so we're clear. So if we are going to say that we're somehow eliminating something, what we are eliminating, if you insist on this language, is we're eliminating the PTR.
Representative Anderson.
Thanks, Mr. Speaker. And would the tax chair stand for a question, please?
She will.
I'll talk slowly. Thanks, Mr. Chair. As I recall the old homestead property, market value homestead credit, every home in the state, based on a kind of a sliding scale, up to about $400 and some thousand, receives some benefit or some credit. Chair Lenczewski, under the new program, can you tell us that every home valued up to $400,000 would qualify for some kind of a refund or credit under this new program?
Representative Lenczewski.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The number you're looking for is 414,000. About 5% of all homeowners live in a home that's valued over 414. Those are mostly in the southwest suburbs, is where they tend to reside. And those folks did not qualify for this. But with the bill that Representative Dabney has, all homeowners can use a property tax refund if their change in property tax increase is $100 or 12%, and that's a portion of the program. It's called targeting, and I can get you that information that we have in the bill here and in current law.
Representative Anderson.
Thanks again, Mr. Speaker. Well, I think what we're talking about here is a program that has an income component tied to it, not just the value of somebody's home. So I would suggest that this, in fact, is a different program, and I support Representative Torkelson's amendment.
Representative Torkelson.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. Representative Marquardt, I can't believe you want to eliminate the property tax refund. How can you suggest such a horrible thing to eliminate the property tax refund? I just can't believe you want to do that. You know, changing a name is just changing a name. It's not reforming a program. Now, how many times do we have to say that? And dumping more money into it is not reforming a program. And dumping even more money in to send out letters is not reforming a program either. And frankly, you have to pay for it. This money doesn't come from the sky. It comes out of taxpayers' pockets.
Representative Earhart.
Thank you, Chairman. I was thinking Representative Davids was here when this was voted in a landmark restructuring of the property tax system in 2001. The Republicans did that, as a matter of fact. They installed the market value credit, and you, if you were here, Representative Davids, you voted for it. And it was designed to do certain things in the restructuring of the property tax system. It lowered the ratio between business and homestead from 4 to 1 to the rate of 3 to 1. And all the Republicans voted for it. And here we got somebody calling it a bad deal. One of the people that voted for it. In fact, you are really slamming at it. When that overhaul took place, we cushioned the effects on the lower valued home, those under 400,000, and you voted for it. Now, you really turned on the principles of helping out the lower valued homes and calling it a sham. I'm wondering who's shamming who here. You're the one that voted for it and helped put it in fact, it came out of my, I was chair of the Property Tax Committee at the time. It came out of there and into the Omnibus bill, and everybody was, almost everybody was convinced it was a good deal. There were a few people from the range that had to be convinced a little more, but they went along with it as Representative Abrams adjusted the runs and got it to come out in good order, and you voted for it. So why should you call it a sham? Or are you really shamming us? I think you maybe are. You're trying to sham us. Okay. It's time you look back over your shoulder and see what you've done. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Representative Dabney.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. I'm confused here. We're told that the Homestead Market Value Credit program that was eliminated 2 years ago was a sham. We're told that no one benefited, and yet the elimination of that program increased property taxes $260 million across the state. How can something that had no benefit increase property taxes that much? You talk about taking money out of people's pockets, $260 million out of the pockets of hardworking Minnesotans because of a vote, because of a bill put together in the dark of night in a locked Capitol where the people of Minnesota weren't allowed in. This bill, this program, the Homestead Credit Refund, reestablishes the relationship between the people of Minnesota and their state government. It responds to the spiraling property taxes that have hit homeowners, renters, and businesses across the state. It does so in a way that's responsive. I don't know anybody who campaigns on raising property taxes, but that's in fact what the last majority did when they eliminated the Homestead Market Value Credit. That's the ship we're trying to turn around with this program, responding to Minnesotans, reducing property taxes, and reaching out to make sure that those who qualify for the Homestead Credit Refund get the Homestead Credit Refund so they can better take care of their families. I urge a no vote on the Torkelson Amendment. Thank you.
Representative Davids.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. Representative Dabney, you're concerned about $200 million increase. I believe your majority in 2008 raised them over $500 million. $500 million. And Representative Earhart, you're probably the last one that should be lecturing me on principles and changing principles. Probably the last one, I would guess. In fact, Representative Earhart, in 2008, you carried an amendment to eliminate the market value homestead credit. Facts are nasty things, aren't they, my friends? Yes, Representative Earhart, I did vote in 2001 for that tax bill. I voted for a program that I thought would work quite well. The only problem is we forgot to fund it. Details, details. If I could have seen what was coming, I would have most likely voted the other way. And Representative Dabney, I really wish you would quit criticizing our good governor during the Dayton shutdown in those dark, smoke-filled rooms with lobbyists. You've called it dishonest how we did it. The governor was there, the governor signed the bill, and I really wish you'd quit criticizing our good governor. I really wish you would. And I think Representative Torkelson said it, or excuse me, Representative Torkelson said it best. I am shocked and appalled that the DFL majority is going to vote to eliminate the property tax refund. Amazing. Amazing.
Representative Torkelson.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I thought I had a simple little amendment here, but now I realize I have one smoking hot amendment.
Representative Lenczewski.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Will Representative Torkelson yield?
He will yield. Representative Lenczewski.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Representative Torkelson, I'm reading the bill because I wanted to check all this rhetoric about people are eliminating the property tax refund. Maybe Representative Torkelson, you can tell us where that is in the bill.
Representative Torkelson.
Well, when you change the name, as Representative Marquardt explained to me earlier, when you change the name of something, you eliminate whatever you change the name of, and that's where it is in the bill.
Representative Lenczewski.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, that's not accurate. You can ask a page to get you the bill. The bill is page 20, and you can read the name and just want people to stick on the facts here. That's not happening, and people should, I know people are kind of having fun with this, but the facts remain that 2 years ago or a year, whatever ago, the now minority eliminated the homestead credit. And people can talk about that. I mean, I heard Representative Dowd say it was a terrible program, and I heard Representative David say that too. And we just disagree with you. I respect that you both have described the minority leader and the former tax chair as this is a terrible program that should have gotten rid of. And you're standing behind how proud you were that you eliminated that program. We just continue to disagree with you. We think that property tax that's paid directly to folks is worth keeping. We're restoring that property tax relief to people in this bill. And, if people want to get into the semantics of what was working and what wasn't, I'll ask you all to go home and pull out your property tax statements from the last 10 years. And I think people have been falling for the lines of the city councils and the county commissioners, and I know Minority Leader Dowd, you're a former county commissioner, so you're seeing that through these lenses. Members, this program that we had for most of the last 40 years, until lately, sure it bothered the mayors and city councils. I'm a former city council member in Bloomington too. I'm sure sometimes the county commissioners didn't like it, but the citizens loved it. And they never got shorted, ever. And in top of the homestead credit, until it was eliminated the last 2 years, never once, even in tough times, was a nickel taken from the schools by removing the homestead credit. And that was all eliminated too. So if you think the 5 million Minnesotans who've enjoyed this program for most of the last 40 years, except the last 2, didn't like that homestead credit, you're a very good mayor, and you're a very good city council member, and you're a very good county commissioner, you're a very good lobbyist for one of the local units of government. It was a bother to them when they had to make a decision to maybe cut taxes or buy less stuff. But our residents received that property tax benefit until it was eliminated. And we're restoring it now. And the contradiction that's taking place here, people should be jumping up applauding this, because we're going to ensure now that those city council members and mayors and county commissioners that you're all fighting for over here won't be able to take it away, because the state is going to fund it directly through the property tax refund. And contrary to what everybody's been laughing about, there is no elimination of the property tax refund. Members, read page 20 of the bill. And again, as Representative Marquardt said and Representative Dabney, if folks want to prove again that they want to eliminate property tax relief for homeowners, just go ahead and vote for the Torkelson amendment, and you can underline it again for your constituents that you don't want your homeowners to have property tax relief.
Representative Davids.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and to my good friend, Chair Lenczewski. A vote on the Torkelson amendment doesn't do anything with the money for property tax relief. If my good friend the chair would yield for a question.
She will yield. Representative Davids.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And Chair Lenczewski, where in the bill does it say we're keeping the property tax refund program?
Representative Lenczewski.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Article 2 of the bill as the title of the program we're talking about, page 20.
Representative Davids.
Well, thank you then, Mr. Speaker. So I guess, Chair Lenczewski, so we're not reinstating the market value homestead credit. It's still a property tax refund program. Interesting. Just a couple more points. As far as the market value homestead credit program, that was a fine program until we didn't pay for it. It was an extremely dishonest program. Very dishonest program. And as far as Representative Marquardt's remarks regarding listening to high-priced lobbyists, these were lobbyists from the League of Minnesota Cities and the Association of Minnesota Counties, so I think you paid about half as much as all the lobbyists you listened to for your bill yesterday. So I would say that these lobbyists probably should get a pay raise, would be my guess.
Representative Earhart.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Representative Davis, I forgot to mention one other thing, because you people are so adverse to raising taxes over there that I didn't want to mention the fact that in that 2001 tax bill, you voted $1 billion from the state coffers to take over the school general education shift. $1 billion. And that was part of that big, massive overhaul that you voted for. So not only did you vote for the market value homestead credit, you also voted to spend $1 billion out of the state coffers. If you look at the budget, that was a big bump, $1 billion that year. So I didn't want to embarrass you by suggesting that you ever raised taxes, but that's a fact.
Representative Dowd.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members, and I appreciate the back and forth, and I know members are having a little fun with this. It's an issue that obviously has been important to all of us, but we've gotten a little off track from the actual amendment. And the amendment in front of us is the Torkelson Amendment, which simply takes a program that in the underlying bill was renamed, and Chair Lenczewski just pointed that out when she was asked by Representative Davids. It's page 20 in the bill. Article 2, Homestead Credit Refund and Renter Property Tax Refund. So we're changing the name of the property tax refund, and we're adding, this is the underlying bill, and we're adding the homestead credit language to that in an effort to try to fool the public that we're actually bringing a program back. And we're not. The underlying bill does not bring back the market value homestead credit as the name suggests. So anybody watching at home should not be fooled. That program's not coming back. There's no amendment today by the DFL to bring the program back. That's not happening. What this amendment does is actually just remove that confusing language so nobody's misled by the gimmick of trying to change the name, and it simply brings it back to the name of the program that it has been for years. So rather than rename a program in a gimmick to try to fool the public into thinking we're actually doing what we told them we were going to do, or at least the DFL, this amendment simply makes it clear to the public that we're not, or the DFL is not doing what they promised to do. So that's what the amendment actually does. This amendment does not give anybody a property tax credit. It does not take a property tax credit from anybody. It doesn't do anything with money at all. It simply lets the public know that the DFL, that the Democrats in the House are not doing what they promised to the public that they would do. So that's what this amendment does. And I know there's been a lot of discussion about credits and all kinds of things going away and coming back. The facts here are what we should be talking about. And the facts are very simple. What the Republicans did over the last 2 years with our budget has decreased property taxes for homeowners in Minnesota 3.4% in 2014 alone. That's a fact. 3.4% reduction in homeowner property taxes in 2013 alone. That's a fact. Okay? The Democrats are not proposing to bring back a program called the Market Value Homestead Credit that they promised to bring back. That's a fact. What they are doing in this bill is renaming another program to try to fool the public into thinking they are bringing it back. That's a fact. What this amendment does is make it clear that we're going to do exactly what the Democrats are saying. We don't want gimmicks. We don't want to fool the public. This will simply clear it up so the public can follow what the Democrats are doing. And I know that if you vote on this amendment, you'll be helping the public understand that. If you vote against this amendment, you're voting for a gimmick. You're voting to fool the public, and it's a shell game to cover up your broken promises. Those are facts, and that's what this amendment's about. And I know we've talked about a lot of other things, but this amendment is about simply that, making this easier to follow for the public. Thank you.
Representative Lenczewski.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, I just so disagree with the minority leader here. Members, the spreadsheet of the bill will tell you that what Representative Dabney has done is provide over $200 million in property tax relief in this biennium and over $600 million next biennium. And I know people are getting agitated, but I think just saying it louder won't make it true. And, you know, I've been disappointed that we're barely into this bill, and indeed, Mr. Speaker, people have already accused, I don't know if it was me directly or a bunch of us, as lying, and using the word lie. You know, it's disappointing to me. Representative Torkelson and I guess, have a different view of his amendment. And, you know, whether it's on this amendment or on final passage, this bill carries over $200 million in property tax relief to your constituents. And it carries over $600 million in property tax relief to your constituents in the next biennium. And we can spend all kinds of time getting agitated about semantics. I understand that a lot of people don't like the state to help reduce people's property taxes, and we'll see that in the vote. We just disagree. We think because the property tax system is one that is not based on the ability to pay, that these mechanisms allow us to help people stay in their homes, help businesses pay their property taxes, help farmers pay their property taxes. I'd strongly urge a no vote, and I hope you will support Representative Dabney's property tax relief.
Seeing no further discussion, the clerk will take the roll on the amendment. Clerk will close the roll. There being 59 ayes and 73 nays, the motion does not prevail. The amendment is not adopted. There is another amendment at the desk. The clerk will report the amendment.
Hamilton moving to amend House File 677. The second engrossment as follows. The amendment is coded A76.
Representative Hamilton.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. The A76 amendment, what this does, if you remember back here in May, we had a huge ice storm down in the southwestern part of the state. And there were thousands of people without power and millions of dollars worth of damage. And I'd like to give credit where credit is due. I want to thank Governor Dayton for calling this disaster and also flying out there to visit with the people affected by this. I also want to thank Senator Klobuchar, Senator Franken, and Congressman Walz. They came out to that area as well. We all met down there, myself, Representative Schumacher, and Senator Weber, to take a look at the damage. And again, like Governor Dayton said, we're going to work together to help right this wrong. Members, what this amendment does is it simply takes the LGA that's payable in 2013. Instead of splitting it up in two payments, it would accelerate the payments so they'd receive one. They'd get the everybody affected down in that area would receive that payment on July 20th, again, instead of being split up in two separate payments. I ask for your support. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
There is an amendment to the amendment at the desk. The clerk will report the amendment.
Anderson S. moving to amend the Hamilton amendment to House File 677 as follows. The amendment is coded A103.
Representative Anderson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, what my amendment does is it takes some more money, puts it into the homestead property tax refund program to make sure that we get more direct property tax relief to our homeowners. And that's it. I'd ask for a roll call and ask for your support.
Roll call being requested. Seeing 15 hands, there will be a roll call. Representative Dabney.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. I'd ask for a no vote on the Anderson A103 amendment. The inflation factor is important in the new LGA formula, in that piece of reform that's in the bill, for a number of reasons. What mayors across the state told us is they want stability and predictability in the relationship between the state and local units of government. the exact opposite of what we've had for the last decade, where routinely the legislature has hacked away at the local government aid program, made it unreliable, cut spending, cut the funding, and made it more difficult for our local units of government to plan in a fiscally responsible and prudent way. The new reformed LGA formula allows them to do that. The Anderson Amendment goes against that important reform. It'll drive up property taxes again in your local communities as local costs go up and state funding does not respond to the real increases in real costs in real communities across the state. For our planning purposes, being able to plan and anticipate is critical to having a balanced, responsible state budget. And if there's nothing more we do this year under the leadership of Speaker Thiessen and Chair Lenczewski, it's have a stable, responsible state budget that does away with the gimmicks, does away with the shell games and the shams, and instead stands up and says, if we want to spend money, we're going to earn that money first. I ask for a no vote on the Anderson Amendment.
Representative Anderson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, I think this highlights what is wrong with the picture that we have here under the current leadership. Rather than making sure that citizens have property tax relief, they say, oh, no, 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 we don't trust you. We think we should give that to government. So never mind, we don't want to give you direct property tax relief by helping you out with your property tax refund. No, no, let's give that to government, because government, surely they'll give you the tax relief that you want. That's why we've seen that property tax relief, right, when we've given increases to LGA. Yeah, okay. Well, we also have a situation here, too, where there's a lot of communities that don't receive local government aid. For example, Representative Seltzer in your district, Eden Prairie, doesn't receive local government aid. Neither does Egan, Representative Halverson and Representative Mason. Neither do the folks in Maple Grove for Representative Pepin and Representative Zellers, or all the folks in Plymouth for Representative Benson, Representative Winkler, Representative Carlson. Those folks, they don't get any LGA at all. And so here we are trying to give property tax relief directly to the property taxpayers. What a novel idea, folks. I'm asking for your support, encourage you to do it. Please vote yes.
Representative Lenczewski.
I'd like to support Representative Dabney. Please vote no. Members, as a community doesn't receive LGA either. This bill is constructed with a local government aid component, a county program aid component, direct property tax relief component, and a renter's credit component. And it's interesting, after we just saw a vote where folks don't support the property tax relief for individuals and voted against it, that now we're going to attempt to take some money out of the local government aid formula to pay for the program that people don't support. Please, members, this is what people don't want us to do, is pick between cities and parts of the state. Representing one of those communities that has a very high average net tax capacity, I know that the price of a fire truck, whether it's in Hibbing or Bloomington or Winona or Ely, is still the same price. And so this local government aid members, Minnesota is one of the 10 states in the nation that recognize that you should have affordable services no matter where you live in this state, and the fire truck should get to you. So certainly, you, particularly rural members on the minority side, I sure hope you understand what's going on here, and I really hope you are the first people who should understand that this program exists to say that just because you don't have a massive net tax capacity like some of us do, your residents still deserve services. And please support Representative Dabney's request to vote no on the amendment.
Representative Anderson.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Speaker. If Representative Lenczewski would yield to a brief question for a brief response.
She will. Representative Anderson.
Representative Lenczewski, can you tell me if Bloomington received LGA last year and if they are going to receive LGA now under your bill?
Representative Lenczewski.
That's such a great question. I'm glad you asked it. Bloomington is arguably the biggest net giver of any of the 854 cities, because on top of not receiving local government aid, we're the largest giver to fiscal disparities. So all members benefit from the tax capacity in Bloomington. Now, in the new formula, when it was negotiated with all kinds of folks, Representative Lean and Dabney, and a large group of cities and folks coming together to try to understand a new formula, it was presented to me, because I'm not the chair of the division, as here's the new formula, here's the run, and on there was a little bit for Bloomington. And they will all tell you that I asked how we could get that off there, because I thought somebody would ask this question. And I was convinced, even though Bloomington, I think, is in a situation that does not need the new formula, that the integrity of the formula, as brought to us by Representative Lean and Representative Dabney, is that there is a jobs factor within it. And Representative Anderson, I know your city doesn't have as much commerce as mine, but it's similar, your district. But you and I represent districts that have far more people who come to work in our communities every day than live there. And so that jobs factor in the new formula, and Representative Dabney can walk you through it, or Representative Lean, does recognize that there are a few cities in the state that are, are the large employers for most of the rest of the state. And so there appears on there a $400,000, I think, on the run for the city of Bloomington. I kidded some of my colleagues that, maybe I should do an amendment to move that money somewhere else. But this formula isn't designed. It was done city blind, and was done, as you know, Representative Anderson. We have Ms. Dalton, who works with us to put factors into both the need side of the formula and the capacity side of the formula. And once those are imputed, the runs that come out of that are silent on what happens in your community or mine. There is no intent in this formula that I'm aware of to favor or harm anyone. The new formula says, members, so you understand it, and Representative Anderson's asking as it relates to Bloomington, it measures what's the gap between what you get, all the LGA legislators here, and what you are measured to need. And it fills in the gap based on the neediest first. That's how it works. And so, members, whether I or Representative Anderson or Representative Lean or Representative Hillstrom or Torkelson or Beard are recipients or not is really not the point of this new formula. If we decrease the $80 million to a smaller amount, then probably Bloomington would fall off the formula. If we increase it to a bigger amount, your community might come on the formula. I don't know that, but I could certainly take a look for you.
Representative Anderson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, Representative Lenczewski, fact of the matter is, before Bloomington did not receive LGA, and now all of a sudden, miracles of miracles, they are receiving LGA. And you certainly understand that my community is a payer into the fiscal disparities pool. They pay in a lot. And what my concern is I'm not asking that you give LGA to Plymouth. That's not what I'm asking for. But I'm asking for you to give property tax relief to the citizens of the state, whether they live in Plymouth, whether they live in Minneapolis, whether they live in Lyle, Minnesota, or War Road, or you name it, across the state of Minnesota. That rather than for us to just be shuffling the money between government entities, we actually put it in the hands of taxpayers, no matter where they live. And that's what the property tax refund does. That's what I'm asking for members to do, and I encourage your support.
Representative Dabney.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Representative Anderson, I look forward to your green vote at the end of the debate on House File 677, because that's exactly what we do in this bill. That's exactly what your side of the aisle was just complaining about. Direct property tax relief through the Homestead Credit Refund Program into the pockets of Minnesotans. Direct property tax relief for renters through the Renters Program into the hands of Minnesotans, with an emphasis not only on those families who are struggling with a tight rental market across the state and increasing rents, but on our elders and disabled across the state and communities. But the new LGA reform formula also is more sensitive, more accurate, and expands the communities that will be receiving aid, because it better measures the need of those communities and their abilities to meet their needs, and assure citizens across the state that not only do we respond to their need for property tax relief, we also respond to their need for city services, for parks, for streets, for libraries, for police, for fire. So cities like Farmington get local government aid under the reformed formula. Delano, property tax relief under the reformed formula. Maplewood, Oakdale, St. Louis Park, Lauderdale, Heidelberg, Jenkins, cities that have need, communities across the state, urban, suburban, and rural, assuring a quality of life that works for Minnesota. And local government aid is one of only 2 programs that provides property tax relief to businesses across the state. And the $500 million in property tax relief that Minnesotans have seen in the last 2 years during a struggling economy have hit our small business is the hardest. We're responding to that through this bill, through Representative Lenczewski's House File 677. I ask for your no vote on the Anderson amendment. Thank you.
Representative Torkelson.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, we've got a bit far afield from the intention of this amendment. The formula is pretty good, but the escalator is bad. Anytime we put government growth on autopilot, where we expect government to grow steadily from year to year to year and keep pumping more money in no matter what, we put government growth on autopilot. We should have learned over the last few years that things don't always get better. Sometimes things go downhill. And if government's going to grow while the rest of the economy deflates, we have a serious problem. And we're back to the billions of dollars of deficits that we've had in the past. It should be up to the legislature to decide whether there's more money to be put into LGA, not up to a formula.
Representative Lenczewski.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, before you vote, I just want any Metro member to know that I've got the fiscal disparities information here if you're concerned about what Representative Anderson just said. And, I do, Mr. Speaker, want to say if I'm not sure where Representative Anderson was going by saying, so surprise, surprise, Bloomington's in there. I don't know if that was directed at me or my character or my ethics here. And I sure hope not. But, sometimes it would get tired. I don't know. But, Mr. Speaker, I do want to put on the record so that there's no doubt for people who might think because I'm the tax chair, I'm dreaming up ways for Bloomington to get LGA. Representative Anderson's City of Plymouth, she is right. And what we share, Representative Anderson and I and others like us, of frustration with our colleagues who are unwilling to review this program. But so she loses $7.9 million and in fact loses 7.7% of her community's tax base as a result of that program. And Bloomington loses $18.6 million, the largest of any community, and we lose 17.9% of our tax base to everybody else every year. So even with a $400,000 LGA on the run, members, we're still over $18 million behind every year. So I don't want folks to think that somehow I'm dreaming up things for my community, and that would certainly be an abuse of the process.
Representative Anderson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Representative Lenczewski, that was not my intent at all. My concern is we are putting together a system, as Representative Torkelson put out, of putting government on automatic pilot, of increases after increases without knowing what our economic situation is going to be. And we're doing it on the backs of citizens. We're asking them to pay $2.6 billion in tax increases. That's what we're debating here today. You're growing government by over 11%. That's a huge increase in spending that we're talking about. And we're doing it at a time where folks don't have any extra cash on hand. They don't have that money to be able to pay these kinds of taxes. Now, we'll probably go into greater detail on all the different components of the bill. But the bottom line is what we're debating here is whether we should grow government or whether we should try to remove the barriers to private sector growth. You've chosen the road of growing government. I say that's the wrong approach. I'd rather put the money back into the hands of the property taxpayers rather than giving it to more government.
Representative Dabney.
Mr. Speaker, will Representative Anderson yield for a question?
She will yield. Representative Dabney.
Thank you. Representative Anderson, can you direct me to where the autopilot button is on my desk? I've been here for 13 years, members. I find yay, nay, reset. Frankly, I've never understood what the reset button does, because if I vote yay and then I decide to vote nay and I just press the nay button, it resets. There's the page button. The little light's on over there now. None of them say reset. I've looked down here in the little cabinet underneath my desk, and I don't have a reset button there. I don't have a telephone there either, but I don't have a reset button there. Autopilot, excuse me. I've looked in the drawer. I don't have an autopilot there. I've got half of yesterday's brownie that I bought out front, but I don't have an autopilot button. And I'm just wondering, Representative Anderson, can you tell me, where is my autopilot button? Because I've never found one here in the legislature. I've always recognized that the next legislature does what the next legislature does. It reviews, it exercises its oversight, it takes in information, including the February and November budget forecasts, and it acts on those. No autopilot button. If you can tell me where it is, please, I'd appreciate it. Thank you, Representative Anderson.
Representative Anderson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And Representative Dabney, I guess maybe I was concerned or confused because every time you talk about tax policy, you're talking about what's happened in the Plenty administration or under the Bush administration. So I'm assuming that you think that all of their impact has a lasting impact for the rest of our lives. So maybe I was confused by what the arguments that you've made in the past. But let me just take this opportunity, Representative Dabney, to get you more familiar with your reset button. I really encourage you to use it because this is your opportunity. And I mean this in all seriousness. This is your opportunity to use your reset button, take it back to the wood shop, and try and do something better. Because we are really going down a path that is going to do some significant harm to the citizens of Minnesota. A $2.6 billion tax increase. That's double than what the governor and what the Senate Democrats are proposing. In fact, even Governor Dayton and Senator Bach said that these tax increases are just unrealistic. And I'm just asking you, take this chance, this opportunity to reset and start over.
Seeing no further discussion on the amendment, the clerk will take the roll. The clerk will close the roll. There being 60 ayes and 72 nays, the motion does not prevail. The amendment is not adopted. There's another amendment at the desk. What? There's another amendment to the amendment at the desk. Excuse me. The clerk will report the amendment to the amendment.
Zeller's moving to amend the Hamilton amendment as follows. The amendment is coded A104.
Representative Zellers.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And before I forget, could I please have a roll call?
Yes, 15 hands. There will be a roll call.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And glad to see on tax day we dropped the gloves before the opening face-off. Mr. Speaker, the amendment before you in the bill takes the government on autopilot, and it's called the inflator in here. And if you're from a rural district, I will tell you now, it's probably a really good idea for vote for my amendment. Representative Dabney and Marquardt and Lenczewski are probably going to try to dissuade you, I'm guessing. But rather than, as the population of the state goes up, and if you look at where the population growth is going to be, and I come from a town, very small town where there are very few people left, population growth is in the metro area, it's not in greater Minnesota. Not something that we're happy about, not something that we're satisfied with. We're going to try to get more folks to move out there. Unfortunately, with your tax bill, you're going to eliminate a lot of manufacturing and mining jobs in greater Minnesota, so you're actually going to compound the problem. But what my bill does, Mr. Speaker, is it takes some of the money out of the program, splits it in half. It's the inflator. It's about $38 million, I think it's 21.5 between the two programs, PTR and rural assistance, and it's actually going to give the money there. isn't going to impose upon the commissioner what the rate will be. The commissioner can decide the rate, but it takes away that inflator, because as it goes out over time, it's going to harm rural areas more than it's going to help, because the population growth is going to be in the suburban area. Mr. Speaker, I ask for a green vote. Thank you very much.
Representative Dabney.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. I'd ask for a no vote. I'm still looking for the autopilot button. I haven't found it yet. While the author of the amendment to the amendment attempts to divide the state, people should recognize that many of the communities that receive the highest per capita local government aid are those regional centers and sub-regional centers across greater Minnesota. And they are the ones that will be most damaged by taking away the ability of their city councils to plan prudently and responsibly and provide the essential public services that their residents rely on at an affordable rate. Please vote no.
Seeing no further discussion on the amendment, the clerk will take the roll. Clerk will close the roll. There being 64 ayes and 68 nays, the motion has not prevailed. The amendment is not adopted. There is another amendment to the amendment at the desk. The clerk will report the amendment.
Loon moving to amend the Hamilton Amendment to House File 677 as follows. The amendment is coded A105.
Representative Loon.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this amendment would add to the veterans credit in the bill. Representative Wills and Bernardi had a great bipartisan effort to increase or provide a tax credit for employers who were in hiring unemployed or disabled veterans in our state. And I'm seeking to give this credit a little boost for a couple of years. It's a 4-year program. For the first 2 years of it, we would boost it from the original provision of the bill, $1,200 up to $2,400 for hiring of a unemployed disabled vet. And for the $600 credit, which is for unemployed veterans, to $1,200. And again, this is to make it a little more of an incentive for our businesses to bring our veterans into the workforce. This is a high priority, I know, for lots of members. We have a real significant problem with vets, particularly those coming home from either serving in Iraq or Afghanistan, coming home and not having a job at home, if you will. In November 2011, the statistics of those who had come back from service since 2001 was 22.9%. That has come down a little bit, but it is still significantly higher than our overall unemployment rate. I think somewhere in about the 12% range. And Minnesota was third worst in the country, third worst states with regards to that track record, and that's something we absolutely want to address. And obviously we're going to have to pay for this, so my proposal is that for 3 of our cities in the cities of the first class, I'm going to propose that we keep your LGA at your current level. So what you received in 2013, you would receive for 2014. So for 1 year only. It would not affect your 2015 levels, but it would freeze you for 1 year and devote that money to providing, again, a needed boost to really get this veterans employment tax credit off the ground and get our unemployed veterans, our heroes, into the job market. I would ask your support.
Representative Lenczewski.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And members, please oppose the Loon Amendment. Members, I know it's tempting to start breaking down that some cities aren't as worthy as others of their local government aid, but they are. It's a city blind formula. And members, the new Veterans Tax Credit, I'm glad that Representative Loon has raised it. And again, members, we have a new tax credit to hire veterans in the bill. And I want to thank Representative Bernardi and Representative Wills for bringing that forward. Members, this amendment would not hire any more vets. It would just double the subsidy to the employer. So there wouldn't be anybody new hired as a result of the amendment. So I think what we should think about is the federal government has also passed a 40% tax credit for hiring veterans, and then we've got this one in the bill. And I think if we find that we need to up the amount of money to the employer, again, the feds are going to give them a lot more than we are in the bill. We can see if we need to add to that. But this amendment is constructed to increase the subsidy to the employer, not it doesn't get more veterans hired. And I ask you to vote no at this time.
Representative Doubt.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd request a roll call on the amendment.
Roll call being requested. Seeing 15 hands, there will be a roll call. Representative Wills.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. I'm grateful that the Veterans Tax Credit provision has been included in the tax bill, and I worked really hard with Representative Bernardi and many others to get that provision included. And I'm speaking in support of Representative Loon's amendment today. My original proposal had a provision for a $3,000 tax credit for disabled veterans and a $1,500 tax credit for unemployed veterans. And I understand the constraints under trying to get everything included and to fit in the tax omnibus bill. And I know Representative Lenczewski has worked really hard on that and decreased the amounts. So the amendment simply doubles the amount in the first 2 years that the program would be available. And it's still less than my original provision, but I believe that this is a very important step to take to support our veterans and to support our businesses. Because the tax credit is a higher amount, it would help relieve the tax burden on our businesses as well as supporting our veterans. So I look forward to your support. Thank you.
Seeing no for Representative Purcell.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. You know, we heard some words the other day about don't politicize veterans issues. I'm a life member, disabled American veteran. Vote this down. We're politicizing veterans issues. Thank you.
Seeing no further discussion, the clerk will take the roll on the amendment. Clerk will close the roll. Being 66 ayes, 66 nays, the motion does not prevail. The amendment is not adopted. There is another amendment to the amendment at the desk. The clerk will report the amendment.
Lenczewski moving to amend the Hamilton amendment as follows. The amendment is coded A106.
Representative Lenczewski.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker and members, urge your support for this amendment. What it would do is it would freeze in place the LGA for the 3 cities of the first class that were cities of the first class before 2009 and redirects that $23.6 million to, as it's identified in the bill, as the homestead credit refund. Obviously, it's the property tax refund being masqueraded as a homestead credit refund, but this would contribute this $23.6 million to that property tax refund program that provides tax relief for Minnesota taxpayers. Members, I encourage your support and ask for a roll call, Mr. Speaker.
Roll call requested. Seeing 15 hands are about that, there will be a roll call. Representative Lenczewski.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, please oppose the Lenczewski amendment. there's been a lot of work bipartisanly with cities across the state to come up with this new LGA formula. And, you know, I would hate to think that what we're going to do now is when one party's in charge, they're going to take away a statewide program that measures need and capacity because everybody who represents those communities is in the opposite party. Imagine, members, if there was something in this bill that says people who are in the party opposite won't get some, you know, your increased property tax refunds here under the new homestead credit property tax refund, or you won't get your renter's credit because your legislator happens to be in a certain party. Members, this is simply taking from one group of politically identified communities, and I think it's a partisan move. I respect Representative Lenczewski, but time and time again we see these where it's, you know, a certain set of cities, and, you know, they just happen to be always on one side of the aisle, and then they should do something else with that money. So, members, please vote against the Lenczewski amendment.
Representative Lenczewski.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you, Representative Lenczewski. You know, this amendment is not about need and capacity, or maybe actually the entire LGA system is not about need and capacity. We know that the LGA was designed to help those cities who need to be able to provide their own fire and police and ambulance protection, but didn't have the capacity to do so. These are the three largest cities in the state. These are the cities in the state that spend money on things like a green roof for the Target Center. So no longer would we be funding a green roof for the Target Center, but instead we would be directing this money to taxpayer relief. Or the $460,000 that Minneapolis had spent for the green roof for the City Hall. Well, no longer would we be spending this wastefully on projects like this, but instead be providing taxpayer relief. Members, the City of Minneapolis has spent $1.7 million on public art. Well, now that sounds nice, but it is not a priority here among the taxpayers of Minnesota. It's wasteful spending, and instead we should be spending it on taxpayer relief and giving relief to the hardworking Minnesotans from which we extract these dollars. They had spent up to $1,500 for theater energy survey, for an outdoor clotheslines, for garden space. Oh, and of course the Bike to Church Sundays. Members, we need to spend it wisely instead of wastefully, and this money instead should go towards taxpayer relief. Well, of course, the City of Minneapolis had spent money on low-carbon cook-offs. More wasteful spending from the City of Minneapolis, and there's money to significantly increase the taxpayer subsidy to the City of Minneapolis for things like Bike to Church Sundays and low-carbon cook-offs. Members, of course, the Hour Cab, energy sustainable parks, and climate change grants for anti-idling campaigns, teaching people to ride bikes, encouraging people to drink tap water. Of course, what else would they drink? But members, this is wasteful spending that instead we should be providing taxpayer relief to the hardworking Minnesotans from which we extract, or are going to extract, this $3 billion that this bill and related increases in fees provide for. Encouraging people to drink tap water, music at solar-powered stage, additional climate change grants that would bring about the good energy fair, give away fluorescent light bulbs, my favorite one, giving away fluorescent light bulbs. No more giving away fluorescent light bulbs, but this amendment would stop some of the wasteful spending and instead provide tax relief to hardworking Minnesotans. The Pledge to Unplug campaign has been spent in the past. The youth bike riding program, giving away clotheslines, bike sharing programs for $250,000 members. This is only a sampling of the wasteful spending from the City of Minneapolis upon which this bill attempts to confer additional taxpayer subsidies from the hardworking people of Minnesota that work every day to pay their own mortgage, that work every day to pay off their college tuition bills, that work every day to fill their freezer, that work every day to provide clothes for their children, roofs over their heads, and the ability for them to have a better life than they did. Wasteful spending that needs to be redirected and developed into priorities. Members, the 2010 census efforts, the city of Minneapolis, $100,000, $75,000 for graffiti removal grants. The city of Minneapolis has spent $75,000 of past taxpayer money for graffiti removal grants. Members, this bill attempts to give more taxpayer subsidy to the city of Minneapolis for more wonderful programs similar to the graffiti removal grants that they've funded in the past. The $100,000 for Youth Are Here buses. Another favorite, I think, as we look at the list of wasteful spending that this bill attempts to replicate additional subsidy for. $1.5 million for improving the pedestrian environment. $1.5 million of wasteful spending by the city of Minneapolis. And this bill attempts to subsidize more of that behavior on the shoulders of hardworking Minnesotans in each of our districts that work hard every day to try to get ahead in an economic climate in which it is difficult to do so. The $700,000 light rail study that the city had committed to in fiscal year 2009, the bike rack program for $40,000, the $500,000 program for correcting traffic problems caused by our light rail system that we subsidize at rates of 56% and 81% of the operating costs. More wasteful spending going towards a city that has a long track record of wastefully spending the money of the hardworking taxpayers of Minnesota. The $5.7 million for reopening Nicollet Avenue 40 years after closing it. The $730,000 artist-designed water fountains, and of course the marketing plan in order to make them successful. All more examples of wasteful spending that the city of Minneapolis has committed on the behalf, or at the expense of, I should say, the hardworking taxpayers of Minnesota that have continued to provide millions and millions of dollars of local government aid, and this bill attempts to heap even more millions of dollars on top of that wasteful spending, money that is extracted from the pockets of the hardworking people of Minnesota. The $300,000 feasibility study for city trolleys, something that I think went out many decades ago. The $900,000 legal settlement for the skateboard park. Of course, there was a fight about the skateboard park in the city of Minneapolis. $780,000 for acquiring a building for the skateboard park. $95,000 to move the road out of the way so the skateboard park can be,
Mr. Speaker,
can be helpful.
Representative Suzinski, what purpose do you rise?
What line of business are we on?
On the Lenczewski amendment.
Mr. Speaker, we're going to spend all day here if we go through the list of all the wasteful spending we have in our state. If we continue this.
Representative Lenczewski.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you, Representative Suzinski. You know, we really could if we moved on the list. The list is so long, I'm sorry, Representative. I'm just giving a sampling, and I promise to limit it to a sampling. The $1.1 million for the property for the skateboard park. Of course, investigating the fire chief, $410,000 spent by the city of Minneapolis with taxpayer money. $5.1 million for the suspended pedestrian bicycle bridge. $3 million for police misconduct settlements, $4.5 million for the settlement for a cop shot by a fellow officer, $2.3 million for the settlement after losing lawsuit on idling trucks ordinance, the $325,000 for interest-free loans for religious purposes, $600,000 settlement after the police raided the wrong house. Members, more examples of the wasteful spending that this bill is attempting to subsidize on the backs of the hardworking people in each one of our districts throughout Minnesota that work every day to provide a living for their family and to make their family, bring their family into a position in the future that's better than the one that they inherited. The $200,000 tap water promotion program, $1.3 million for the 10th Avenue Tunnel revitalization, $8.75 million settlement after constructing a metal shredder, the $800,000 Minneapolis Library Planetarium to pay off that debt, develop a program for suburbs to drink more water. So apparently we have to have a program for the people in the city to drink more water, and then encourage the suburbs to know that they too should drink water. $2 million for police officer discrimination lawsuits, $500,000 settlement for a man punched in the face by the police officer, $169,000 settlement after being harassed by the police. Members, these are just some of the examples of wasteful spending upon which this bill attempts to wastefully spend more on the backs of the hardworking taxpayers of the state of Minnesota. Members, this amendment aims to only correct $23.6 million of this wasteful spending and instead redirect it to property tax property tax relief for our constituents, the hardworking people in Minnesota. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Representative Loeffler.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. I'm not going to counter all the inaccuracies and the misinformation in terms of many of the things that he listed, our federal funds, funds raised by our neighborhood groups, and those sorts of things. But I do want you to know that the LGA in this bill is below the 2003 level that was received by Minneapolis. That Minneapolis contributes more in income taxes and sales taxes than it will get back. But Representative Lenczewski, if you'd really like to take on the Minneapolis budget, we have an opening for mayor, and there aren't many people from your party that are stepping up.
Representative Lenczewski.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And members, I agree. Let's get to a vote. But members, I just want to point out that every one of us could do this, and I think the going through a city's budget highlights that what people are not understanding is what the LGA formula is, because the LGA formula has nothing to do with spending. The LGA formula, members, simply has what's your base and what's your need. We don't step into Mazeppa, Representative Drazkowski, and tell them how to run their government. So Representative Drazkowski, I was just looking on Mazeppa, so just so you know, the community that you live in, they're doing a spring cleanup right now. I don't know if we need that. They've got a bunch of stuff going on with the community center, and then there's the new green bridge, and I have an affinity to bridges, but I don't know if that's a waste of money there or not. There's the JC walking group, and then there's this initiative that we're going to project drinking water and encourage people to have clean water and help with the wellheads, and that's in your community, Representative Drazkowski. So members, the point of talking about this, and I could go on, you can all just go to that website and read about that, but this is not what LGA is about, members. And I will tell you that the people of Minnesota should really thank Minneapolis for what they do. They are a real engine in this state, and they, on their own choosing, tax their own residents and stand for election on that 50% higher than the statewide average. And that doesn't fall on Representative Drazkowski or me. And then those people stand for election 50% higher than the statewide average. And before people go off into the list, people should do a little research about what's going on in the city of Minneapolis. Please vote no.
Seeing no further discussion, the clerk will take the roll on the amendment. The clerk will close the roll. There being 65 ayes and 67 nays, the motion does not prevail. The amendment is not adopted. We are on the Hamilton amendment. Representative Lenczewski.
Mr. Speaker, I'd urge members to support the Hamilton amendment. I only learned about it. Representative Hamilton and I spoke about it. I think there's some technical difficulties, quite frankly, and I don't know if it gets it to deal with the ice storm issue, but I think we can work that out in conference, and I would urge members to support the Hamilton amendment.
Seeing no further discussion, all those in favor of the amendment say aye. All opposed, no. Motion prevails. The amendment is adopted. There is another amendment at the desk. The clerk will report the amendment.
Woodard moving to amend House File 677, the second engrossment as follows. The amendment is coded A77.
Representative Woodard.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And the A77 amendment just makes some technical changes to the school shift language, and I would like to move the A7785 amendment to the amendment.
There is an amendment to the amendment at the desk. The clerk will report the amendment.
Woodard moving to amend this amendment to House File 677, the second engrossment as follows. The amendment is coded A85.
Representative Woodard.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This one does not divide Minneapolis, St. Paul, and the rest of the state. This is a very unifying amendment. This one pays back the school shift, and it uses existing general funds to do that, actually the reserves to do that, and I think it's something we can all agree upon. We've all campaigned on this. We've talked about it on the House floor, and I urge a green vote.
Representative Carlson.
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to raise a point of order under Rule 4.03, and Mr. Speaker, if I could offer some advice.
State your advice.
On July 1 of 2013, which is the beginning of fiscal year 2014, the budget reserve would be at $393,871,000. That's $262,600 below the $656,471,000 specified in the House budget resolution. So the reason I raised the question with 4.03, it would put us on July 1st out of compliance with the House budget resolution.
Representative Woodard.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Advice.
State your advice.
On this particular, I think you're looking at the H paragraph, and I know we discussed this yesterday, but it's very clear that an amendment to a bill is out of order if it would cause any of the limits specified in the resolution to be exceeded. We are not exceeding the budget resolution. In fact, it will be less than. So it is certainly not exceeding in any way, shape, or form.
Representative Carlson.
Further advice, Mr. Speaker.
State your advice.
House budget resolution relative to the reserve is a fixed number, and we would no longer be in compliance on July 1st with that fixed number.
Having listened to the advice of Representative Carlson and Woodard, having reviewed the budget resolution and the rule and the dictionary, I find that the point of order is well taken. Representative Woodard.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to appeal the ruling of the Speaker and ask for a roll call.
Representative Woodard requests a roll call. Seeing 15 hands, there will be a roll call. The question before the body is whether the ruling of the Speaker should be upheld. A green vote would uphold the ruling of the Speaker. A red vote would go against the ruling of the Speaker. Seeing no discussion, the clerk will take the roll. The clerk will close the roll. There being 73 ayes and 59 nays, it is the judgment of the House that the ruling of the Speaker shall stand as the judgment of the House. There's another amendment to the amendment. The clerk will report the amendment.
Garofalo moving to amend the Woodard Amendment to House File 677 as follows. The amendment is coded A86.
Representative Garofalo.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, first I would request a roll call on the amendment.
Roll call being requested. There are 15 hands. There will be a roll call.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this amendment to the amendment is the purpose of it is to remind the state of Minnesota that the Democrats borrowed this money from our schools, and when you guys accuse us of not paying it back, to say that you're not telling the truth. I would appreciate your support.
Representative Carlson.
Mr. Speaker, the issue is the same as we dealt with a few moments ago. This would put us out of compliance under Rule 4.03, the House Budget Resolution. In fact, this would reduce the reserve down to, I think, $86,571,000. So it goes even further than the last one, but it's clearly out of compliance on July 1st with the budget resolution.
Representative Woodard.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Advice.
State your advice.
On this particular issue, we've had a conversation here about why this would make the budget resolution out of whack, and we've talked about the fact that it's not exceeded. I understand the reason why this rule is in here. This rule is in here because you don't want us to go in and move money around and to exceed a budget target. That seems to make sense. I think we can all agree on that. But we need to be able to vote on this particular issue. This is not exceeding the limit we have on our budget reserves. It's a good conversation for us to have. We tried to do this in 2013, and I think we ought to have this debate. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Representative Davids.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And for what point did the gentleman from Hennepin rise? I don't think he stated that he was rising to a point of order, just for the record.
Representative Carlson.
Mr. Speaker, I rose to a point of order under Rule 4.03.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I don't think he stated that, Mr. Speaker, on the Garofalo amendment, or I could have missed it, but I have no advice.
Listening to the advice of Representative Carlson and Woodard, I find that the point of order is well taken. There's another amendment at the desk. The clerk will report the amendment.
Okay, we still have the Woodard amendment in front of us. Yeah, we still have that.
Oh, I'm sorry, Representative Woodard, to your amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I will withdraw this amendment. It's apparent the body does not want to have a discussion about paying back the shift using existing resources, and so I withdraw this amendment.
Representative Woodard withdraws his amendment. Now there's another amendment at the desk.
Norton moving to amend House File 677, the second engrossment as follows. The amendment is coded 521.
Representative Norton.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, I have an amendment before you that is to the Destination Medical Center portion of the tax bill. I want to let you know that right now, as the bill stands, the entire bill is subject to the open meeting law. That is problematic for the corporation, the authority, who plans on taking, hopes to take, money from beneficiaries and others who might want to participate and help support Rochester's growth and development, and specifically businesses who might want to grow around the Mayo Clinic. So what we have done in this amendment is bring forward current law, which will allow us to attract the private donor investments that we want, and it uses the same statute that applies to the Minnesota Zoo and MnSCU, the University of Minnesota, and other entities that have this type of arrangement. We are going to take this bill, I have reauthorized it, you saw it today on your sheet of bills, through the Civil Law Committee on Friday, but I wanted the membership to know the direction we were headed, so I just have brought the amendment forward today for you to look at. If you've got concerns or questions, I would take those, but Mr. Speaker, with that announcement and clarification, I'd like to withdraw the amendment.
Representative Norton withdraws her amendment. There is another amendment at the desk. The clerk will report the amendment.
Nelson moving to amend House File 677. The second engrossment is followed. The amendment is coded A89.
Representative Nelson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And this amendment just is a technical change, but I also have an amendment to the amendment.
There is an amendment to the amendment at the desk. The clerk will report the amendment.
Nelson moving to amend his amendment to House File 677 as follows. The amendment is coded 522.
Representative Nelson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. The A13-522 amendment is the labor peace language, and last night in Commerce we amended that language from what we had previously. We tried to, in the amendment, we tried to pull things back and make it narrower, make the language that's there more readable, and so that people understand what it does and does not cover. And with that, I ask for a green vote.
Any discussion to the amendment? Seeing none, all in favor of the Representative Garofalo.
Mr. Speaker, the 522 is the amendment to the amendment. Is that correct?
That's correct.
If you give me one moment, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, it's listed under Atkins' name, but that's what may be the confusion.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Seeing no further... Representative Benson.
And thank you, Mr. Speaker. And whether it be Representative Atkins or Representative Nelson, I guess, is speaking on the amendment. Representative Nelson, if he would rise for a question.
He will. Representative Benson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My question about it is I have some concern, certainly, even with, quote, the clarification on it. If you could answer a question regarding businesses in the hospitality industry that already exist within the confines of the areas that we're talking about here in the bill. So if they're, I guess, Representative Nelson, could you explain or help me understand at least, if I've got a restaurant, for example, that lies within the district that will see some improvement, and I'll speak to the DMC and the project down there, although I know that the scope of this is much broader than that. But if you have an existing, and there's some street improvement and infrastructure improvement, sewer, street, gutter, and so on, and if this business at the same time decides, well, it's time to do some major renovation or construction project, which certainly would require permitting and the same kinds of things if they were building and so on. If this labor peace agreement would also impact that business, who is essentially included in this in the DMC project, using that, including in that, the money's going to be spent in terms of improvements for infrastructure. They'll include it in the total project. Will the labor peace agreement also apply to those businesses?
Representative Nelson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Representative Benson, the short answer is no, they would not be included. They're existing. There's a line in the bill that's only for assistance approved after August 1st of this year. There's no assistance going to that building, and existing business would not be covered.
Representative Benson.
and before I forget, Mr. Speaker, I'd like a roll call. But so help me understand then. So,
Representative Benson, seeing 15 hands, there will be a roll call. Representative Benson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So it's an existing building. It's an existing business. If there is a legal change of ownership next January after this bill's been passed, that happens quite often. I'm thinking of a name, Bilottes, for example, that my two representatives from the Rochester, three representatives from Rochester area would know. But there's a legal change, and the family member takes the business over, and they do the same thing. This is the 20-year process. But that business at that time, they would have to go through a labor peace agreement in order to ensure that they were included in this.
Representative Nelson.
No.
Representative Benson.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I think I'm understanding from the author or authors of this amendment that there would be no interaction in terms of current buildings, even if there is construction. I'm glad I'm getting this, because this offers testimony for the record and for the future. Maybe provide some peace to those people who I think will have major angst. I don't care if you're Minneapolis, St. Paul, Duluth, or Rochester. I think there's a whole lot to be afraid of in this whole labor peace agreement. I'm not going to get in and stand up and rail on it. Maybe there's some other folks that will want to, but I still have considerable anxiety over this agreement, regardless of the testimony that I heard this morning. I'm going to take that to the bank, so to speak, and believe, hopefully, that all the hundreds, if not thousands, of business that could be impacted by this in 3, 5, 10-year time frame, as we look into the future, members, that could possibly be required under this law, and we're hearing no, that they would have to comply and, in fact, allow for the union, the Hospitality Workers Union, onto their premises to, in fact, organize. So thank you, Representative Nelson, for the clarification.
Representative Loon.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Would Representative Nelson yield to a question or two?
He will. Representative Loon.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Representative Nelson, just a couple of process questions. First, I know this bill was introduced after deadline and went to a couple of committees fairly quickly. I think it was actually introduced April 11th, and I have expressed some concerns about this. It's a fairly major proposal affecting many, many cities. I happen to represent one of them in Hennepin County, but this would affect cities in 4 counties in that, and trying to understand what it means. But could you tell me how many people have testified from the public on this bill? I know we heard it in Commerce Committee last night at about 10 o'clock or so. Not too many people. A couple of people showed up, but in the other committees, how many members of the public have testified on this?
Representative Nelson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and Representative Loon. I didn't have a clicker going with the number of people that testify. It's more than 5, and I don't know what the maximum number is. But members, just for people to understand, this bill, even though the bill was not introduced till later than that, on February 26th, this was discussed in taxes, and it's been heard in 6 committees now. If you include the taxes, it's been heard in labor, it was heard in rules, it was heard in government operations, and it was again heard last night in commerce. And it's been with 3-day notice and all of those that beforehand. So there's been plenty of time for people to talk and come about it. And that's kind of why, from some of the discussions we had, that's why we scaled it back. That's why the amendment scales it back and makes it less onerous. And we did this as we listened to the people, the opponents of it, trying to address their concerns.
Representative Loon.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Would Representative Nelson continue to yield?
He will, yes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, Representative Nelson, it's my understanding that there's been a delete-all amendment that has replaced the language of the bill in virtually every committee. Was the delete-all posted with 3 days' notice so the public could know what they were testifying on?
Representative Nelson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And it followed our rules and our processes that we have here. They were posted at the time that they need to be posted for the committees. It was posted for the tax committee, and it was posted. I mean, it was posted for the floor here today, and it followed the rules of the committees.
Representative Loon.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, I don't require it being posted from the tax committee because I served on the tax committee as a number of members. In fact, the member who offered the amendment in Ways and Means serves on tax committee as well and did not offer this during debate on the tax bill. But just to go back to the Commerce Committee, which I do serve on as well, and we did have some testimony last night, you handed out, or someone handed out a piece of paper describing labor peace agreements. There's no, I don't think there's any indication, oh, it's from Unite Here International, indicating that the various city governments across the country and a couple of counties that have labor peace requirements in law or ordinance. And one of the other testifiers, I don't recall who it was, mentioned that the Minneapolis ordinance does not actually require labor peace, but it's something that the city council or the city officials determine on a case-by-case basis. So could you clarify that for the members?
Representative Nelson.
I heard that same testimony Mr. Speaker. I heard that same testimony last night in Commerce.
Representative Loon.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Would Representative Nelson continue to yield?
He will. Representative Loon.
Thank you. So, Representative Nelson, have you had a chance to clarify which it is? Is it currently a requirement of all projects as described under the legislation, or is it a instance where the city will determine on a case-by-case basis if the labor peace agreement prevails or is required?
Representative Nelson.
Mr. Speaker and Representative Lewin, I have not since the 11 o'clock last night, and when we got here this morning, they haven't gotten back to me on that.
Representative Lewin.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, you know, that is kind of part of the process, is taking time to determine these questions. But if Representative Nelson would yield to another question, Mr. Speaker.
He will. Representative Lewin.
Thank you. Representative Nelson, the Minnesota League of Cities did offer some testimony in which they indicated that in checking with the various cities who would be impacted by this, there were a lot of questions and they had some concerns. Have those concerns all been addressed in the language that we are debating today?
Representative Nelson.
Somebody was talking to me, and I believe what you asked, if all there have been addressed. We've addressed, some of them were addressed as they said last night. I don't know if all of them have been addressed.
Representative Lewin.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank Representative Nelson. I won't continue to ask you more questions, but just I think members get a sense from this. This has moved incredibly quickly without adequate public input. This impacts many, many cities. It may be fine. I just don't know. And I think a lot of members are in that same situation. We don't know what it means to our cities. We have no idea. And the expansive implications of this are something of quite concern. You know, the handout that I referenced earlier that was passed out in Commerce Committee, there are very few cities, and they're very large ones for the most part, Miami, Washington, D.C., San Francisco, Los Angeles, that have these labor peace requirements in law or ordinance. We're talking about expanding this to 4 counties in Minnesota. There's a lot of questions here to be resolved, members, and I would ask you to oppose the amendment.
Representative Szynski.
Mr. Speaker, would the author of the amendment yield for a question?
He will yield.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Representative Nelson, last night in Commerce, we kind of went down looking at your bill and the idea of clawback and looking at the areas in which this would potentially take place. One of the areas was the TIF districts, tax increment financing. And I was asking you a question about whether or not projects that have happened in the past would be affected by this legislation. You know, in the tax bill here, we have a list of about 8 or 10 different tax districts that will be potentially created. Mine not. I don't think Representative Zeller's happened to make that list as well when it comes to the creation of those TIF districts. But would this amendment only affect like future projects? So like if we approve today this tax bill, affect those TIF districts in this bill, or would it go back and claw back to those old projects and affect those potential agreements that were made in the past?
Representative Nelson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and Representative Swedzinski. I hope I didn't butcher your name too badly. No, it would not claw back. It would projects going forward, future projects.
Representative Swedzinski.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So it would only affect potentially, the projects that were in this bill, and then future projects that would be approved?
Representative Nelson will yield. Representative Nelson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Any new project after August 1st.
Representative Swedzinski.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Just also, would the author yield again?
He will yield. Representative Swedzinski.
Representative Nelson, just from a finance part, Representative Luden touched on what are the potential impacts to cities. Have we seen some of these local impacts, and have we got any runs that may be associated with local costs, potential for increased cost in implementing this?
Representative Nelson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and Representative. There's no cost to the city on this. This is the developer cost, the operator. In the case of a hotel, the operator of the hotel, there might be a cost, but there really is no cost. All the bill does is, by labor peace, the unions that are asking for this give up their right to do picketing, disruptive activities that they are legally entitled to do under National Labor Relations Act. And if those things go on, then there's a cost to the cities, because the police will get sent out to have to and control some of that possibly, and they're giving that right up that right to be able to do what they're legally able to do in exchange for being able to talk to the workers. And that's all it does. Is the hotels, the operators say, we won't do the things that we can do legally to prevent you from doing that if you give up your right to do this to disrupt our business. And so it's just about letting these people have the ability to go talk to the workers.
Representative Swedzinski.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Just one more question for the author.
He will yield. Representative Swedzinski.
We just talked about, if the state is involved with the project at all, then this would potentially happen within this area. So say if the state stepped in and helped out with a sewer project, so maybe through the bonding bill for next year or whatever, the state puts forward some dollars for a bonding project, and a potential hotel or something would happen to hook up to that. Would that therefore constitute state involvement in that project, and would then they be bound by this amendment?
Representative Nelson.
My understanding is no, because it does not deal with a subsidy or an agreement with the hotel or the project.
Representative Swedzinski.
Mr. Speaker, last night in Commerce, I'm just going to make a comment, but we received a letter from a private hotel owner that talked about his support for these and how they are able to do this on their own. Really, is there a need to go ahead and do this, other than, we're talking about protection of our assets and what we're putting forth, but really I don't think there's anything barring in law that this occurs now. I guess I just don't necessarily see if this is necessary. This seems kind of more massage language than anything. So, thank you.
Representative Abler.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. I was trying to figure this out, and I'm not on the Commerce Committee. I tried, but there wasn't room. So would Representative Atkins yield for a question?
Yes, he will. Representative Abler.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I have not attended any hearings on this topic. And I was looking at it, and I saw some exclusions in the amendment that looked like they weren't present in the other piece. And so would he yield for a question? He already said he'd yield. Okay. Can you tell me, does this make the labor peace agreement narrower? If I vote for the amendment, am I voting to narrow it and limit the effect, or am I voting to make the effect bigger?
Representative Atkins.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Representative Abler. It is very much narrower and much more limited.
Representative Abler.
So thank you, Mr. Speaker. Maybe I'll ask him to yield again. He can just offer it's an easy question.
He will yield. Representative Abler.
So if I didn't like labor peace agreements, would a vote on this amendment, yes, actually be a better way to show I didn't like it? And if I really didn't like it, I should have had an amendment to delete this section. Would that be true, Mr. Atkins?
Representative Atkins.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Representative Abler. I love it when you speak in negatives and have If you do not like labor peace agreements and do not want that in the bill, the better approach would have been to propose an amendment to take it out of the bill. There is currently a labor peace agreement bit of language in this bill that is far more expansive and applicable to a lot more projects of various sizes and kinds that Representative Nelson's amendment here narrows that scope considerably and makes it much more stricter in its application.
Representative Abler.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I just have one more comment. So I think, just to summarize for the people on my side of the aisle who are nervous about these things a bit, this actually narrows it. So you can vote how you like, but I just want to make sure people are voting informed. And just to the whole the Mayo project, I don't think I'll be supporting the bill today. It's just got. But I think if there's a diamond in the middle of a coal mine of bad ideas, the Mayo project is a good one, and that's positive. So thank you.
Representative Kiefer.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I know that we talked about this bill in committee. Would the author, Rep. Nelson, answer a couple questions?
He will yield. Representative Kiefer.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We talked about how many times can the union enter the business after it's all established and everything. If they didn't get a vote to unionize, how many times can they keep re-entering the business and contacting employees? And I don't see any kind of sunset date on this. Could you answer the question, please?
Representative Nelson.
Mr. Speaker, Representative Kiefer, that's covered under National Labor Relations Law, and we're not changing any of that. It's the current law that's there, and all they're doing is we're saying the unions are saying we'll give up in a labor peace agreement, we'll give up our right to do the things that we do that many people would consider onerous to a business, and the business is saying that we're going to let you talk to our people, and that's all that does. And we're doing this to protect the state's proprietary rights that we have, the fiscal rights or money that we put there to make sure we protect our investment.
Representative Kiefer.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I didn't hear the answer. Can you answer how many times can they continually go into the business and ask for a union to start if a vote fails? Can you tell us if there's a stop, or do they continually go into the business? Thank you.
Representative Nelson will yield. Representative Nelson.
Mr. Speaker, Representative Kiefer, that's covered by federal law. If it can be written into the agreement, only talk to these people this time or that time, that can be written into the labor peace agreement, but otherwise it's covered by federal law, and I'm not the one to tell you exactly everything that's in federal law, how many people, how many times. That's up to federal law.
Representative Kiefer.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I believe in committee you said they could continue indefinitely every year. They have to let it settle down for about 12 months, and then they can go in again and settle down again and again. And Rep. Nelson, you used the words destructive activities, and to me that sounds like it's almost bullying. So if we do hear the anti-bullying bill, I hope that something to protect the employees and the employers from this kind of destructive activity comes in that bill. Thank you.
Representative Driscollowski.
Mr. Speaker.
Representative Nelson.
I just want to correct, I never said destructive, I said disruptive. And maybe I slurred my words. Not destructive, it's disruptive. And that's part of what unions do, and when they're trying to get to the table and talk to, that's what they do. It's part of the negotiating tactics when they're trying to negotiate a contract. They try and disrupt the business as a way to get people to come to the table and talk.
Representative Driscollowski.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Would the author of the amendment yield?
He will yield. Representative Driscollowski.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Representative Nelson, I want to be clear. I think Representative Benson, I think Representative Loon and others may have asked, but I am told that House research has said that this language will apply retroactively to workers and employers in projects that are already in place, that may already have be in a TIF district or be encumbered by a loan or other grant agreement or any of the other provisions that allow this in the language that's here to be there. But that is what we're told from House Research. So I want to make it clear. You are saying that definitely is not true, and instead what you're saying is absolutely the only projects that would be affected by this, the only businesses and related employees and employers that would be affected by this are those that would be new projects, new encumbrances, new grantees, new recipients of loans, and the other types of hooks or whatever you would call these particular conditions upon which this would apply. Only those, from this point, the point this bill is passed in law, I think you said August 1st, going forward would be affected by this. Only those encumbrances, loans, grants, etc. going forward would be affected by this, and not any of those either already in place or already in development. Is that correct?
Representative Nelson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And Representative Lenczewski, as I stated that's one of the things we worked on, and that's why it's in the amendment, line 3.17 and 3.18 of the amendment. Nothing in this section denies any financial assistance approved prior to August 1st, 2013, and so there is no clawback and there is no retroactivity, and that's one of the things we tried to clarify with the amendment.
Representative Lenczewski.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, Representative Nelson, we are told from House Research that if there is a project in development today, right now, on April 24th, if there's a project in development right now, that it is covered under this language. That's what we are told. So that seems to conflict with your understanding of what the language says. I don't know how we resolve that, but it's certainly a conflict. Members, I don't know how many have heard this in committee. I know some have. I have heard it briefly in committee. This was an expedited bill that I think when we got in government operations, it had been introduced already past the deadline 3 to 5 days before the committee met, and understood that the Speaker expedited this and actually asked you, Representative Nelson, to create a special meeting in government operations in order to get this inserted into the process, and we can see where it's landing in the process, right in the middle of the tax bill, concurrent, of course, with the destination medical center language that's in the bill. Of course, members, we know that Rochester is a non-union town, but obviously the intent of this bill or this language, realizing what it does is it gives essentially the unions the ability to engage in card check as they work to bring certification elections forward in those businesses that this affects. So it would be all those hospitality businesses that we're paying for infrastructure with this public subsidy in different parts of Rochester. Those would become potentially unionized under this bill. This is the Rochester unionization amendment. That's what it is, members. And Representative Nelson, I think you're probably right from what I've been told by others. It probably does narrow down the much more broad language that is included in the bill. So I'm going to take a closer look at exactly how I'm going to vote on it. But it's unfortunate, members, that we even have this language in the bill to begin with. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Representative O'Driscoll.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Would Chair Nelson yield to a question, please?
He will yield. Representative O'Driscoll.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I had the opportunity to hear this in government operations, and I just want to address a couple things before I get to my question with Chair Nelson. Representative Loon, you asked how many people from the public had a chance to testify on this. I can tell you that in government operations we had no one. As a matter of fact, the only person other than as was referred to in the testimony by the expert witness as that high-priced attorney that's sitting at the table with the chair. I actually called down a witness, so maybe we can just give it a half a click, as Representative Nelson was saying he wasn't keeping track of the number of clicks that were on there. So I'll just give that a half a click since I called a testifier down. Chair Nelson, the three questions I'm going to ask you, they're questions we talked about in committee, and I was just hoping that we'd have some answers as I was looking through the amendment. Lines 1.22 in the amendment to 1.24, if you want to get some staff folks helping you with some answers to those questions, we'll kind of get that out there. They deal with the questions of what is the contribution of real estate. I had asked in committee if you had an independent fee appraisal that you paid market value for that real estate. Would that be considered a contribution since the fee owner of that was a city or a county or a school district or whichever the case may be here from a public entity? So just wondering if you could provide us clarification because I can't see any explanation in the bill on that or defining language.
Representative Nelson.
Mr. Speaker, Representative O'Driscoll, if they had an appraisal and they paid the full price of the appraisal, there would not be any subsidy from the government on that if they paid the appraised price of the property.
Representative O'Driscoll.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Just for the record, the language isn't as specific as Chair Nelson has indicated it might be. The second question that I asked in committee, and I'm hoping that we get some clarification as well, and it talks about on line 1.24, or infrastructure in support of the project. And I had asked if there was infrastructure that needed to be done in the way of bringing sewer, water, road, curb, gutter, those types of things to the project. And the developer was paying for those, but it was the city that was actually hiring the contractor to do those, to make those public improvements. Would that be considered a public contribution under 429 of Minnesota's state statute? And if Representative Nelson would yield to that question.
He will yield. Representative Nelson.
Mr. Speaker, I'm going to ask the our House researcher, so I give the right answer.
Can we just take a pause? I'd like to call Representative Benson, if that's all right, and we'll come back to you, Representative O'Driscoll. Representative Benson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And members, well, it's been clarified that we're actually taking the language in the bill from most horrible to horrible. It still is horrible, and certainly as we proceed, my vote in the end will be the decider in terms of, at least to me personally, on this issue and many others in the bill. But I would like to take the roll call off so that we could decide on the horrible instead of the most horrible. Thank you.
Representative Benson withdraws his roll call request. Representative Nelson.
Mr. Speaker, can you repeat the question?
Representative O'Driscoll has the floor. Representative O'Driscoll.
Mr. Speaker, I think he was more looking for a clarification of what you and Representative Benson were talking about as he was working with the researcher.
Representative Benson just withdrew his roll call. He wants to answer your question. He just doesn't remember or didn't hear it exactly. So could you repeat your question for Representative Nelson?
Representative Nelson, I'm sorry. Mr. Speaker, thank you. Representative Nelson, the question that I have is in line 1.24, where it talks about or infrastructure in support of the project because of the vagueness of the language, like we saw the vagueness of the language on real estate on that. My question was, would that be applicable for someone who's paying a 529 assessment where the city is responsible for bringing sewer water to hook up to the municipal service, where they would be required by city ordinance to be on city services, but the only person who could provide those services or the infrastructure would be the city, and we're going to classify that as a contribution in any way because they're the sole source of that, even though under 529 Minnesota's assessing policy we would have to follow that as well.
Representative Nelson.
I'm being told no.
Representative O'Driscoll.
Well, as I said, I would give three questions, and the third question, Representative Nelson, is, again, going back to this idea of real estate where I talked about a fee interest in that real estate, and we'd have a conveyance as a result of a independent fee appraisal. What happens if there's a contribution of some of the rights associated with that that does not constitute a fee simple transfer of ownership, but something less than fee simple?
Representative Nelson.
Mr. Speaker, my understanding is in the bill there's $1 million cap on. If it's less than $1 million worth, it would not be covered by this bill.
Representative O'Driscoll.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Just one follow-up question. How do we determine what the value of that $1 million is? And where I'm going with this less than fee contribution, what happens if there's lesser than a fee interest being conveyed, such as a necessary easement or other things? How are we going to determine as to what the value of that easement is? Who's the determiner? Because I'm looking in the bill to see, and we don't have, if you will, an arbitrator or a benchmark on that.
Representative Nelson will yield. Representative Nelson.
Mr. Speaker and members, I think if there's a dispute, it would probably have to go to some sort of arbitration. If it would be determined whatever the value of that is, and whoever makes that determination. But if there's a dispute, there probably would have to go some sort of discussions or arbitration.
Representative O'Driscoll.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, I would encourage a no vote on this, and for a couple of reasons. Number one, this is not ready for prime time. We've got a lot of unanswered questions on this. It did come through pretty quick, and if we were just to pull this back and maybe take it at some point later on in the session with another bill, since it is being offered as an amendment on this, we might be able to take care of some of those dispute resolution mechanisms in the bill and have tighter legislation for the people here in the state of Minnesota who would be covered by this. So I encourage a no vote. Thank you.
Representative Liebling.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. Well, since it was raised that this might be the Rochester unionization bill, I thought I should comment on that, because when this first was introduced and the first hearings were held on it, I wasn't quite sure what it was going at. But now that I've had a chance to see it and in its current form, I appreciate that Representative Nelson is the direction that he's going, because one of the concerns that I have, first of all, this is not just about Rochester or Olmsted County. This is about where public dollars are invested in projects, big public dollars. And I think that when that occurs, the public has a huge interest in making sure that the benefits of that investment are spread among everybody, and not just among the wealthy, not just among wealthy investors who might get some benefit, have a business where there's great public infrastructure or something like that. And one of my concerns about potential development in Rochester, as wonderful as that is, I want to make sure that that investment benefits everybody. And I think that by having this kind of agreement, and I'm not sure, I think some good questions have been asked about exactly how this would work. There might still be some questions about that. But the idea that we should have public investment benefit as many people as possible is really a great idea. And when we're talking about hospitality workers, we're often talking about some of our lowest paid folks. These are the working poor, the people who are cleaning the rooms in the hotels, the people who are serving the food. And this doesn't raise their wages. This doesn't give anybody anything. All it does is say that these people will not be prevented from possibly unionizing, from being able to have choice in their employment. And I think that's a good thing. I think it's a really good thing. It also, I think, is good for employers by stopping some of the disruptive actions that Representative Nelson was talking about. So I think this is a good direction for the state. I do not in any way view it as a Rochester unionization bill, although if it allows people who want to organize and raise their standard of living to do so because they make that choice, I certainly don't think that's a bad thing. And having the money that the public invests come back to more of the citizens in a more broadly based way, to have working people actually earn better wages because they've been allowed to make the choice to join a union, to me that's a positive. Thank you.
Representative Hoppe.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Would the author of the amendment yield to a question?
He will yield. Representative Hoppe.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And Representative Nelson, we talked about this a little bit last night in committee, and stop me if I'm saying or correct me if I'm saying anything wrong, but I believe you said that under current law, the city of Minneapolis is the only one that has this in place as a city policy. Most big projects in the city of Minneapolis, or all in Minneapolis, most of them in St. Paul and other cities, wind up having these agreements. And I'm just wondering, is there anything in current law, since Rochester and the medical center was mentioned, is there anything in current law that would prohibit the city of Rochester from doing something like this?
Representative Nelson.
No.
Representative Hoppe.
Well, Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you, Representative Nelson. You should never ask the question you don't know the answer to. I really didn't know, but that was my suspicion. And what I'm wondering, members, is why do we need to do this? I mean, these things seem to work out okay. I don't think anybody really loves them, but they work in the city of Minneapolis. If the city of Minneapolis wants to do these, I think they should be allowed to do it. If the city of St. Paul wants to have these agreements, they should be allowed to do it. And if under current state law, the city of Rochester or any other city wants to do this, I'm fine with them being able to do it. Let's let them have that local control, but let's not have this where we're imposing from St. Paul and telling them that they have to. Thank you, members.
Seeing no further discussion on the amendment, all in favor say aye. All opposed, no. The motion prevails. The amendment is adopted. There's another amendment at the desk. The clerk will report the amendment. Oh, on the underlying amendment, excuse me. On the Nelson amendment, Representative Beard.
Well, Mr. Speaker and members, over the last couple years you've heard me speak about statements of finding in bills. And I wish I could find a couple other veteran legislators to back me up on this, but I remember Representative Ron Abrams in particular would get just incensed when we would put what he called doctrinal statements in statute. Mr. Representative Nelson, what I'm looking on your amendment as this thing is morphing along here, lines 1.5 to 1.15 are basically your statement of public purpose. I call them doctrinal statements. Mr. Speaker, representatives, you have the votes to pass this bill. This will not be the policy of the state. It will be the law of the state. So I'm going to ask that as this bill works along, that you strike that purpose at some point. Go ahead and use it for your press conference when you first introduce the bill and so on and so forth. I get that. But members, it should be fair to the minority and people who do not agree with the underlying principles you're trying to put together, that stands as the policy of the state. I think that's one of the things Representative Abrams was so upset about. We get it, that we're in the minority. You have the votes. You can do this. It becomes the law of the land. Please don't rub our noses in it. Mr. Representative Nelson, I'm asking you to drop the statement of findings as this bill moves through the process. Mr. Speaker, thank you for letting me get that off my chest.
Any further discussion to the amendment? All in favor of the amendment say aye. Aye. All opposed, no. No. The motion prevails. The amendment is adopted. There's another amendment at the desk. The clerk will report the amendment.
David's moving to amend House File 677. The second engrossment as follows. The amendment is coded A93.
Representative Davids.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. This is a very simple amendment. It has to do with the wheelage tax and titles on the vehicles. Right now, the language states that it's for an owner. As you know, titles can have more than one owner. They can have joint ownership. So this would just change the word owner and insert or owners. It would, after owner, would insert or owners.
And members, there is an amendment to the amendment at the desk. The clerk will report that amendment.
Benson M. moving to amend the David's amendment as follows. The amendment is coded A99.
Representative Benson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And members, the A99 amendment is language that is lifted out of the Senate tax bill. And we're going to be hearing the transportation finance bill later today. And I have some grave concerns about the fact that this portion of or this language is in the Senate bill, and we may be forced to have to take a look at this in conference. We do not have a position on this, and I think wisely so. This body at least looked at how we were going to levy taxes to support and do things, and we decided that we didn't spend enough time talking about this subject, even if it does have merit. I don't think the chairman of the Transportation Finance Committee was given enough leeway. Could be mistaken, and I'll let him speak to that, but given enough leeway to even possibly consider that. And in light of that, I bring this amendment today so that this House can have a position one way or the other. My hope, of course, is that we have a position against it. Once this bill was posted, members, I had all kinds of people coming out of the woodwork to oppose it. And the last one was a member of the Farmers Union in terms of what it would do. But let me describe it just a little bit. In the Constitution, we provide for dedicated funds through our excise tax on gasoline and other fuels. We levy various amounts based upon the energy content of each one of those fuels. It's talked about in the language. But ultimately what happens is there's a reduction in those, in the excise tax. And I think you can read those. I don't believe I need to go through each one of those and describe, the differences. But ultimately what happens is, members, is that we apply or impose a rate of 5.5% on the gross receipts or sales tax at the bulk or at the wholesale and pass that on. And just so that you know, that's no trivial amount. Even with the reductions in the excise tax on the per gallon, we're looking at in 2014 an increase in taxes of $98.6 million. In 2015, $234 million. 16, $232, 2017, $242. And those are sizable amounts, members, with no adequate discussion in transportation. Now, we had a lot of discussion, of course, about the needs that we have. And I'm fine about having those discussions, but we didn't have them. And we're going to be faced with a transportation bill and a tax bill of having no House position on what may be imposed on us in conference. And I think we deserve to have our day in court, so to speak. Maybe we'll have this bill heard, and possibly maybe next year we can address it. Before I forget, Mr. Speaker, I want a roll call on this.
Roll call being requested. Seeing 15 hands, there will be a roll call.
So I'll stand for questions, members. It's complicated, and it's not very complicated. It simply is a bill that would impose additional taxes on the fuel that Minnesotans, hardworking Minnesotans, tax-paying Minnesotans pay, without any adequate discussion about how it would be used. Our excise taxes, of course, constitutionally are dedicated to specific purposes. There's not nearly enough language in this bill to guarantee that that's how, even though it's roads and bridges, and that's how it would have to be used. I didn't hear it personally, but I was given information that the author of this in the Senate tried to couch it as, well, this is just a tax on oil companies. Really? Well, this is a tax that we passed on every one of the people that drive in Minnesota, although it may not be such a bad idea in some minds. We have not discussed this, and we need an opportunity to do so. Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members.
Representative Hornstein.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members, and thank you, Representative Benson. Members, let's be clear. What we have before us is an amendment, and I see now where you're going with this, Representative Benson. I was kind of surprised when I saw that you were the author of this, because I know how you feel about taxes in general. But members, let's be clear, and I oppose it, and I'll tell you why on policy grounds, but if we're voting to establish a position, it's not simply as easy as just taking a vote on an amendment that we haven't seen until 24 hours ago that's a complex issue, as you noted. I think there's a lot of nuance in terms of where individual members stand on this, and I'm not going to predict what the other body is going to do or not do. What we have before us is an amendment that has not been properly vetted in the House. If you'd like to have a hearing on this in my committee, I'd be very happy to hear this next week even, Representative Benson, because it does need to be fully vetted. But the other reason why I'm concerned about this amendment is we have said all along, or at least I and many members of our caucus and on the Transportation Committee have said all along, that we want a balanced approach. We want to fund roads and bridges, and we also want to fund transit in the metropolitan region. So this, even though that's not your intention to move this forward as a serious policy matter, an amendment is before us, so we have to treat it as a serious policy matter. And so for those reasons, I'd recommend a no vote. But let's be very, very clear. I think there's a lot of diversity and a lot of nuance in terms of members of the House of Representatives and how they feel about this, how they feel about a constitutionally dedicated user fee for roads and bridges, and a whole range of other road bridge funding options. I imagine those will all be topics of discussion in a conference committee, which right now is very hypothetical what will be or not be discussed in that conference committee. So I'd recommend a no vote, but not necessarily for the reasons that Representative Benson is voting no.
Representative Benson.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker and Chairman Hornstein. And by the way, I'm sure I'll probably have an opportunity later when it's your turn in the barrel, so to speak, in terms of the finance. But members, Representative Hornstein was a great chairman, and Representative Chairman Hornstein, my hope is that this isn't seen, at least on my part, to be totally disingenuous. I really believe that this bill and this proposal needs to get a full vetting. That we do need to talk about it, pros and cons. Quite frankly, I totally understand if members, you understand where the federal government's taking us with CAFE standards. In 2016, cars have to get 35.5 miles per gallon, and by 2025, they've got to get 54.5 miles per gallon. We're going to be the need for roads and bridges are not going to go away. In fact, they're going to go up. And how do we fund those if the primary source of those dedicated funds are ultimately, they're going to have to go down? Alternative fuel cars, hybrids, and the like. So I do absolutely welcome the discussion, but my greater fear is that ultimately what will happen, in order to fuel all the taxes we seem to need in this session, that this comes to pass and we don't have a position. So thank you, Chairman Hornstein, and I support you in saying vote no.
Seeing no further discussion to the amendment, the clerk will take the roll on the amendment. Clerk will close the roll. There being zero ayes and 133 nays, the motion does not prevail. The amendment is not adopted. On the Davids amendment, Representative Davids.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to withdraw the A93 amendment, please.
Representative Davids withdraws his amendment. There's no further amendments at the desk. The clerk will give the bill its third reading.
Third reading, House File 677 as amended.
Third reading. Discussion. Representative Erdahl.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. If you indulge me just a little bit before I get to some specifics on taxes. You know, Abraham Lincoln has been on our national consciousness quite a bit lately, with the movie Lincoln, with books about Abraham Lincoln. But Abraham Lincoln, whose portrait is behind the speaker, never came to Minnesota. But this building, built by Civil War veterans, was dedicated in many ways to the memory of Abraham Lincoln, and the veterans placed his portrait right there. A man named Healy made it. It was painted in 1868 from a sketch that he made of Abraham Lincoln in 1864. There are three pictures like that one. The original once was hung in that spot. It now hangs in Washington in the White House. It's called The Peacemaker. And Robert Todd Lincoln called it the finest representation of his father ever made. And for 11 years, I've been sitting here looking at that picture, trying to think about what is Abraham Lincoln thinking about. And now as I listen to the tax debate, it occurred to me, what is he thinking about? Well, he's looking at my friends across the aisle. And he's thinking, What the heck are you guys doing? Now, there are certain words that have been attributed to Abraham Lincoln that may or may not have come from him, but certainly he is connected to these. Abraham Lincoln is famous for saying, "You cannot help the wage earner by pulling down the wage payer. You cannot help the poor by destroying the rich. You cannot keep out of trouble by spending more than you earn." Whether Lincoln said these words or not, they are attributed to him, and they are worth remembering as we continue our debate today.
The member from Scott, Representative Beard.
Madam Chair, members, thank you. Members, I want to speak just a moment, and I have a handout coming, I hoped it had been out already, from the Metal Casters Association of Minnesota, because I got to speak about one of our natural resources we've been blessed with, and that's called sand, and I got to talk about the tax that's in the bill that we know colloquially as the sand tax. Members, we've been mining sand in this state for over 100 years. We've been doing it successfully. The county I'm privileged to represent, Scott County, has several large sand operations and a couple of them pending, and they operate very successfully. They make the township roads some of the best township roads in the state. And members, we do that through an aggregate tax agreement that was agreed on almost 20 years ago, whereby the counties are permitted to put together the permitting for stormwater and for noise and so on, and the state handles the air permits. And the state has always stood very ready, Madam Chair and members, to assist Scott County in any questions they might have for technical expertise. We've done that without the benefit of a statewide tax. We've done that just with the 15-cent a ton severance tax, which pays for damage to the township roads and to some extent the county roads. But in this bill, because the cause of late has been panic over silica sand, quartzite, it's all pretty much the same thing, except this happens to have a peculiar shape. It's hard and it's round. And nobody seemed to have any problem with it at all until somebody discovered that it was useful for oil exploration and oil production. Members, we have 28 foundries in this state that have been buying silica sand, this very stuff, and have been buying it for almost 100 years from sand mines in this state, I might add. We also have glass plants. We used to have a big glass plant that one of my relatives from Pennsylvania actually came out here and built, the Brockway Glass Factory. No longer there, but in the district in Shakopee, where I represent, Anchor Glass still employs a few hundred people making glass bottles, and they use silica sand from Minnesota to make that work. Truckloads of it. We use it for water treatment. Every water treatment plant in the state of Minnesota, most of them use this sand for water filtration, most of it purchased from Minnesota companies. We have a burgeoning company down in LeSueur County. They make countertops. Guess what the primary raw feedstock is for quartz countertops, members? It's silica sand. As far as I know, no one's ever been hurt, made ill, or any other damage has come to their lives or their livelihoods because of silica sand mined and made in Minnesota. Members, but I'm here to tell you the provision in the tax bill is going to destroy an industry that's homegrown and has been running for almost a century in this state. Now, I know things have changed as Representative Hansen's provisions have moved through the process. Representative Hansen, Representative Lenczewski, Chair Lenczewski actually, has been very helpful in trying to cite a couple of major employers, manufacturers in this state, one of them in my district. The products that that company is going to make, Representative Lenczewski, Chair Lenczewski, excuse me, actually is new growth. This is not moving here from another state. These are new products that will be manufactured in Scott County in the Twin City metro area. And guess where these products go? They go to the horizontal drilling industry because they're very precise, close tolerance pressure switches and sensors, the demand for which is growing exponentially, and the Emerson Company plans to build a plant that will employ 500 people, and these are not beginning wage jobs, members. These are high-paying jobs in our district. Thank you for your help, Madam Chair, in getting that cited. I would suggest, however, that jobs that pay as equally as well in the sand industry are being jeopardized, on the other hand, by the provisions in the bill that you find from page 189 through about 193. Members, we can incentivize companies to come here. That's sort of doing it on the expensive way. Or we can protect the companies that are already here by being sensitive to their needs. I'm speaking about the foundries, the glass plants, the water treatment plants, the home building products companies, and I'm talking about the sand mines themselves. Members, I would urge that as this bill moves forward, I'm speaking particularly to members of the majority, that you would be sensitive to the damage that is being done to that industry. Thank you, Madam Speaker, for letting me make those comments.
The member from Washington, Representative Detmer.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And, you know, there is a bill that I brought before the Tax Committee this year, and I thank the Chair, Lenczewski, for letting me come forward with this bill, House File 60. It's something that we've been working on for several years here in Minnesota. We're one of the few states in the country that still tax our veterans' retirement pay. Let me just give you an idea what some other states are doing. There's 14 states that excludes full amount of military retirement pay from taxable income. 14 states. There's 18 states that includes a limited portion of military retirement pay from taxable income. There's 3 states that excludes limited portions of military pay from retirement income. There are 3 states that allows credit for retirement income. Minnesota does allow a tax credit for retirement income for those that are making less than $37,500. There's 9 states that really don't have any income tax altogether. We're looking at a $3 billion tax increase in this tax bill. House File 60 is a bill that would amend Minnesota tax law by providing a subtraction to the taxable income for our military retirement pay. It would also include survivors' benefit plan for those who are left behind after those pass away. Under the current tax law, such pay is taxable. House File 60 would have done away with that tax. Now, what do veterans, when they decide to come back to Minnesota, what do they bring to Minnesota? Well, majority of them are in their early 40s. They just completed 20 years of service. 20 years of service to our country. What do they bring back to Minnesota? They bring their educational benefits. Now their spouse and their children can use it. They bring their health care, the TRICARE, back with them. They bring 20 years of skill development that they've developed over the years. They will purchase homes. They'll start businesses, hire people. Those are the types of things that will be brought back to Minnesota by our retiring veterans. We want these people to come back to Minnesota. You know, I speak a lot of times at veterans events. In fact, this Saturday, I'll be the keynote speaker at the ROTC Pass a Review at the University of Minnesota. In my speech, I'm not going to get political in my speech, because when you are in uniform, you're not allowed to go to political events. You're not allowed to take political sides when you're in uniform. Maybe the Minnesota State Legislature should give back to those in uniform and quit making veterans' issues a political football game. I'll finish up by just reading a little bit that I think we all should take to heart. And I'm sure if you've attended any type of military retirements or any type of military events, you might have heard these words spoken. It is the veteran, not the preacher, who has given us the freedom of religion. It is the veteran, not the reporter, who has given us the freedom of press. It is the veteran, not the poet, who has given us the freedom of speech. It is the veteran, not the protester, who has given us the freedom to assemble. It is the veteran, not the lawyer, who has given us the right for a fair trial. It is the veteran, not the politician. It is the veteran, not the politician, who has given us the right to vote. It is the veteran who salutes the flag, who serves under the flag, and whose coffin is draped by the flag. God bless our veterans. Shame on Minnesota State Legislature for still taxing our veterans. I know a lot of veterans in their 40s, instead of coming back to Minnesota, they can easily go to other states and retire there and start businesses, start a second career. It's about time that we encourage our retiring veterans to come back to Minnesota. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The member from St. Louis, Representative Metsa. The member from Wright, Representative McDonald.
Madam Speaker, members, 2 years ago, when I was a freshman, we came in here with a $6.2 billion deficit, and after the February forecast, it was the good news was it was a $5.2 billion deficit. What I witnessed in that year is that every bill that came across committees was very careful in spending hard-working taxpayers' money. Not one raised taxes. It was done with deliberate, careful thought. Every single bill. And we balanced a budget in tough times. We funded priorities. We did what was necessary. Everybody took sacrifices. We funded the children, the disabled, the elderly. We took good care of people's hard-earned money and funded things that were very important as a state. And we got through it. For 2 years in Minnesota, businesses, families have prospered for the most part. We've seen an increase. Unemployment is down. Surpluses galore. That is a good thing. But now that the Democrats have the majority in the legislature and the governor, you've opened the floodgates on increasing taxes and regulations. Folks, that is irresponsible. Almost every bill that came across in the committees that I had was an increase in spending, tax increases, increased regulations, increasing the size and scope of government, increases the programs. And you all really just don't seem to care about how hard people in Minnesota work, and that just with the careless thought you can take their money away from their paycheck to fund the things that you think is necessary. And you're right, there are some very important things that are necessary in the state that we fund, that we make sure that we get a good education for our children, that we're taking care of the elderly, we're taking care of the roads, we're taking care of the disabled, we're taking care of our veterans. But every bill comes across to raise taxes to the tune of $2.7 billion, the largest tax increase in the state of Minnesota in 3 decades. In 3 decades. Frankly, I find that personally immoral. As I drive in from Delano, it takes about an hour's drive, and I'm stuck in rush hour traffic, both coming and going, and I think of all the people that are working hard, going to work to raise their family. As a wage earner, our number one priority is to make sure that our family is taken care of, that there's a roof overhead, that there's clothing, food, and that our families are taken well care of. And we work hard for that. And we scrimp and we save. We save for college. We save for some nice things in our communities, perhaps, to go out to dinner once in a while, or to buy a glass of wine or a bottle of beer or whatever. And yet, with no thought, you're going to increase the taxes on all hardworking Minnesotans. $2.7 billion tax increases, the largest tax increase in the state of Minnesota in the last 30 years. You got alcohol tax, tobacco tax, utility tax, corporate tax, mining tax, income tax, 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 tax. Look at this. 338 pages of nothing that's going to increase taxes in the state of Minnesota and take people's money right from their checks to fund what you think is very important. $550 million more for education. Do you know that in the state of Minnesota, and actually in the nation, we spend more money per pupil in the nation on our students, per pupil. Anywhere from $12,000 to $21,000 per pupil. And yet our test scores are some of the lowest in the world. That's something we should be ashamed of. Yes, Representative Winkler, they are. Do the study. For example, Ascension School in Minneapolis has pretty much the same demography, same makeup as Nellie Stone Johnson School. Same students of minority color, same free and reduced lunches. The percentages are across the board equal. And yet at Ascension School, they spend $7,000 per pupil. At Nellie Stone Johnson School, they spend $12,000 to $21,000 per pupil. And yet at Ascension School, their test scores, their reading, is 3 times that of Nellie Stone Johnson. And their math is 2 times greater than Nellie Stone Johnson. And yet the same makeup. And yet we passed a bill yesterday to increase funding $550 million because we think that more money for funding, more money for education will reduce the achievement gap. Folks, Google this right now if you have your iPads and phones and such. Ascension School in Minneapolis and Nellie Stone Johnson, to look at the facts. All right, I got to get back on the road here because I have to head back to Delano today after working hard, representing Wright County, and knowing that tomorrow, or when these bills are enacted in July or 2014, we'll be making a lot less to fund a lot more government to the tune of 2.5, or actually it's going to be $3 billion with the fees increased as well, more out of the state of Minnesota. So folks, as hard as we work, we sit here. You folks up there, you sit here, you work hard, you listen to our speeches. You got folks that are working in factories, they're teaching school, they're working all over the state of Minnesota. And we're going to make less money in our pockets because of your spending, your $3 billion tax increase spending. I frankly think it's a shame. It's a shame day for Minnesota. It's going to be a historic day for Minnesota, Representative. Historic day. Because today, and I'll end with this, because nobody's watching really, not even the television cameras, $3 billion in tax increases, first highest tax increases in 3 decades today, with just a push of a button. I'm voting no to $3 billion of tax increases for the state of Minnesota. What a shame.
The member from St. Louis, Representative Metza.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. First off, I'd like to say hi, Grandma. If you haven't seen me on TV yet, she's been having a hard time finding me here. So, start with that. Representative Davids, I think you look great today. I think you knew you were going to be on TV quite a bit. So, I just wanted to get my piece out on the cigarette tax. I do agree we should do a little bit. I think our bill goes a little too far with it. However, and as well as the alcohol tax, a lot of my constituents back home aren't in favor of these. I am voting for the bill today, though, because of what we do with those taxes. We are funding education at levels that we haven't in many years. We're funding our local government way better than you folks did, to be quite frank, and that's why I wanted to get up, say my piece, let people home back know I don't like it, hold my nose and not like that part of it, but we're getting a lot of good stuff for it, so I'd urge everyone to vote green.
The member from Lyon, Representative Swedzinski.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Just want to kind of piggyback a little bit on some of the things we've talked about. Representative Metsa spoke a little bit on the cigarette tax and how he felt that maybe it was going just a bit too far. In my conversations with folks, we talked with the tobacco folks and how they felt this increase was going to really help decrease smoking and consumption of those products. And so often it seems that when we've got those taxes and looking at trying to control actions and commerce, that if you can raise tax, you can decrease usage. Well, looking at this, we've got taxes on sand, we've got taxes on baseball cards. Who does this hit? Does this hit folks that you see on Broadway Street? No, this hits folks on Main Street. This is going to hit every single Minnesotan, every single voter, every single non-voter in your districts. We can disagree on impact, and we can disagree on whether or not we feel that this is going to be damaging to our economy, whether this is going to drive jobs out of our districts, especially those on the border states, border counties. When it comes to, I've talked to a lot of gas station owners that are desperately worried about what this is going to do to their business, what's this going to do to their small towns. There's some decent provisions. I've got a provision in this bill for the city of Marshall, a small tax provision for their project that they're doing in town. So there are some things in this bill that are important to be done. But, we definitely don't want to be throwing the baby out with the bathwater. Just because we have a certain little provision in this bill doesn't make it good. And the thing is, we are going to also be, from a previous bill that we heard on this floor, we're going to be taxing the bathwater as well. And I think that's the big concern that we have is there's going to be taxes that are going to hit us in the front side, on the back side, and fees and surcharges that, quite frankly, I think our accountants are going to have plenty of. When we're talking about jobs bill, I do believe that this tax bill, the fees, the surcharges are going to add up definitely to jobs. But most of those jobs are going to be from January to April when it comes to those folks trying to figure out exactly what we owe. And people are going to be making decisions. We've got a long way to go. The governor's one place, the Senate's one place, we're at one place. It would be my argument that we're not going to go up from here. We're going to go down from here. And there's going to still be a lot of negotiations when it comes to what's going to be spent on, what's not going to be spent. And, I would just urge a red vote, just because between now and then a lot's going to change before we're gaveled out of here and heading home to our districts and talking to our constituents and answering the questions that are going to come to say, how does this bill affect me? 2 nights ago we had the Health and Human Services bill come up. And we were asking the questions on how exactly is this going to affect hospitals. And the answer we heard over and over and over again was, I don't know. Well, we can bank on a lot of dollars coming in from a lot of these taxes. But at the end of the day, we've seen that, I think we've got the e-pull tabs of tax policy here. We've got a lot of promises, a lot of ideas of the finances that are coming, a lot of promises made with those finances. And I think at the end of the day, it's going to be a worrisome issue when it comes to finally, when the buck stops here and the stuff hits the fan, that we're going to be dipping into our reserves. I don't think there's enough cushion in these budgets. I think we're way too optimistic when it comes to the finances that are going to be coming into the state. And, I would urge a red vote just because we do not know how it's going to be affecting your local communities, your local business owners when it comes to investment, charitable giving, and the rest. Thank you.
The member from Cottonwood, Representative Hamilton.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. It reminds me of Representative Tori Westrom getting up and putting my jacket on. So, Madam Speaker, thank you. I'm not an expert on tax policy, and I don't pretend to be. So before I make my comments, could I ask the chair of the Tax Committee please yield?
She will. Representative Hamilton.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And Representative or Chair Lenczewski, am I reading this right on it's page 4R It talks about the long-term care insurance credit. Are we repealing that on page 114 of the bill?
Representative Lenczewski.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Representative Hamilton, yes, this is part of zero-based budgeting that people want. We spend $11 billion a year in tax expenditures. These are carve-outs that, because some people receive these tax benefits, all the rest of us pay higher taxes. The long-term credit has a broad expanse of data and research that shows it doesn't work. It's a waste of money. People don't buy, it isn't working. We've tried this in Minnesota. People are not buying long-term care credit policies to get $100. And I can walk over some information to you to show that. So what we're doing is making all the rest of us not have to pay for that tax benefit anymore, because it's not incenting anybody to do anything. There is a federal tax credit. We don't have anything to do with that, and that stays. But we're doing a add-on tax benefit on top of that your constituents and mine pay higher taxes for. And it is a classic example of a tax expenditure that doesn't work and is costing the rest of us money and is not achieving any goals, so we're repealing it, yes.
Representative Hamilton.
Well, Madam Speaker, thank you, and thank you for the explanation, and I'll respectfully disagree. I've been extremely critical, whether it's been on the House floor or in the newspapers or whatnot, when we're talking about the elderly and the disabled. And as I said, when you walk in someone else's shoes, you look at life a little bit differently. And I've been critical as far as the $150 million initial cuts to nursing homes and long-term care facilities and some of the others. And I think now is the time that we have to have as many programs as we possibly can. We have the baby boomers. And once they hit 65 years of age, there's going to be a very large portion, over 75% of those will need some type of long-term care. And again, we have to make sure that we have things in place to help them out. And if we're relying on Medicaid for our elderly, let's ask ourselves, how sustainable is that? Truly, how sustainable is that? This is one credit for individuals to take responsibility, like we all sit and talk about, take responsibility for their own care, if you will. And I can't read that. Their own care, if you will, and we're taking away this credit, and I think that's wrong. Now's not the time to do it. And the individuals, you take a look, whether it's Representative Schumacher or anybody else out in rural areas, the nursing homes are some of the largest employers that we have out there, and you can tell that they're struggling as well. And so, again, this is not the time to be taking this out of here, and I ask people to, if nothing else, not support it for that reason. Thank you.
The member from Polk, Representative Keel.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm stuck up in my wires. Thank you. Members, I really am very concerned about some things we heard. We heard in property taxes about sand mining and the silica sand issue, and I find it remarkable that they asked us to lower the cost. They said we cannot run our business in Minnesota this way. It was $1, I believe, per yard of aggregate, that we were going to increase the taxes. Well, we heard it a second time. We not only heard it from the businesses, we heard it from the unions, the people that work on this stuff. And they said, please don't do this because this will cause us problems. We heard the business say, hey, we can provide that sand anywhere. We can provide it from other companies that we have outside of Minnesota, and they probably will if we actually do this. You think about it. They can get that sand from South Dakota. The businesses that need it for oil processing, or like Representative Beard said, for glass, or whatever they use it for, they can get it in other places. We're encouraging them to go all the way to Mexico, where Texas can get it at obviously shorter distance. And by increasing that price, we are removing, as the union said, jobs, a considerable amount. Now, I live in the northwestern corner of Minnesota, not quite as far as Representative Fabian, but I'm up there. I live on the North Dakota border. We struggle constantly with our small businesses to keep them alive in our small communities. With this tobacco tax that we're increasing, I know many think we're going to encourage people to stop smoking. I have a man in my house I love dearly. I'd like him to quit smoking, but I can tell you this isn't going to change it. There are other things he needs to do, and that's his business. But we are not going to change that tobacco tax by doing this. Or tobacco tax is not going to change that. What it is going to do is going to send people over to North Dakota in my district to shop. They are not going to just shop for tobacco. They're going to shop for other things. I hold in my hand a small business that expanded in the last year in East Grand Forks. He tells me, please don't raise the price of tobacco and alcohol because it's going to kill my business. And folks, they can go across the bridge, although they might have trouble shortly here because of the flood. They're going to be able to go across that river, and they are going to purchase their alcohol, tobacco, and while they're over there, they're going to bother with their groceries and their gas. And it is going to lose business. We watch, when I look at this information that this young man sent me, he tells me that right now he pays $33.12 in taxes, various taxes for his alcohol, the alcohol. But he says if we do this, it will cost him $56.27. It will leap that high. We are the highest already. We are going to increase it almost doubly. Members, I might as well put a sign up on my district that says, don't bother coming here, just go over to North Dakota. Because that's what we're doing. We're sending our businesses, we're sending our people over to places that do not tax this way. And it's very problematic for the district. We already struggle with this, and it just is very detrimental to my small businesses. Thank you, members.
The member from Rice, Representative Bly.
Thank you, Speaker. I wanted to respond to my good distinguished friend from Meeker County, who drew our attention to the portrait of Lincoln. I too am a great admirer of our President Lincoln, and I appreciate that he looks in our direction, and I often get guidance from him. And what I hear him saying when I look up at him is, remember the people. And of course, that can be interpreted in a lot of different ways. Ralph Waldo Emerson described Lincoln as the first middle-class president for a middle-class country. And I just wanted to, maybe set the record straight. The quotes you used attributed to Lincoln, I think it's been established that they didn't come from Lincoln. In fact, if you look at the record, they're kind of misleading. Lincoln imposed the first income tax, first federal income tax on our country. And because he knew that we needed to pay for the things that we were doing, we had a war to pay for, and he wanted to make sure we were able to do that. He believed in government providing things for people, and if you look at the way that he was in favor of the land-grant universities and in favor of making land available for middle-class folks. So I think Lincoln, who I admire greatly, and I know my friend does as well, shouldn't be misconstrued in this argument. He was the president for the whole nation, and I really admire what he stood for in many, many ways. So thank you for giving me the opportunity to respond to you.
The member from Dakota, Representative Hansen.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And members, I wanted to respond to a couple issues since the word sand has been tossed around or kicked around. Representative Beard was kicking sand at my feet earlier today. Members, I would have you take a look at page 189, just so we're clear on the record, about silica sand. And it's a very defined term in the bill. Just want to read line 189.16. Specifically, silica sand, for the purpose of this section, is commercially valuable for the use in the hydraulic fracturing of shale to obtain oil and natural gas. Silica sand does not include common rock, stone, aggregate, gravel, sand with a low quartz level, or silica compounds recovered as a byproduct of metallic mining. So I appreciate and I understand the concerns of the metal casters and the founders, but specifically in the bill, Silica sand for the purpose of this section is commercially valuable for the use in the hydraulic fracturing of shale to obtain oil and natural gas. Why are we doing this? If you had asked me 8 years ago when you go to the Minnesota legislature, would you be talking about sand? I would have said no. We certainly have heard about ore, we've heard about iron ore, other non-metallic ores, but all of these are non-renewable resources. All of these are resources of the state. And silica sand is one where it's a resource that has become highly valuable. It's needed for the energy revolution that we are undergoing in this country. It's needed, and we have it. We have the best silica sand in the country in Minnesota and in Wisconsin. It is a high-value, high-quality sand, and it is in areas often where we have very unique environmental features. Throughout this process, this session, we've talked about the private profit of the industry paying for the public cost. There is a public cost for the extraction of this non-renewable resource. There's a public cost potentially with water. There's a public cost on our transportation system. There can be a public cost for workers. And I think what we've seen throughout this session, and will continue to see, is a variety of folks, whether they're citizens or local governments, or the industry, established industry that's worked in aggregate, that's moving into sand, or new industries seeking to become involved with sand, wondering how do we work through this as Minnesotans. And as Minnesotans, we do have experience with mining. We have experience with the mining up north. And we have experience with the mining of sand and gravel. But here we have an opportunity to do this right on the front end. We have this opportunity to provide technical assistance to the local units of government who have come to the Capitol and asked us for help. We have the opportunity to make sure that the workers who are working in these sand factories are protected, that their health and safety is protected. We have the opportunity to make sure that groundwater and surface water are protected on the front end. And so what we have done in the bill we've already passed, the Environmental Finance Bill, is created a fund where the private industry would pay for those public costs. They'd pay for the technical assistance. Now, how much are they going to pay? What is needed? We're going to continue to have that discussion over the next few weeks before the session ends. But we have the opportunity to get this done right. So what do we have in the bill? We have three options. We have an option for dealing with silica sand as it's processed, like we do with taconite, where we apply a tax on the gross sales of the processed sand. And we provide a reduction in the bill for those industries that are adopting best management practices to keep that processing occurring in an enclosed facility where they're not using the public resources. We provide incentives in the bill. We provide, and we have a tax on an extraction tax, which Representative Keel, we've lowered. We've lowered based on the input that we've received in the bill. And in addition, we have the opportunity for local units of government to increase the aggregate tax, both for silica sand, for those local costs on roads and bridges, both for aggregate and for silica. That is a local option as it is now, but we've provided them with the ability to increase to cover the costs that occur when there is increased usage of the public resource. That's what's in the bill. Representative Beard, I know that we will continue to work together as this moves through in the process. The discussion will continue, but the private industry can pay the public cost. It's a new way of doing things, but it's the innovative Minnesota way of getting the job done.
The member from Anoka, Representative Runbeck.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker and members. Sitting here over the months, listening to the tax bills as they have been coming out, I've been concerned. I've been concerned about the flood of negative publicity surrounding our state that has hit the national news media. First it was the governor's tax bill. Then it was the spending, the wild spending at the University of Minnesota. And now it's the $3 billion tax bill from the House Democrats. This kind of publicity we don't need, members. This kind of publicity maintains a long and lasting imprint that is not good for the long-term future of our state. And that's why I call this tax bill totally irresponsible. Minnesota is no longer a state that works. We were on the cover of Time at one point. We were the state that works, but we are no longer. This is a tax bill that goes after those who are successful, those who are creating jobs, those who are, in fact, the productive, hardworking taxpayers of Minnesota. This bill is going to cause jobs to leave. It's going to cause the successful people to leave. It's going to cause the productive, hardworking people to leave. We already have seen that information most recently. About $4 billion from Minnesota has left to go to states that are lower tax states. That's the trend. $2 trillion has moved across state lines over the last 15 years. $2 trillion. And where is it going? It's going to the low-tax states in our country. Minnesota is less and less one of the states where people are bringing their money, bringing their investments, and bringing their new ideas for job opportunities. So this is a bill, members, that I believe is a job loss bill. It's a job loss bill because the folks that have been counting on Minnesota to be a good and economically competitive state are giving up. How many emails have we received over the last few months from people who are thoroughly disturbed, worried, anxious, and frankly planning to leave? The story of Paul from Forest Lake, had a business of 25 people, in Forest Lake, 15,000 square foot manufacturing center. He got the call back in the 90s, the late 90s, from the governor of Wisconsin, and he took that governor up on his invitation. He's now been in Wisconsin for a number of years. His business now employs 125 employees and occupies 60,000 square feet of manufacturing space. These stories don't hit the headlines. These are happening every day. And don't kid yourself, members of the opposite party. This is happening to Minnesota, and it will happen in droves when this tax bill goes into effect. Maybe you won't see it next month, maybe not even in 6 months, but people are making plans. I spoke to the founder, the CEO of a very large publicly traded company who told me if he had known that Minnesota was going to treat him and his high-paid executives and high-paid employees, if he had known how Minnesota was going to treat them, he would never have put his company and placed his company in Minneapolis. These people aren't talking to you. They're talking to, hopefully, somebody's talking to them, but we don't know. I mean, we had a commissioner of revenue who produced a tax bill that was going to tax everything in sight, the business-to-business tax increases. I don't think he talked to any business. He didn't have the foggiest idea of how that was going to affect our business community. So we are off on an incredible tangent. We hopefully are not going to become the next California. But we are number 2 in income tax rates, and we're going to become, we will be the most progressive tax state in the country when this tax goes into effect. That's the tax rate gap between the highest and the lowest. We've banked our whole philosophy of taxation on progressivity, which is a very fragile and volatile notion. It's not really considered a very useful criteria for basing a tax policy, and yet this is what the governor and the Democrats have decided to do. You've ignored stability. This is not a stable tax plan. The income tax is the most, next to the corporate income tax, the most volatile tax. You've been saying over and over and over, we want stability, we don't want the roller coasters, no more stability, no more roller coasters. You are getting roller coasters in spades. This is what you are doing. Progressivity is the name of the game, and you are destroying this state.
The member from Carver, Representative Leidinger.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Well, members, the tax bill, it's a DFL tax bill. You own the Senate, you own this body, you own the executive branch. It is the DFL tax bill, and it is definitely speaking to Minnesotans. And what is it saying? It's saying, Minnesotans, the DFL majority knows how to spend money better than you do. You've got $3 billion more in taxation. That's an 8% increase in taxation. And with all the experience that you have, you put together a great bill. And I know the experience very much like at the federal level. I know our governor and president very much alike in their experience. And you put together this massive tax bill that's saying to the people that you can spend the money far better than they can. Now, there's taxation in the bill on something that I remember my dad talking about when I was a kid. Now, this is the alcohol and the cigarette taxation. And I remember the stories. In fact, he used to go around, there were 6 of us kids, and he used to go around and tell all his friends, because he comes from a very long line of brewers. Leidinger beer, and I don't know if anybody's ever had Leidinger beer. It's a long time ago. But he used to go around, he told all his friends that I was fermented. I was never born. That was his joke. But I remember the stories about Prohibition, because the brewery that we had in Wisconsin at the time, it made it through Prohibition. It had brewed soda water to kind of make it through that time when everybody was shifting their habits. Well, what happened during Prohibition was that vast black market expanded, crime expanded, people ended up getting what they wanted. They ended up getting alcohol. They ended up getting cigarettes. And they got it through the black market. What I'm seeing here is we're approaching that point again when you increase the taxation on these goods that the people want, and that once again you're approaching a time where it's prohibitive for the people to pay for these products, and they're going to go elsewhere. They're going to go on to the black market. Now, this is why you don't do things like this. This is why you don't overtax. And you know, that extends not only in cigarettes and these kinds of products, but across the whole spectrum of taxation. When you increase taxes, you're going to get a lot less of something. And we're going to get a lot less of productivity in this state as a result. Members, vote red on this bill. It's a terrible tax bill.
The member from Scott, Representative Albright.
Thank you, Madam Chair, Madam Speaker. I think Representative Winkler made what I believe will become to be a seminal statement yesterday when he said, we need to realign or align revenue with expenses, and that the current majority was showing courage to do what must be done as they debated their education budget. And then this afternoon we heard Representative Lenczewski affirm what Representative Winkler said yesterday. This bill pays for things we want to fund. How telling. Members, the citizens of Minnesota need a budget that protects the fruits of their labor while providing for core services. But that depends on a robust private economy. Since 1960, inflation-adjusted spending in this state has grown from $8.1 billion to $61.9 billion. Even after adjusting for population growth, the only noticeable dip occurred during the 1980s recession. Our state's prosperity depends on the activities and the success of the private economy. Too much government will undermine the well-being of all of our citizens. It'll discourage work, it'll discourage savings, and it'll discourage investment. The declining competitiveness of Minnesota's income tax rates underscores why raising them is not a long-term solution. On this floor and through committees, I've heard a couple of points that I just want to make reference to. You have a thesis that raising taxes is good for the state of Minnesota. What happens in your algorithm when we experience the next economic downturn? People will have less, but you will garnish more. If my suspicion is correct, you will introduce an even more brazen intrusion in the economic lives of our citizens. The growth of spending is now ahead of the private economy. You assert that by increasing government spending you'll stimulate the economy. This could not be further from the truth. First, you're under the impression that public spending is equivalent with private spending. It is not. Taking resources from private sector for the benefit of public spending depresses the economy because it will require higher taxes and reduced private sector activity. Money goes where it is best treated. You assert that raising taxes won't harm the economic growth of the state of Minnesota. Christina Romer, President Obama's own head of his Council of Economic Advisors, refutes this. Her report says each 1% of increase in taxation lowers the GDP by 2 to 3%. The damage done by these types of activities cannot be undone by any offsetting changes in prices. Investment falls sharply in response to tax increases. It is foolishness to think that making businesses and high-income individuals pay a higher share will make up for the excesses of government. In this state, on a daily basis, we are in a competitive situation with our neighboring states, and for that matter, every state in the Union. If you want to see another kind of migration out of this state, just sit back and watch as businesses and individuals leave this state if we enact this. Capital is mobile, and when it's treated better in another place or by another state, people will respond. You're stifling the very essence of what is necessary to grow our economy. Fair warning, members. Fair warning.
The member from Wabasha, Representative Drazkowski.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, wondering if Representative Hansen would yield, if he's here.
Representative Hansen will yield. Representative Drazkowski.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Representative Hansen, the sand taxes that you have in the bill, I understand they don't have those sand taxes in the Senate, and strictly it's policy language. It looks at coordinating with the counties and providing resources and government resources, etc. Have you talked to the iron workers? What is their position on your sand taxes you have in the bill?
Representative Hansen.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And Representative Lenczewski, I just want to clarify, you were asking who had I talked with, or?
Representative Lenczewski.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. If the representative would yield again.
He will. Representative Lenczewski.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Representative Hansen, the iron workers, have you talked to the iron workers about these provisions? Are they in favor of additional taxes on the mining industry, specifically on this sand mining that we have in southeast Minnesota developing?
Representative Hansen.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Representative Lenczewski, I think you were at the tax committee hearings where we had testimony from a variety of business and labor organizations. Most of them were complimenting me on the ability to work with them on this journey that we're on. I think that they are very concerned about the potential for de facto moratoriums in the Senate bill, even though there's not a tax in the Senate bill. Specifically, I can answer your question on the 49ers expressed an ability to work with me on these tax proposals and realize that that there is going to be a proposal that comes forward at the end of the day for paying the private or the public costs from the private industry. I believe that we can have both the industry and environmental protection and provide the assistance to local governments that they're asking for.
Representative Lenczewski.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Thank you, Representative Hansen. Well, members, this bill represents the war on work. We have before us a bill that is going to increase spending in the state of Minnesota by $4 billion, fueled by over $3 billion of tax increases. $3 billion that are extracted from hardworking Minnesotans who work every day to pay their bills, to try to get ahead. And we're going to continue to put more burdensome taxes on them in order to fund an ever-expansive government. Members, since 1986, if we would have only restrained our spending to the rate of population growth, spending today in this state budget would be over $20 billion less than the $39 billion that it represents. Over $20 billion less, which is about half the size that our general operating budget is today. So members, since 1960, the inflation-adjusted spending per biennium has steadily grown from $8.1 billion in 1960 to $61.9 billion today, a 667% increase in spending. Members, after you adjust for population growth, you come in at around 500% increase in spending. Let me say that again. Since 1960, after adjusted for inflation and population growth, our state government spending has increased 500%. And we saw the first half of the budget bills, of the finance bills, come through here already with major increases in spending, unfettered spending, that is going to be paid for on the backs of hardworking Minnesotans. Now, it's been discussed, members, earlier, some of the other speakers talked about how these oppressive tax policies, how taxing more and more and more and more and more on Minnesotans is going to chase the wealth that we have in Minnesota out of our state. Yesterday, I had a chance to take in a short presentation. The organization, members, is called How Money Walks. And members and those listening in the public, the website URL is howmoneywalks.com. That is howmoneywalks.com. take a look at the work that they've done there, members. They are tracking over the last 15 years the annual adjusted income, annual adjusted gross income that we have exported to other states because we have chased productive people out of our state. For those of you from Hennepin County, our largest, most populous county in our state, we have exported from Hennepin County $419 million in annual adjusted gross income to Collier County, Florida, Sarasota. Hennepin County is the biggest contributor of exported, or in the case of Collier County, Florida, imported adjusted gross income, the biggest contributor of migrated wealth to that county of any other state in the country. Members, the leading exportation of our wealth, the benefactors there include the states of Florida at $2.14 billion of wealth that we export to Florida. $1.01 billion of wealth is exported to Arizona. Another $373 million of wealth is chased out to Wisconsin. And our oppressive policies send another $365 million of wealth to Texas. Members, we are exporting our wealth and importing poverty. The continued increase on dependency and growth in government, in making people dependent on that government in order to survive, ripping from them their ability to work and the dignity that goes with that, is severely damaging our state. Members, the war on work has to stop. We hear the Democrats talk about investment. We're going to invest this, we're going to invest that. Here's another investment. Members, that's spending. We're spending the people's money. Other people's money are being spent. And then we hear, oh, we're going to ask them to pay. No, members, we are forcing them to pay against their will, and they are leaving our state in response. Members, if you look at the bill, those hardworking Minnesotans will pay if they work. And it's been touted by the people who are supporting the bill in this chamber that, oh, this is only going to be the top earners in the state. No, members, these are the hardworking Minnesotans, a portion of them in each of our existing 3 income tax brackets. Members, even those in our lowest income tax bracket currently, with the changes in the income tax brackets that are in this bill, we are moving the brackets down. So if one of our hardworking Minnesotans is at this level, members, and the bracket is up here, we are dropping the bracket down so they get captured in a higher bracket. And members, when we do that, we're going to see for those in the 5.35% bracket, those earning in the new brackets below $21,650 for singles, 1% of those will actually see a tax increase because of moving the bracket. In the middle bracket, the 7.05% bracket, those earning on a single basis with incomes between $21,650 and $73,500, 61% will see a tax increase because we're moving the bracket down. Those who are currently in the 7.85% bracket, or the projected one, those above $73,500. Of those hardworking Minnesotans, 82.4% will see a tax increase because of the policy in changing the lines, changing the brackets in this bill. Members, these are the hardworking Minnesotans that go to work every day to make our streets safe, to teach our kids, to sell our insurance products, to do the work every day that's important to keep our state moving. This war on work is going to chase them from our state. And members, in the bill, 30% of the $2.64 billion tax increase on Minnesotans will be borne by those who smoke and drink. 30% by the regressive tax on those who smoke and drink. So, if you're a working Minnesotan who happens to smoke, you'll get to pay more too. And when we do it, we're going to export more jobs to Wisconsin, more to North Dakota, more to South Dakota, more to Iowa. If you get home on a Friday night and you have a beer, after your hard day at work as a Minnesotan, you will get to pay more because of these Democrat-led tax increases, exporting more jobs in the war on work, exporting more jobs to Wisconsin, Iowa, North Dakota, and South Dakota. Members, the policies in this bill discourage work and encourage government dependency even further. If we are going to save our economy, if we are going to save our state and our country and begin to bring the direction back the other way, we've got to reverse that trend. Members, this bill goes the wrong way. We are forcing more people into dependency, discouraging work, and further hurting our great state of Minnesota. Members, stop the war on work and vote red on this bill. Thank you.
The member from Olmsted, Representative Liebling.
Thank you, Madam Speaker and members. Well, members, the reason I originally put my name on the list was to talk about the cigarette tax increase in the bill, because I think we could really look at this as a public health program, and that is the way I look at it, because I think nobody likes taxing people who are lower income, and certainly Democrats don't like that, and I'm one of those. But this is something that I really consider a public health program, because there are very few things that do as much to stop young people from beginning to smoke and to stop current smokers from smoking, to convince them that it's time to quit. There are few things that do that as well as raising the cigarette tax, and I'm very pleased to see that in this bill. This is a provision that will literally save lives. There are very few of us, I bet, here on the House floor who haven't had a relative touched by the problems that cigarette smoking or other tobacco consumption can cause. Certainly in my own family, my mother passed away quite from a disease that is quite directly linked to her use of tobacco over her life. And I bet if I asked for a show of hands, I bet almost every one of you would have to raise your hand if I asked you whether you have personally been touched by a disease caused by tobacco. So as much as we don't like the idea that we're asking people to pay more who are working people, who are lower income citizens in many cases, the diseases caused by tobacco are also regressive. And that's a point that's been made very forcefully when we listen to the medical professionals and the people who research what tobacco can do. So I am very pleased today to stand up in support of the tobacco increase, cigarette tax, and other tobacco tax increases in this bill. I also did want to address, since I was sitting here waiting to speak, I heard Representative Hamilton address the long-term care credit that's being repealed in this bill. And I just wanted to mention, too, since that touches again on health care, human services, that we all share, I share with him, and I know many of us share, the concern about the funding of long-term care. We very much want people to buy insurance to cover their own costs. It's true that we can't hope that Medicaid is going to help all of us if and when we need help. But I think that this credit that's being repealed, this $100, and I get that, I buy long-term care insurance, and it's nice to have that, but this is an example of how tax preferences in our code have to be examined just like other expenditures. And just because something sounds like a nice thing to do and we use tax preferences, deductions, credits, we use them to try to incentivize different kinds of behavior or prevent some behavior, just like we're doing with the cigarette taxes. But we also have to look back once in a while and see if those programs are working. Otherwise, we're just spending money just to spend it. And I think very few of you would say, if we had a program that we were funding from appropriations that was shown to be not working, very few of you would say, just keep on funding it. And yet, when it's in the tax preference side, that's what some people want to do. And that isn't right. This is money, when somebody gets a credit, somebody else has to pay for that tax money that's not coming in, that person's preference is going to be paid for by somebody else. So I do think we need to address more broadly this question of how we're going to fund more and more long-term care in our state. It's obviously a huge problem. It's going to continue to be a huge funding problem, because we were just listening to Representative Lenczewski talk about increases in state spending. Well, it's not enough to look just at the size of the population, and it's not enough just to look at inflation or even those two things together. We have to look at the changing makeup of the population. This is an enormous factor, and it touches on this long-term care issue, because when we have more people who are older, we have an aging population, we have more people with disabilities, and a wonderful problem that we have in our state is that people with disabilities are living longer. And people who never would have lived from childhood are now living into adulthood. And these, in many cases, are folks who need help from the state. So there are other reasons why our budgets are continuing to grow. And we have to take account of that as well. I also wanted to just briefly respond to Representative Keel, who talked about the problem with the borders, and people who are selling tobacco are worried that they're going to lose their livelihood and so on. And, you know, I don't take any of that lightly. I understand that that is a problem for many folks who have those businesses who are depending to some degree on the tobacco that they sell. But I think we need to make a transformation. I think that ultimately, on the whole, the big beneficiary of keeping tobacco prices low is the tobacco industry. And even though you can't make an omelet without breaking eggs, we're going to have to break some eggs here, members, and that's unfortunate. But I think that it's worth it to start to continue the road of decreasing the number of people who are using tobacco. I want our state to compete on health care, which is something that we're doing in this bill. We're helping the state to continue to compete on providing health care for people around the country and across the world. But I don't want us to compete on providing cheap tobacco. That would be wrong. And finally, I just wanted to respond as well to Representative Runback, who was worried about the message, the bad message that she says we're sending about Minnesota. And members, this is something I've been concerned of for a while, because we keep hearing Republicans all the time talking about how non-competitive we are, well before this tax bill ever came forward. It seems to me that that's a message the Republicans have been putting out for quite some time, and I always wondered why they weren't worried about that message, because it seems to me it's a bit of a self-fulfilling prophecy. I think that this tax bill is going to greatly improve our standing, because people are going to come here and know that we have a great educational system and that we have great amenities in our state. And I hope they're going to come to Rochester and know that Rochester is a great place to live. and a great place to have a job and a great place to work, not because we're a cheap state, but because we're a good state. Thank you, members.
The member from Ramsey, Representative Fisher.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise to speak a little bit about the issues that were raised with the alcohol, specifically the beer tax. I see there's been some flyers going around on it. And the first thing I do want to mention is that I can understand the need for having to do something because we have such great costs in our society of dealing with alcoholism. We have a lot of money that law enforcement spends every year that we don't cover in terms of having extra patrols. We have extra court costs. But I guess the thing that really kind of surprises me when business comes out on it is, if I'm understanding the way this is being proposed, is that the reason they're against this 7 cents tax on beer is because they're going to make money on it. And I just find it very wild that the wholesalers are saying, well, if you're going to raise the tax 7 cents, we're going to change our markup and we're going to make 2.3 cents off of each drink so that we can line our pockets with no extra money going into it. And then when it gets to the bar and the restaurants, they're saying, well, hey, we'll do that same thing. We'll mark it up too, and we're now going to make money off of this tax that's being put out there. So I find it kind of ironic that the business community is saying don't raise it because the real reason is we're going to make money off of it. So I would think that if business was really serious about it, they would say we won't mark this up. Thank you.
The member from Olmsted, Representative Benson.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. What a difference an election can make. Just think about 2 years ago when we were on this House floor, and not to steal somebody else's thunder, but we were talking about a smoking hot tax bill that did a lot. In fact, if you look back, we were able to balance a $5.5 billion deficit. $5.5 billion deficit. And unlike this tax bill that we have before us tonight, not do anything in terms of our income tax rates. And before somebody pops up over there to add a little bit more lipstick to this pig, the fact is our property tax rates this year are estimated to go down as an average. I'm going to try to keep it as short as possible, simply because our news hour is just about out. About 5 and 6 o'clock, and I think that the people of Minnesota need to hear about what we're doing here as quickly as possible. And for those of you who think this is just the greatest thing since sliced bread, you need to do a little bit more work on understanding the history of the economy over the last 5 years, and understand that the Great Recession that we just came through, the top earners, the tax brackets that are going to get hurt the worst here, took the largest drop in income. 16%, in fact. Look it up. So what did that do? Well, our revenue estimates are based on those. And with a precipitous fall of 16%, certainly we didn't make our revenue estimates. And that resulted into the deficit that we had the last biennium. We're continuing down that track. Increasing taxes on the top earners will only result in additional deficits in the future if this economy doesn't turn around. We've heard it a couple times, and I want to thank Representative Liebling for bringing it up again, because I agree with her on one area. And for the matter of clearing it here, and the fact that I'm the co-chair on the Cancer Caucus, and I wouldn't call any of my colleagues from the other side of the aisle to stand up to answer this, so I'll answer the question, be rhetorical. But the fact is, we understood that by adding the tax, it would do one thing. What would it do? It would cause our young people who we're after to stop smoking. I was all for that. I still am for that. But I also advocated, along with that we craft a letter that went to the governor that said that we don't use that as additional revenue, but that we eliminate taxes on that same people. This is a very regressive tax, that we reduce taxes on the people that it's going to take the money out of their pockets. Well, of course, we couldn't come to an agreement on that, and all we could include in the letter was a paragraph that says although we all agree that we need to increase the taxes, we can't agree how we're going to spend the money. The underlying point here, folks, is the fact that you increase taxes on whatever, and it changes behavior, behavioral economics. So we're going to add taxes on just about everything conceivable in this pig of a tax bill. I mean, bless her heart, she's got a tough road to go. And Chairman Lenczewski's got to stand up and put the remaining lipstick on this pig. And the fact is, it's still going to be a pig when we're all done, but bless her heart. But folks, we're going to add taxes on everything, and you can assume simple economics, supply and demand, that we're going to see our revenue fall. And we're going to be right back here in 2 years trying to address how in the world are we going to dig our way out of a $5 billion deficit. There's too much stuff in here. I'm going to blow through it now. But income tax rates in Article 6, Representative Dyczkowski already covered those. Amazing. You know, Tribune article today, I think just about everybody in leadership on the other side and on our side's quoted. But ultimately, you know, the real story is, well, the governor is committed to no taxes on the middle class. Well, there is absolutely no class that doesn't get hit in this tax bill. I don't care what class you're in, you're going to get killed. You know, eventually we are going to have to talk about some real tax reform, but it's not in this bill. It is absolutely not in this bill. I'm going to leave it at that. There's just too many things, and I hear there's about 20 people on the roster of folks that want to speak to this. But, folks, you know, probably by this time nobody's listening. I have a bunch of numbers. I could have rattled off numbers, and I think they're meaningless. But the fact is, it's pig. You can color it any way you want. You can put red lipstick on it and purple lipstick on it. But at the end of the day, we got to vote no on this pig. Thank you.
27, Representative Benson. The member from Hennepin, Representative Uglum.
Thank you, Madam Chair, or Madam Speaker. Always a pleasure. You know, members, this bill goes completely in the wrong direction on what Minnesota needs right now. It really does. Any economist will tell you that taxes are a drag on the economy. And we are putting a plow down, right, Representative Davids? We are putting a plow down on the economy here in Minnesota. It's been said, and we know it, we've just emerged from the greatest recession in the history of the country. Minnesota's economy is in a fragile state. We all know that. We've all talked to many people that have lost their jobs, are on welfare, foreclosures, and everything else. But just as we're turning the corner, just as consumer spending is picking up, just as housing rebounds, what are we going to do? We're going to turn around and institute the largest tax in the history of the state of Minnesota with taxes and fees. And that is a complete drag on our recovery. You know, it's been said, money talks, but money walks also. And the job creators, the big corporations, the small corporations, they will leave. It's dollars and cents to them. This is a competitive world, and we're not going to compete well after this. We're taking the money out of the pockets of the people that need it the most right now. Right now, we're doing that. How is the economy supposed to expand? Just think of it yourself when gas prices go up and you got to turn around and put $100 in your car. You're going to spend less money doing other things. That's what these taxes are going to do to people. And it's been said, and it is true, if people are spending less money, we're going to have less tax revenue here at the state. I really worry that we could spiral down and be looking at another possible recession. Taxes are a drag on the economy. These are the largest taxes in the history of our state. We are not doing the right thing for the state of Minnesota. Thank you.
The member from Washington, Representative Lomer.
Thank you, Madam Speaker and members. Well, I don't know if you all know this, but I serve, my district is along the beautiful St. Croix River, a lot of still water, and I'm sure a lot of you have been able to go over there and spend some time in my district. Something that you can see from my district is Wisconsin, and we've talked a lot about this today, how our money and our businesses and our folks are moving to other states. So I oppose this bill today for many reasons, but I just want to hit on a few. After seeing the DFL tax proposals, my email box started filling up, and the pleas started. Representative Lomer, please, please try to stop this madness. People ask me, why do we continually need more and more revenue? Well, you know what, I hate to tell them, but the truth is, because down here we are growing government. We are adding more and more to the bureaucracy through more and more employees in more and more departments. We are continually just growing government here. Well, I ran for this office because I think our spending is out of control, and when I tell people that our all funds spending currently is over $60 billion, they're dumbfounded. They're in shock that we spend that kind of money, but yet we need to raise more. This bill is unbelievable. You know, last session we erased a $5 billion budget deficit without raising taxes, and we have a surplus today. It can be done. You know, we're even going to tax 12-year-olds. Really? Baseball cards? You know, I have 4 sons, and all I can think of is you would have been taxing their allowances. I really can't believe this. You know, it's not a lot of fun to be in the minority. We don't get to do a whole lot. And I've been kind of down lately, but it isn't just because of that. In the last couple of weeks, 3 of our very, very close friends have told us they're leaving the state. They're done. They can't take it anymore. One is a military family, like Representative Detmer talked about, the way that we tax military pensions. You know, this is hitting very, very close to home. We've had a great life here. We've lived here our whole lives, and we've got great friends, and we're going to miss them. But you know what? I can't blame them. And the things that you're discouraging in this bill are mind-boggling. You're going to repeal the long-term care credit. Why on earth would we want to encourage baby boomers to not to prepare? The cost to our state when these baby boomers hit is staggering. So we're discouraging them from planning ahead. Why would we do that? And charitable giving. You know, Tocqueville said, when people are taxed so much that they can no longer afford to give to charity, you lose compassion in a society. Is that the kind of state we want to live in? Is that what we want for Minnesota? And I just want to end with briefly reading you just a sample. I have gotten so many emails, I could bring you a stack. But I think this one really sums it up quite well. Again, I stress to you as a small business person that this is not a good economy. We're all struggling. I've had my staff on about a 15% pay reduction because the manufacturing electronics industry here in Minnesota has been deeply injured in this recession. I presume that by taxing the wealthy, that means a big whack on those whose income appears inflated because of the LLC and Subchapter S income flowing through their personal income tax, i.e. small businesses that employ people like me and my employees. Through this recession, we have paid our employees out of our business savings in order to keep the team together. That means they did not wind up on unemployment at the state's expense. That in and of itself is quiet and hidden, but deeply significant tax. So it's not like all of us pseudo-wealthy business owners have not been doing our fair share for this state's well-being. As I wrote you earlier, I can support my present business base in Minnesota from offices located in Wisconsin. Hudson would be ideal. I can move my business there about as fast as it takes to move our telecom and computer lines over there. At that point, my business presence in Minnesota is nil. All revenues will come to my company. All revenues that come to my company in Wisconsin from our suppliers who pay us from out of state. My employees would be paid in Wisconsin on our payroll, and Minnesota would not gain any additional hiring, but would lose the other 8 people now on my payroll. they would become Wisconsin taxpayers instead of Minnesota ones. It has the advantage of being a 5-mile commute for me instead of a 27-mile one. We will look hard at the end cost to us, and it won't take much for this to be seen as a permanent, attractive alternative to us. So again, members, this bill is very damaging in many, many ways, and I urge you to vote no.
The member from Olmsted, Representative Quam.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Members, I should apologize. I don't have any historic anecdotes. I do not have any profound prose from historic figures. I do wish to share some conversations I've had in the past week with 3 constituents in regards to this. The first actually started as a phone call back to a mother in regards to an issue in the HHS bill. And towards the end of the conversation, she said, you know, it might not matter anyway. Her husband is probably going to lose his job unless he moves to, they all move to another state because of, the possibility and of the impacts of what we're debating today. Another was a small business person who happens to have a branch in a neighboring state to the west. They are considering and working the numbers out and looking at moving their headquarters to that branch site and out of Minnesota because of what they're reading about this piece of legislation today. The third is someone that I've known since I was a young kid in school, a entrepreneur in a small town who has, it's either 6 or 7 small businesses. He's always finding new ways of creative employment, hire a few people and start a small business. At least 3 of those would disappear within a year if measures that we are debating in this and other budget bills pass. And that bothers him because he's worked hard to try and build the economic development of the small town. He cares about the people he employs because, he and his parents grew up in that small town. And they don't want to have it disappear. And frankly, there are a lot of small towns with very few businesses in them that we need to look at the impacts of these bills. And in general, looking at this, I see a lot of taxes, but I see only one tax that this bill considers as passing through to the final customer, the citizen, and that's the property tax to renter's credit and the homeowners. I don't know how you can realize that the taxes filter through that you put on businesses and property taxes to the people. Every tax that we add to business is paid by every citizen that buys a product or a service in this state. So, it's not piling on to the business person, it's piling on to the tab you pay when you buy that lunch or go to the hardware store. And frankly, unfortunately, it takes away from those that would lose a job if a business does relocate. The one area that I wish to talk about numbers, and that's LGA. LGA was a very good idea and program to help poor cities that had a poor tax base. I don't understand why 17% of the population receive 33%, a third of the LGA. That's people in 3 cities. are receiving a third of the LGA. Those 3 cities are not property tax or business tax property poor. The cities that are the small towns that have seen a drop in their small businesses, a decrease in their population, but yet still have to supply the services. That's why our predecessors said we need to do something to help out. I don't see that this should have morphed into giving twice the per capita to 3 cities that have that base. And the only thing I'll say on DMC is that if Rochester received the same dollar amount as Duluth, the 3rd largest city as Duluth, which is about 20% smaller, that difference in LGA covers almost $500 million across the 2 decades. If it was by per capita, it would more than cover the cost of the DMC proposal. And we wonder why, cities come and they ask, why not our project when they see the green or grass on the other side? If we did our job and fairly and equitably had LGA and other programs, we wouldn't have that clamor, because we would be giving by priority and give and service the cities and the citizens of this state appropriately. I think there might be some good things in this bill, but frankly, they're hidden behind the trees, the redwoods of all of the bad things that I'm seeing in this bill. And I, unfortunately, see this bill as a stone-cold, job-killing bill. And I worry about the citizens, not just in my district, but in the neighboring districts, so I have to vote no.
The member from Waseca, Representative Petersburg.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I appreciate this time. I've been listening here for a couple of days to all of the rhetoric and all of the discussion that's been here, and I've appreciated a lot of the discussion. Among many of the words that I've heard have been the need to pay for what we have implemented, the need to pay for the programs that we have done, the need to realign revenue with expenses. And as an administrator, I have to agree with that. I have to agree with those words. But as an administrator who has put together multi-million-dollar budgets on a regular basis, I understand that you can do that in many different ways. One of them is to start with the wants and decide how you're going to find the funds for those wants. Or you can start with what you have and figure out how you can adjust for the wants and needs that you can provide for. That got me thinking about when I was younger. I was still living with my parents. I had a job, but I wanted a new stereo for my car. That's back in those days when stereos weren't as fancy in cars, and you had to pay for them extra. And I asked my parents for a $100 advance on a loan for my income, and they said, "John," and they could have said yes. I mean, they could have given me $100. It wasn't that tough. But they said, "John, do you have a job?" And I said, "Yes." "Well, do you think you could find the money to pay for it eventually?" And I said, "Yes." And so they said, "Okay, then we're not going to give you the money." You know what? I found the money. I found a way of doing it. It took me a little longer, but through that I learned discipline. I learned how to prioritize what I've been doing and what I needed to provide for my own self. Sometimes I think all of you have similar stories in your life in which you developed the opportunity to learn that discipline and learn how to prioritize. Well, I think here we're in the same situation. To me, after listening to all of the other omnibus bills, I realize this is probably the most important legislation that we'll be passing this year. This is the most important aspect of all of the work that we'll do this year, and I think we need to take it very, very seriously. Yes, the leadership has the majority in both the House, the Senate, and the governor, and they absolutely can do anything that you want. It is easy for us to just say, well, we have all these wants, we have all these things that we need to do, and let's just raise the funds by a captive audience when they don't have any real option to say no. And why are we doing that? Sometimes I think it's in good meaning. We want to grow the economy. We want to have people better off. And how we do that is government needs to reinvest in the economy. When I hear that, what I'm hearing people say is only government can reinvest in the economy to the betterment. We don't trust the people to reinvest. The bottom line is when we take more dollars away from individuals, whether it's in taxes or fees, it means less for them to reinvest in the economy. State government is not a generator of economy, at least not long term. So I ask for you to think about going back to the discipline that we learned when we were younger, the discipline to sometimes we just need to say no, the discipline to look at the waste of government, the areas of government that we can actually improve on and make better, and figure out ways of doing that without just going to mom and dad and saying, give us more money, and oh, by the way, you don't have a choice. I've heard rhetoric today about this needs to be a balanced approach. And you know what? This tax bill is a balanced approach. It's more and more. I think this needs a no vote. I think we need to go back to the drawing board and get it together. Thank you.
The member from Douglas, Representative Franson.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And members, I hope you read the Star Tribune article that I sent you, because the comments are absolutely wonderful. Comment number 1, best of luck to all of you Dems. I love the confirmations I get weekly supporting our decision to leave the state. We took our $300,000 a year income somewhere else. Another comment, no matter how envious one is of others, raising the income tax will not allow you to take more from those who are successful. With this proposal, high-income earners would pay over 50% of their next dollar earned to the government. The problem is, nobody works as hard for others as they do for themselves. Many of the wealthy will simply work and earn less. They will shrink the appearance of income inequality, but the wealthy will still have their money. Those who are hurt are the ones at the bottom who will have fewer jobs and opportunities to succeed. And even those who keep their current jobs will have less money because of the great myriad of tax increases. Let's see, another one. I'm a registered Democrat, and this type of thinking just might make me switch my affiliation. Where are the proposals to reform how much we hand out or waste rather than just hiking tax rates on everyone? Well, this is a good one. So now all the liberals are backpedaling. Oh no, it's the 1% that need to pay more. Now it's the top 10% that need to pay their fair share. Next couple of years it will be, oh, the top 20% need to pay their fair share, and so on. Eventually they will get to you unless you are one of the takers. And then these people actually think the election was their license to take more of our money. What on earth were people thinking when voting for them? This is kind of funny. The GOP was dysfunctional, but at least they didn't have daily schemes on how to reach into our pockets to take more money. I didn't plan on reading from that, but there's plenty of quotes. You can go on there and read the comments, but really I do rise as a concerned Minnesotan. I've heard a lot of talk from proponents of the legislation that the wealthy needs to pay their fair share and the rich need to pay more. Well, members, I am not rich, and I don't represent a lot of wealthy people. But I know this tax proposal is bad for all Minnesotans. When you say you're raising money on the wealthy, you're actually taxing our hardworking small business owners. When you say you're only raising taxes on a glass of beer by a few cents, you're actually taxing manufacturers. I have beer distributors and a whiskey distillery in my district. This won't do anything to help them expand and create more jobs. $2.6 billion in tax increases for what? Bee habitats, baseball stadiums, tree museums, bigger government, and wasteful spending. Apparently my friends on the other side of the aisle believe that the era of big government is long overdue. What message are we sending to Minnesotans? We are encouraging people to leave and put up a closed for business sign on the borders of our state. My district is not far from North Dakota, and constituents are constantly telling me that they are wanting to move across the borders in order to save some money, or possibly even leave the state entirely. We're also sending a message to people around the country. Don't come to Minnesota. As somebody who represents a tourist area, I hear that our citizens are fleeing Minnesota. Who would ever want to come and visit a tourist area if they can't afford to come? I don't want Minnesota to be known as the land of snow in April and 10,000 tax increases. Members, I'm a single mom, and I work hard every day to make a better future for my children. And what are we leaving them? If my kids want to be an entrepreneur, what incentive do they have? This bill isn't only a tax on success, it is a tax on success. I think about my youngest son, Colin. He's 6, and if you haven't seen him, he's so cute. But I always keep telling him he can be whatever he wants to be. And if this tax bill increases, I'm afraid I'll have to tell him he can be anything he wants to be, but he can't be it in Minnesota. And that breaks my heart. And Representative Drakowski is exactly right. This is a war on workers. Wow. Thank you, members. I ask you to please vote no.
The member from Roseau, Representative Fabian.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Well, I'll try to keep this short. You know, I view this tax bill as kind of a direct blow on the hardworking taxpayers of the state of Minnesota, as Representative Drakowski likes to refer to them. I also feel that this is kind of a job-killing bill that we've got here. I've got a list of what do the cities in Hayfield, Preston, Moorhead, Minneapolis, Lakeville, Worthington, Duluth, Bayport, and of course my favorite, Warroad, Minnesota. They all have one thing in common. They have a window manufacturer. And we've heard about the silica sand. I don't know the direct effect that the silica sand and the situation that we're dealing with in this bill there is going to have on the price of silica sand, but they use silica sand to make glass, and they put it in windows. My point is that these costs are passed on to consumers, or maybe the costs are passed on to the employees in the form of a smaller profit-sharing check at the end of the year. You know, I don't know, but that's something that we have to think about. We've also heard the name of a company mentioned in this chamber a number of times that I have the good fortune to represent. It's been talked about a lot. I talked to their president the other day, and he told me, he said, you know, Dan, I understand that we need to pay a premium in taxes in the state of Minnesota to be here. We understand that. But we're at the premium now. Members, the companies that I have the good fortune to represent, many of them have had tremendous fortune over the year to be able to expand and grow. And you've heard me ask this before, and I'm going to ask it again, and I'm going to say it again. So much of that expansion has come outside of the state of Minnesota. And we have to ask ourselves why. And when you go online and read the comments will tell you taxes and regulatory issues. We need to change. We need to go a different direction than what this tax bill is taking us. We've also heard about being in in border communities, and I've mentioned this before. Northwest Minnesota butts up against North Dakota, and it's getting harder and harder to do that. I have a good friend in Roseau that has recently bought a business in East Grand Forks, and it's a bar and a restaurant. I talked to him this morning, and I asked him what he thought about the proposed liquor taxes and the effect that it's going to have on his business. And he says, you know, I really don't know, but I can't imagine it's going to be anything good when literally someone can drive 300 yards across the river and find someplace else to go and get the same products. Probably not as good a service, but the same products. You know, I grew up in the Fargo-Moorhead area and used to hang out at a place there in Moorhead and a mixed office. And, you know, now it's going to be a place, it's going to be harder to do business there, folks. I just don't get this. I feel like we're spoiled children, and we're just asking for more, and we're asking for more. And our parents, though, are starting to tell us no. Our parents are the taxpayers of the state of Minnesota. We've become spendaholics. We've talked about the liquor tax and the cigarette tax. We've become spendaholics in Minnesota, folks. Taxaholics. We've become addicted to other people's money. You know, I couldn't help but notice the Star Tribune thing today. A couple of months ago, when the business-to-business tax proposal was proposed, the Star Tribune wrote an article about it, or a commentary, an editorial about how that was going to be bad for their business. Well, there's a lot of things in this tax proposal that are bad for business. But I also find it ironic that the Star Tribune is telling us that we need to take a look at the cigarette tax, because that would be a health issue. Well, if you live where I live, health of businesses rely on people coming in their doors. And we need to make sure that those people can continue to keep coming in those doors. A lot of people from Roseau and Warren and Hallock and places like that will venture down to Grand Forks to do some shopping. We have a lot of municipal liquor stores, and a lot of you that represent rural areas have municipal liquor stores, and your cities rely on those for income. The hard-working city council members who are filled with common sense and understand fiscal responsibility. And the same thing happens in our counties. They rely on these funds. It's going to make it easier to run across the border and shop over there. You know, Happy Harry's is going to become Happier Harry's because of this tax bill. So, members, I encourage a red vote. Thank you.
The member from Sherburne, Representative Newberger.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Members, I'll be brief. I know it's a long day, and there's lots of folks with lots of opinions. It's been my privilege to serve my first term here. Unfortunately, we're coming into an environment where we are facing the largest tax hike in 30 years. And as I've been listening to the rhetoric and reading the emails from people coming throughout the state and from my district, I've come to one conclusion. This new tax bill, it punishes success. It punishes success and it decreases opportunity. And it completely slams the little guy. So when we're looking out for the little guy here, there's three things I want to touch on, and I'm going to be quick. The cigarette tax has gotten a lot of verbiage here. And it's been called the sin tax. Well, it's not a sin tax, it's an addiction tax. It's a sure ringer, is what it is. I'll rephrase that. No, I'll just restate it. It's a sure ringer. It's not a sin tax, it's an addiction tax, and shame on the people that want to do that. You know, if we look at the numbers here, sure, some people are going to quit, but the majority won't. I smoked for years. And do you know how many times I tried to quit? Many. Do you know how many people are successful at quitting? Not many. How many people are going to quit because of this tax increase? Not many. You've got a captive market. Congratulations on the addiction tax. So what is this going to add up to if you're a single mom, or you're a college student, or you're on a fixed income? Well, I did the quick math, and if you smoke a pack a day, that's $876 a year. $876, fork it over.
How many diapers? How much formula? How much medicine? How many groceries? How much gas does that buy? Oh, and by the way, when this goes into effect, you walk into the store, guess what the sticker shock's going to be? About $25 a carton. $25 a carton. Well, if I live in a border city, I'm going to tell you what, I'm not buying my smokes in Minnesota. You can just about drive anywhere from any point in this state. You can get across the border for $25. Did you take that into consideration? I don't think you did. So congratulations on your addiction tax, because it's going to work. Not many people will quit, and God bless the ones that do, but the majority won't. So you'll get your money out of that. Two other things, this temporary tax that we're looking at here on this top tier. I thought that was interesting, because when this first came up, I looked into the temporary tax motif, and I called the Department of Revenue, and it turns out that our last temporary tax was 1991. I could be corrected, but that's what I've heard. 1991 was our last temporary tax, a half-cent sales tax increase. So I called the Department of Revenue and I said, you know, that doesn't sound like very much money. How much is a half-cent sales tax? What does that bring into our state? And they said, from the Department of Revenue, they told me it's $350 million a year. $350 million a year on a temporary tax. Consider that. There are no temporary taxes if the last one was 1991. And finally, members, I will conclude with this. And the one that I'm really scratching my head on is how we're going to get $44 million estimated dollars from taxing charities. Really? It's no shock that I'll be voting red on this, and I would encourage you members to consider these points. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The member from Martin, Representative Gunther.
Thank you, Madam Chairman, or Speaker. $3 billion tax fee increase in 1 year, as mentioned many times by many people so far today, but two of my lifelong friends told me last time I was home that enough is enough. We're leaving. Well, we still can afford to go. One of them is a union electrician that retired. The other one's a teacher that retired. And I'll miss them both, because they were very serious when they say they're leaving. 3 states in the Midwest are no longer going to have an income tax. They're going the exact opposite way we are, and that's Nebraska, Kansas, and Oklahoma. No income tax anymore. I think we are 4th highest in the nation. There's a bad message and a bad trend going on here. Remember, there are 3 ways a state can raise money. The easiest is to raise taxes, the hardest is to cut spending, and the best is to create more taxpayers or jobs. Let's concentrate on the third and forget the first. Thank you, members.
The member from St. Louis, Representative Simonson.
Thank you, Madam Speaker and members. I just want to make a couple of comments. But before I start, I want to thank Chair Lenczewski for the opportunity to serve on the Tax Committee this year. And I have to say that I learned a tremendous amount from you and from all the members of the Tax Committee. And to you, Chair Davids, I paid a lot of attention to the things that you said, and I learned some things from you too. We may have some differences, but I think ultimately we are all Minnesotans, and we have the best interest of Minnesota at heart. And Chair Dabney, I want to say thank you to as well for his work in the Property Tax Division and his work, especially with local government aid, and the bill that he brought forward to the Tax Committee I thought was outstanding. But probably mostly, members, who I really want to thank is all of you. Because what you're going to do today, I hope, is provide me the opportunity to go back to my district and tell them that I fulfilled the 3 large promises that I made to them. Number 1, I promised that I would come down here and work to solidify a structural base of our general fund budget. And this bill does that. No more shifts, no more games, no more smoke and mirrors. Yes, it costs money, and we talked about that during the campaign. It costs money to do these things. They understand that. But we are investing in Minnesota, and we are doing so fairly. No more projected deficits. That's the number one thing that I heard as I knocked on doors last fall. I don't want to hear year after year after year that the Minnesota legislature is facing another projected general fund deficit. Number two, we paid back the debt to our kids. We're paying off the school shift. Yesterday we debated a great education bill. Great education bill. And as has already been said here on the floor, today we're paying for it. And yes, it costs money. And number three, and probably the biggest thing for the people in my district, is that this bill provides significant property tax relief. And if you don't think so, you're not paying attention to what's in the bill. Members, nobody wants to raise taxes. I don't think anybody comes down here with the goal of raising taxes just to do it. But somebody has to. Somebody has to step up to the plate, be a leader, and make the tough decisions, and that's what we're here to do. To the point that has been brought up that we will drive out business or discourage future business from moving here, testimony in the tax committee doesn't support that. History does not support that. If you look at other states and their histories, it's not supported. Conversations with business in my district and my city does not support that. Is it a large increase? Sure. There's no way to get around it. There is no way to get around that. It's a large increase, but it has to happen. But why is it so large? It's because we're trying to correct a problem that's been going on for 10 years. And that costs money. As long as we don't want to reduce what's important to Minnesotans, that is going to cost money. $2.6 billion, members. How many times have we heard that? $3 billion I've heard tossed out. Whatever number you want to use, it's large. But what I find totally amazing through this entire process is one of the bills that I carried this year and brought to the tax committee was a tax expenditure review bill. $2.6 billion sounds like a lot of money, right? Annual. How much do we spend, members, in tax expenditures on an annual basis? $11 billion. That's $22 billion over the biennium, and nobody's blinking. Nobody's looking at it. I think there's some folks that would like to look at it, and that's a good thing, and we should do that. But you're spending $22 billion over the biennium, and nobody's talking about that, but this $2.6 billion in new revenue that we're going to use to fix Minnesota, that's a big issue. Finally, members, I want to talk just briefly about the disparity issue and a little bit about effective tax rates. And I'm just going to throw out a few numbers here that I find interesting. In 1992, effective tax rates were virtually the same for the majority of all Minnesotans. 1992, virtually all Minnesotans had the same effective tax rate. Today, members, middle class, if that's what you want to call it, middle class, they pay about 12.3% of their income in state and local taxes. Seems reasonable, seems fair. The top 2% of wage earners, what do they pay? 9.8. 9.8% of their income they pay in effective tax rates, state and local taxes. Do you see a disparity there? Members, there's a growing disparity. In 1976, the richest 1% took home 9% of total income in this country. 1976, the richest 1% took 9% of the total income. Today, that same richest 1% takes home 24% of the total income. That's nearly a quarter. Is there a growing disparity here? Yeah, you bet there is. My point, members, is that it's okay to make some strategic investments, and we can do that. We can make investments in what's important to Minnesota, and we can do that and still protect the middle class. My final point, and I want to Madam Speaker, if I could ask Representative Quam if he'll yield to a question.
He will yield. Representative Simonson.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Representative Quam, I just want to make a point about this because you did reference Duluth in your comments when you were talking about local government aid. And I'm just wondering if you could just answer a question for me and tell me, in your own words or your own definition, what the definition of unmet need is.
Representative Quam.
What I say an unmet need would be is an actual needed service to our citizens that you don't provide, such as you don't have a street, you don't have water service, you don't have sewage. The basic necessities, not we don't have a water park, we've just got the old pool. Not that we've got sidewalks, but we really should have a nice wide bike path. Or not that we've got the 4-lane running down 2nd Street of Rochester, and we'd rather have 2 lanes and have plants in the middle and have it more beautiful and not be able to handle the actual traffic. So, frankly, a need is what our citizens need, not what we would tax and spend and imagine that they might want.
Representative Simonson.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you, Representative Quam, for not answering my question. Members, if we take a look at what's in this bill, and let's talk specifically about the property tax relief piece. Local government aid, we've got a new formula that we're looking at, which is an outstanding formula, brings things into current perspective based on current needs. And if you look in the statute, there's a definition of what unmet need is. And when we talk about local government aid that goes to cities like mine or cities like Minneapolis or St. Paul or virtually any city across this state, an unmet need essentially is defined as the difference between what you can generate in property taxes and what your needs are. And that's where local government aid fills the gap. We've heard that earlier today. It fills the gap. So I'm not questioning your motives at all. And I'm not questioning your opinion or your position on the issue, but if we're going to talk about other municipalities and the aids that they receive, let's at least have some facts when we do that, please. So with that, Madam Speaker, thank you.
The member from Olmsted, Representative Norton.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Well, we've heard a lot of negative talk today, and I like to look at things with the glass half full. So I'm going to tell you about a provision in this bill that some of you have heard about in the news but may not know the details of, so I'm just going to quickly go over it, and that is the Destination Medical Center proposal, which Chair Lenczewski has graciously put in this bill. This is probably the largest economic development opportunity anywhere in the country. It will provide an unprecedented partnership between the state, local jurisdictions, Mayo Clinic, and community organizations focused on a single goal: to maintain Minnesota's competitive position as a global medical destination. Only by working together will we realize the significant benefits offered by the DMC. This is not money for Mayo Clinic. This is money to support the infrastructure needed to back up Mayo Clinic's $3 billion private investment and some $2 to $3 billion private investments that will occur first. Chair Lenczewski has been very helpful in putting together a proposal that will support the following over the next 20 years. 25,000 to 30,000 new jobs in the state of Minnesota from the direct growth of Mayo Clinic and the DMC adventure. 10,000 to 15,000 new jobs from indirect and jobs in our community, some of it visitation and those visitors spending. And lastly, 1,800 to 2,200 jobs annually in the construction industry to support the growth that's going to occur in our part of the state. Overall, members, we've been talking about harm and damage. And let me tell you, this proposal is taking it the other direction. This is growing Minnesota in a way we haven't seen growth for a very long time. Overall, the DMC is estimated to provide $2.5 to $3 billion in additional tax revenues over the next 20 years. So, members, there's lots to crow about in this bill, and I want to thank Representative Lenczewski and the staff for helping craft something that this legislature can support, and I would urge you to vote for the tax bill for this provision alone.
The member from Hennepin, Representative Freiberg.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to talk a little bit about the tobacco tax. Now, a few representatives have looked to the portrait of Abraham Lincoln for guidance here, so I'd like to follow their lead and mention that President Lincoln didn't smoke, and I suspect he would support the tobacco tax. Now, very few revenue generators have tremendous public health benefits, but raising tobacco prices is one thing that does. Tobacco use is impacted by price. Cheap tobacco products are particularly attractive and more accessible to youth. Raising the price will keep these deadly products beyond their reach. After Minnesota imposed a 75-cent health impact fee or tax or whatever it was called on cigarettes in 2005, cigarette sales declined by more than 16% over the next year. More than 25% of current smokers said the fee and resulting higher price had encouraged them to try to quit. Now, low tobacco prices only benefit the tobacco industry. Each year in Minnesota, the tobacco industry spends $157 million on advertising and marketing that targets youth and adults based on their background, including low-income Minnesotans and ethnic populations. As a result, these groups have higher rates of tobacco-related death and disease. The tobacco industry will continue to take advantage of our most vulnerable citizens as long as tobacco products in Minnesota are cheap. And they're only getting more clever. Tobacco companies are selling new products that are smokeless, spitless, look like candy, and are attractive to youth. I wish props were allowed on the House floor so I could show you what I mean. These products have names like snus, strips, sticks, and orbs, and they're sold under popular brand names. I'm pleased that this bill will equalize the tax rates for these products, which are often undertaxed relative to cigarettes. For example, the bill increases the tax on non-cigarette tobacco products so that they are at an equivalent rate. It establishes a minimum tax on chew to prevent deep discounting. And the bill closes the tax loophole on so-called little cigars by improving the definition of cigarette. Now, these supposed cigars are indistinguishable from cigarettes, except they have a slightly darker wrapper, and they are sold in flavors that appeal to youth like cherry and grape. Now, a pack of Marlboros will cost you over $5, but you can buy a pack of 20 Golden Valley brand so-called little cigars for $1.50. Now, as somebody who lives in the great city of Golden Valley, it offends me that my city is being used to market these products. Now, research has consistently shown that low-income individuals are more responsive to tobacco price increases than other demographic groups. In other words, they are more likely to quit. And nobody has even mentioned here the cost of tobacco, the cost to the state of tobacco-related disease. Now, we heard reference to the state of Wisconsin. Minnesota is currently ranked 28th in its tobacco tax rate. Wisconsin is ranked 8th with a tax rate that is $1.29 higher than Minnesotans. People will not flee Minnesota to purchase their cigarettes. They'll buy them here or they'll quit smoking. Either one is a win for Minnesota.
The member from Pine, Representative Faust.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to address just a few issues that have been talked about today. The first one is the taxes chase business out of the state. I recently read an article that said that half the workers in the world today make less than $2 a day. And so, you know, if you think about that for a little bit, you realize quickly that if we eliminate all of our income tax, all our sales tax, all our property tax, all our unemployment tax, all our workers' comp tax, everything that there is, we get rid of the MPCA and we just let them dump everything in the river without any expense of that, so that there's actually no cost at all from cleaning the environment or paying any taxes. We are still 25 times higher just because of the minimum wage. It costs 25 times more for an employee in Minnesota than it does for half of the employees in the world. The point is, do you really think that the small income tax increase that we've got today is going to drive people out of the state when half the people in the world are working for 1/25th as much as our minimum wage. The bottom line is that that's not going to happen. We have the only chance that our children have of competing in a global job market when they're competing with people making $2 a day. The only chance they have is if they have the best education in the world. And yesterday we passed the education bill that hopefully we will accomplish that, and we will once again have the best education, the best workforce in the world. And many of you on your side of the aisle voted with us for that, because that should be our goal, is to have the best workforce in the world. But the problem is that there's no free lunches, and somehow we have to pay for it. And today we're paying for that to create the best workforce in the world, so that our children can have the same economic opportunities that we have had in our lifetimes. I also want to remind people of in the 8 years of George Bush, we had, I believe, 5 tax cuts. And in those 8 years, we had the worst economic history in our country, with the possible exception of the Depression, depending on what numbers you look at. And yet, the answers we hear is what we need to do is cut taxes, and the economy is going to grow just beyond our wildest dreams. But the facts of the matter is that that is not what has happened in the past. One other thing that I just found online has to do with the tobacco tax. Is the current cost today of a pack of cigarettes, just for the health care cost, is $35 per pack. I believe this tax raises it to $7 or $8 per pack, in that range, I don't know. Still well under a fourth the total cost of just the health care cost of each pack of cigarettes. This is a good bill for Minnesota. It allows us to invest in the things that has made Minnesota's economy one of the best in the world. Please vote green.
The member from Hennepin, Representative Clark.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I know people have been listening and I'm probably tired. I just want to make a couple of points. And this is about the human and the economic costs associated with alcohol, and what this bill tries to do to deal with alcohol and drug addiction with the tax that's in here. And as we know, the tax that Representative Lenczewski has brought forward is a 7-cent per drink tax. A very, very minuscule amount of money on a drink. And it doesn't really deter most adults from using alcohol. But it does have an impact on our youth. And one of the important piece of research on that is that raising this tax will help us deter some youth from drinking. But the most important thing, I think, to think about is, what is the real cost? What is the cost to our community in terms of these human costs? And we can all have stories. I'm going to give you a few statistics, but I want to end then with maybe some personal thoughts. We know that in Minnesota, the economic costs of alcohol are more than $5 billion a year. This is according to the Minnesota Department of Health. I think there was another study that Representative Lenczewski cited that was somewhat less, but that's the Minnesota Department of Health's information to us as legislators about how much alcohol consumption in Minnesota is currently costing us. That's $975 per person in Minnesota, almost $1,000 per person that every one of us and our constituents are paying to deal with the costs of alcohol abuse in our state. I think maybe some of you might have seen the ad, the fellow who comes to the door and tells the folks that they owe a couple $100 because of the cost of cigarettes. And the person say, well, I don't smoke. And he said, well, too bad, that's what the cost is. And that person could come to our door and say $975, that's what we each owe if we were to pay the personal cost of alcohol in our state. So I'm appreciative of this bill bringing forth those dollars. Will they be targeted to this use? I hope that some of them will be. It's not a targeted tax yet, but I think that we know that there's parts of it that can and should be. Just a few things to keep in mind. Alcohol related to domestic violence, for example, 75% of the attackers are under the influence of alcohol in domestic violence situations. 1/3 of child abuse cases are related to abuse of alcohol. Alcohol and misuse of alcohol is the 3rd leading cause of preventable deaths in the United States. And it leads to many chronic health problems that many of us deal with. The relationship of alcohol to drug use and to crime is really a significant one. One of the things that I tried to point out in looking at a dedicated task was how we could put some of these dollars to use for drug courts. We could put money into sober high schools. We could put money into sober colleges. We could deal with real treatment for people who are alcohol or drug addicted. And I really hope that you will think about that. Who does this impact? I'm not against the use of alcohol, but what we need to know is that the hardcore drinkers consume more than half of all alcohol. 10% of drinkers consume 50 to 60% of all alcohol. That's at least 10 drinks a day. And they contribute to most of the DWI offenses. One of the things that we know is that the alcohol industry targets our youth, our communities of color, indigenous people, and chemically dependent people. And they end up paying, with this very small tax that we have on the current alcohol, only 5% of the costs resulting from this misuse. So members, I just want to ask you to think about that, to think about how this very small increase in tax in alcohol is a very good investment. It's a good investment in our people. And I would say that everyone here on this floor could probably tell a personal story of someone in their life who has dealt with the issue of alcohol or drug addiction, and how difficult it is for them to get the proper treatment, how difficult it is for them, if they go through treatment, to stay sober. And we especially know that's true when it has to do with our youth. One of the things that we need to do is to make sure that the services that go along with treatment are there, and they could be provided for with some of this, some of the tax that's here. Again, 7 cents on a drink, a very small investment by all of us to try to help deal with the harm that alcoholism and drug addiction do to our state. I ask you for a green vote.
The member from Hennepin, Representative Loeffler.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker and members. We've heard a lot today on a lot of different topics, and I usually speak on the health topics, but I'm going to talk a little bit more about the practical implications of this, because I think people are confused about how this bill works and how the income tax provisions work. And we know right now our current income tax provisions ask more of our middle income and moderate income people to pay more as a percent of their income in state and local taxes than we ask of our wealthiest people. And I am proud that this bill before us seeks to adjust this. But what does it mean for that really successful family in our community? We've heard that this bill punishes success, that it's going to do terrible things to punish people who have stepped forward and had success in their life and created businesses. So I created an example of a family earning $600,000 a year. They're in the top 0.5% of all earners in Minnesota. And this family has $50,000 a month coming into their household. That's about equivalent to our average household income in Minnesota. And what they would have to pay is on the $200,000 a year over $400,000, only that part over that, they'd have to pay a 0.64% increase. And you know what that works out to be? $1,280. $107 a month, $25 a week. And so I just, it's hard for me to figure out how you deal with those kind of budgets, but, it would be a sacrifice to have $107 less on an ongoing basis. But wait a minute, we have another provision, and that's a temporary surcharge to pay back our schools. And that only applies on the amount over $500,000 a year. So that's only $100,000 of this particular family's household income. And so for that, they would contribute another $4,000 a year, about $333 a month. And so the net result of both of these is that this family, instead of taking home and having $50,000 a month to spend, would have only $49,560. And, you know, I don't know what it's like to have that kind of money, but, you know, I think anyone smart enough or lucky enough to earn that kind of money can figure out how to live with only $49,560 a month. And some people have said that this will eliminate job opportunities because some of these people, about 3 to 4% of them, have a small business. Now, if they took this additional tax burden and converted it into a job, even the lowest paying of jobs, even with the surcharge, it wouldn't even pay for a third-time position at minimum wage. And the ongoing tax wouldn't even provide someone 3 hours a week at minimum wage. This is not, as it has been portrayed, a major problem for these people who are lucky enough, smart enough, successful enough to be in the highest 0.5% of earners in our state. You know, this week we've heard many budget bills and finalized them and debated them, and I believe that we have taken a responsible approach in terms of both cutting budgets and in raising revenues. And I'm glad we're doing it so seriously. Unlike past legislatures and administrations, we are not doing it with shifts and accounting gimmicks or borrowing against future operating costs. Instead, we're just doing it straightforward. And yes, that means raising revenues. But I think the revenues raised have a pretty nice package of benefits to the people of Minnesota, whether they're very, very successful or they're just hoping someday to get an increase in that minimum wage. The revenues raised will balance the budget, make our income taxes more progressive, pay back the funds borrowed from our schools, help stabilize future state and local budgets, invest in education at all levels from early education to higher education, and save lives while reducing our health care costs. And that last one cannot be emphasized enough by me because I work a lot in health and human services, but my life has also been personally touched by the impacts of both tobacco and alcohol. And I have to say, my father died 20 years younger than his mother because of a tobacco addiction that he started as a teenager. And the research is very, very clear that the most effective thing we can ever do to stop teenagers from starting this #1 cause of preventable disability, disease, and premature death is to keep our kids from starting at the beginning. Alcohol is a horrible burden as well, and its economic impacts were well summarized by Representative Clark. I am pleased to have been a part of this committee, and I thank both Chair Lenczewski and Chair Davney for their hard work in putting together this bill. Thank you.
The member from Carver, Representative Pugh.
Thank you, Madam Chair, or Madam Speaker and members. I rise to express my deep concern for this bill and for the excessive DFL spending of other people's money. In fact, 2 of the counties that I represent, parts of Carver County as well as Hennepin County in the Southwest Metro, will be the #1 and the #2 counties hit by the 4th and projected temporary 5th tier tax. I've taken so many calls from job creators who are insulted to hear that they're not paying their fair share. In fact, members, hardworking taxpayers are paying enough. And I've been quantifying constituent feedback of their top 3 issues, and those are taxes, spending, and private sector job growth. In fact, I've brought a couple of the emails, and I'm just very quickly going to read some highlights. It's so overwhelming, the amount of feedback that I've received, and I'm not surprised. But this one says, I'm very disappointed and upset with the Democrat majorities continuing to want to spend more than our state budget would allow through raising taxes. It is grossly irresponsible and outrageous. Redistributing taxes does not hide the fact that taxes are being raised until we become the highest tax state in the country. In this one, I implore you to weigh the net gain in taxes against the loss in revenue from the top earners leaving our state. Please look at what happened in England. And this one, the fourth tier simply sends a message to entrepreneurs. Don't create jobs in Minnesota. Don't invest here. Don't be a risk taker. These historic tax and spending increases will put Minnesota on the map, and not in a good way. And then this one, over 50% of my earnings are spent on local, state, and federal taxes, and so forth. This is an abomination. Please do your best to fight against this robbery. And lastly, I'm a resident of your district. I just wanted to let you know that if the state passes income tax increases on the upper income individuals, my employer intends to leave Minnesota for a more friendly location. We have been paying more than $100,000 per year in state income taxes. My wife and I are not native Minnesotans, but have lived here for over 40 years and had hoped to retire here. Fortunately, we have a second home in Florida. It's becoming clear that we are not welcome in this state if we aren't poor, don't belong to a union, or are somehow oppressed. As Representative Albright stated, capital is mobile, and he's right. The net loss in working income to Minnesota from 95 to 2010 was over $4 billion. I too attended the Money Walks, the How Money Walks event yesterday, and I learned on their interactive tool that one of the top 5 recipients of the exodus from my county, Carver County, is Maricopa, Arizona, which was really disturbing. I'm hopeful that you received the 2 documents that I distributed much earlier in the day. The first one was entitled Minnesotans on the Move to Lower Tax States.
Representative Pugh, hold on just a second. Members, if you can take your conversations in the alcoves or in the retired room so people can hear Representative Pugh. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. The first note that I'd want to make from this handout entitled Minnesotans on the Move to Lower Tax States wasn't a surprise at all that Minnesota is losing income to western and southern states. But the second was a surprise. I guess I just hadn't thought about this, that Minnesota tends to receive people in income from higher tax states and contribute people in income, of course, to the lower tax states. So the question we have to ask ourselves is, to what degree will people move here when we're one of the top tax states? I mean, the answer is really obvious. The second invitation I would draw, the second document that I would draw everyone's attention to is the invitation from the Minneapolis-St. Paul Business Journal, of which I'm a subscriber. Minnesota taxes, to be a resident or not to be, that is the question. Given and this is the event information, it's coming up the first week in May. Given Minnesota's current tax climate, many are considering leaving Minnesota for states with lower taxes. And I understand that there are already over 100 registrants for this workshop. I've attended a number of workshops from the Minneapolis-St. Paul Business Journal, and they are not attended to that degree. So this, of course, should be of concern to us. I also wanted to have you hear from my constituents who, like I'm certain many of yours, are planning moves out of our state. This one actually came from the president of a local chamber who wanted to share an email that she received from a small business owner that's leaving Minnesota. This was the email. You can take me off the announcement list. Due to the business climate in Minnesota, we are moving our family and all 4 of our companies to a more friendly state. I wish you all the best in your discussions at the Capitol. You're going to need it. We have approximately 40 employees. I wish you the best in fighting the good fight in Minnesota. And then this one, from a constituent in Excelsior. Minnesota's economy is growing at a rate of 2%, while the governor and the legislature are proposing spending increases in excess of 7%. please tell me that you do not support this tax and spending increase. Do we really want Minnesota to be recognized as a state with one of the highest personal income taxes in the nation? I'm deeply worried about the adverse consequences these taxes will have on my business, my employees, my family, and my state economy. I'm now seeking professional advice about how I might no longer be a Minnesota resident, and it saddens me. I'm following in the footsteps of my family and friends on this issue. And lastly, this one. Second to last, I have another that just came in that I need to share with you. This is, my wife and I have worked for over 30 years to finally make good money. We took business chances, always lived within our means, paid for 2 kids to go through college and medical school in Minnesota. We're finally starting to make good money to finance our retirement. Over 40% of our income goes to federal and state taxes, and that does not include other taxes we pay. Governor Dayton and the Democrats want to add further tax burdens. If they don't think my friends and I will move our residencies out of the state to avoid further taxes, the members of the legislature are quite silly. How do you think we made this kind of money? By being dumb? We understand the game and we know how to play it quite well. Please share this with your colleagues. And then lastly, this I just received on one of the surveys, the legislative surveys. This state is a joke when it comes to taxes. I have had enough. I am leaving, even though I have lived here for over 50 years. The tax the rich attitude and class warfare are enough for me. Goodbye. From a resident in Greenwood. So members, lastly, I feel a responsibility to sound the alarms, to encourage contingency planning, as I don't believe that the financial projections are going to materialize. Please, members, hardworking taxpayers will be paying more, and some of them a lot more. And I implore you to vote no for this bill. Thank you.
The member from Clay, Representative Lean.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker and members. And I would like to first start out by saying thank you to Chair Lenczewski and Chair Davney for taking on this contentious issue and really doing good work in my mind. And I rise today to support House File 677 for a couple of different reasons. First of all, I really appreciate the new areas of investment this newly generated revenue is going to go into, largely education, by establishing a new structure for our E12 students to become prepared for higher education and for workforce readiness. Also investments into higher education to really make a commitment to reducing tuition for our college students. I also feel that this is going to provide new investments for economic development, largely by providing or allowing, private sector companies to leverage more capital, also for credits to hire more employees. And lastly, to really invest in property tax relief for our homeowners in this state. I believe the LGA program and the new formula that we've established with it, thanks to several members who are a part of this body, as well as various groups that represent different cities from across the state, they were very instrumental in establishing the formula and coming to an agreement on the structure for the formula, as well as the Homestead Credit Refund Program. This program, along with the Renters Credit Program, is going to reach more homeowners and more renters and up the amount of the refund that these folks are going to receive. Lastly, members, I've heard a lot today about how this is going to effectively shut down business in the state of Minnesota. And when I think about that, I think back to an article I recently read. It's put out by CNBC, not the most scholarly of sources, I acknowledge, but I believe still a reliable source, that pointed to Minnesota in 2012 as being number 11 in the country in terms of states to do business. And a couple major reasons for this were quality of life, first and foremost, education, infrastructure, and access to capital. And so going back to the areas of investment that House File 677 is going to put into education, access to capital, I believe that's really going to impact and add to the quality of life for Minnesota. And with that, like I say, I stand to support House File 677 and urge the members of this body to do the same. Thank you.
The member from Cass, Representative Anderson.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker. I've heard a lot of things in my life. A lot of you have heard me use a lot of aviation analogies when I've been in committee. I'm not going to use any of those on this floor because I'm just absolutely stunned. Not shocked, but just stunned at some of the things I've heard out here today. Some of these things about tobacco and alcohol, about how bad they are. Yet we don't ban it. We'll raise the tax on it, but we won't ban it. Alcohol. I'm looking at this tax even on the barrels of beer, going from $4 to $26 or $27. Where did that figure come from? I've never seen accounting like this before. We're up to $65 billion. Representative Lomer said a figure a little while ago that we're going to spend over $60 billion. It's going to be 65 after this bill goes through. I hope that's enough. I actually think that the Democrats are on a roll. I think they should actually double down. If this tax bill is this good, and you're going to only raise it by, well, with fees, $3 billion, why not $6 billion? Because that'll really take care of all of our spending issues, and it'll fix every deficit we will have at least for another couple years. And so I really don't have much more to say about this, except I'm stunned that we're going to just raise this by another $3 billion. And with that, I've got to say no on this one. Thank you.
The member from Anoka, Representative Abler.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members, or Madam Speaker. I keep doing that wrong. I'm sorry. I passed out a handout. This is shorter than yesterday's handout. That was 14 pages. This is only 1 or 2 pages. If you're, I got this from Bill Marks this morning. This one-pager here has all the. This is a spreadsheet of all the bills as proposed in Ways and Means and the tax bill. And if you only had one piece of paper to look at the proposals and even base funding, this is the one page. And so I always kind of like math, and this is uber math for you. And let me just help you understand it. On page 1, the first column is the February forecast for 2012 and 13, so that's the base. And then it goes into the February forecast for 2014 and 15. And you can see a bunch of columns there. And it shows the House version. The governor's on there, and then the House bill. And then in the last columns, it has the House proposals for the spending. And on the back, it's got some totals. And the totals are kind of cool, actually, if you like math. And so on the second page on line 65, it talks about total spending. Now, we spent $35 billion in 12 and 13. That's what we spent in the total spending. Without anything, it was going to go up to $36 billion, which is a $700 million increase for the biennium that we're working on. And it would have gone up another $1.8 billion into 16-17. And then if you look at the House spending, there's proposed spending in there as well. And the proposed spending goes up from a base of $35 billion in the current biennium by in the 2 cycles that this bill covers, it goes up to $40.8 billion, which is an increase of $5.4 billion, which may seem like a lot of money only because it is. And one of the points I want to make is you want to be careful you don't outspend your tax increases, because actually you're gonna. And so I'm cautioning you. There's a billion. We talked about tails in the Education Committee yesterday. There's $991 million in tails, about $1 billion in K-12 that are in the 2016 and 17 budget that you've agreed to do. And in the Human Service budget, even though the target was minus 150, under an all-funds approach, it's plus $1 billion more in the tails there. Now, these billions tend to add up. After a while, they turn into real money, and they turn into real problems. And so, if you look at the very last line, which is line 79, you'll see in the third to last column that the House spends down all the money they have to a surplus still of $320 million. And so all the spending and buying of everything you do gets you to a budget surplus in 2016 and 17 of $320 million, which sounds kind of good until you remember that in the Human Service Bill we spent $460 million in the tails in the Healthcare Access Fund and some other spending. And so that surplus really doesn't exist. There's already a small deficit. And so what I want to point out is if you're happy with this, that's good because there's no money left to spend for 2016 and 17 to buy anything new. Just continuing forward what you've bought. But I also want to remind you that you're hoping the economy will grow. So do I. And so if you look at the revenue, which is on line 70, that's the base revenue from the forecast. So the first column is $35,160 million in revenue for 12 and 13. That's what we spent in the cycle we're just finishing up. It's projected to go up by $1 billion in the cycle we're in now, which leaves a small deficit, if you recall, to $36 billion. The revenue is scheduled to go up with all the expectations that we have by $2 billion already. And that assumes the economy continues. That's kind of a surge. So if you just you're $1 billion, then you have $2 more billion, that'd be twice as good. And that assumes all the good things happening that we think are happening. People staying and people adding jobs and the kind of booming thing. If it unbooms just to the current level in this biennium, you could be short $1 billion. And now you have a deficit. And that will be a problem. And so I don't know what the effect of this $2.6 billion tax increase is going to be. Oh, by the way, that number's on the sheet too. That's on the, let's see, where is that? That's on the other, that's in the tax part. Under line 11, right in the middle under House 14 and 15, you're proposing to raise taxes 2.64 to 632,000. So about 2.642 billion, just so you know the numbers. And then in the future, you can look at the future biennium, the same line read across, and you'll see that the House is going to be raising, I lost the line now, sorry, 1.536135 in the next cycle because the surcharge goes away. But anyway, and so what you're at risk of is that people, so let's see what we bought. So we bought a bunch of stuff. You celebrated a really great education bill yesterday, which actually puts my district at risk of having a strike because they can't give their teachers a small raise. It also, I didn't know this yesterday, I talked to my superintendent today, that the $550 million you spent and the tails are going to, we have a state leading program in achievement gap, which is one of the goals that Representative Marquardt had, that by 20-something we're going to get rid of the achievement gap. Well, it turns out Anoka actually already has done a lot of work in that. Our fourth grade achievement gap for reading is 11%. Minneapolis is like 50, and I think the western suburbs are in the 20s. So Anoka has already found a way with these little compensatory pilots. Well, but with the way the money goes in this bill, we have to lay off half the teachers in that area because we didn't get any money for compensatory because people don't like pots of money. And so I don't know what's going to happen to my fourth grade readers that are third graders now, what they're going to have a chance to do. And so, and then I look at my city of Elk River. They got $54 out of it. The average was 200 something, or 150, excuse me. And so I don't know what they're going to do. But that's with the 550. That's all the great stuff you guys bought that you were so happy about to celebrate this great investment in education. And so I do have a suggestion on that. Let's look and see what's working and do more of that. And not do clever new programs like profiles of learning and the wave whim that we kind of come up with. We did that before. It was a great idea, and then we got rid of it because that didn't work. Let's do what works. These little preschool voucher scholarships, maybe just give us $50 and let us spend it in our district how we want. Maybe we should not do centers of excellence. We should look at Anoka and districts that do well on what they're doing and spend money on that stuff. And make the $550 million actually spread out to focus on the people that need it. That's my suggestion about that. On the human services spending, we got tails of $1 billion. $1 billion in 16 and 17, according to Bill Marks. And even though we spent $150 million less in general fund, there was not enough to do any real work on some of the disability services that we want. You couldn't do any TANF spending to help MFIP clients. Representative Liebling, I know it was on your mind. We had to take some money from job training to put it into housing, and money from emergency assistance to put it into housing. And so people are going to call up the county, they can't get their grant. And this is what the tax increase that you're celebrating today is the greatest victory in the history of Minnesota. And so, and now you're broke for buying more stuff. So I want to caution you about one thing, what you're buying with the money. I don't think we got the value we could have gotten. Lucky these bills are all going to conference. I voted yes on the education bill yesterday because I want to help it get better. I want to help focus it on things that are actually going to help the students, not on, clever new programs. I talked to my district superintendent today and he said, can we just have the money? Just let us use the money to do what we're already doing well. Anoka has a 3% admin. Could be a model for the state. So let them just do what they're doing. Don't make it harder. And we always get below average money. We're kind of used to it. But just don't make it harder by giving us way below average. And so some districts are getting the money that are high amounts. Bless them. I'm happy. But let's make sure it's going to a good stuff so you can celebrate the fact that you're raising all these taxes, risking driving off the businesses that Representative Pugh just talked about. So at least something good can come from it. But I do want to caution you. The people I talk to in Anoka, they're on the edge. They don't have any extra money. They can barely pay rent. I'm a landlord for a number of these places. They can barely stay open. And so they say, well, can I pay on the 10th? And so some of those people are going to get nicked by some of these taxes you've added on to them. And maybe small amounts, high amounts, but that all adds up. And it creates the thought that maybe we're not open for business. But I want to tell you, without any tax increase, there would have been $2 billion more coming in 16 and 17. And you're projecting that there'll be $3.5 billion to spend with the money you're going to add in the taxes. And so Representative Lenczewski is fully aware of the idea of elasticity. But the elasticity you figure on like a tobacco tax, you figure some of it goes down. What we don't know is what's the elasticity on the economy. That's barely hanging on. And so I'm actually a frugal guy. Being that chair for those 2 years kind of converted me into understanding the big picture of math. I understand it way better. I understand input, I understand output. But I wanted to give you this information so you could look for yourself and you can see where the money is going. And so just so you know the net of all the money you're raising this biennium is also on there, which is kind of it's $2.9 billion and some change. That's on the revenue change is on line 72 in the middle of House 1415, the middle shaded one, 2.944,955 thousand. So 2.95 billion. And so what you're going to ask in all our push for accountability is, what are you getting for this? Is business going to grow? Are we going to have more money available to help people who are in great need? Are we going to have more money to help our compensatory kids learn how to read and to become successful? And to help none of them get trapped in where they are in their, in their status by station by where they live or by what houses they can live in, how often they move. And so I'm nervous about it. I voted for revenue. In the past, I voted for a gas tax because we had to get some more bridges built. And it worked out. But this money here is really risky. I'm not going to vote for this today. I talked to my people, and they say they're nervous. And I want to urge the majority, as they're putting in place what they ran on, to make sure you're getting what you bargained for. I think it's at risk, and I urge you caution. This still has to go to, all the conference committees are still open. And I don't want you to have to come back. And if this was a bottle of V8, you would have said, I could have had a V8. Why did I drive off these little businesses that would have come here? And why do they want to go? Oh, yeah, there's the V8, Representative Lenczewski. Thank you for that. So can she hold my prop on the floor, Madam Speaker? Anyway, that's all I got to say. But I really care about how the state works. We want people to live here for a long time. My parents actually left Minnesota just in time for me to run for office because they didn't want to pay the Minnesota income tax as seniors, and they liked Florida anyway. My mother never voted for me. Do you know that? And so, but they moved because of our tax climate. And my dad had a successful business, a practice, and he liked Minnesota, and they miss us. But they went away. But I want to also remind you, some people can move. They had a house down there, and the people like me, there's no way I'm moving. I'm stuck here. I got my business here. I got my practice here. I got my life here. If you triple my taxes, I'm not going anywhere. But there are people that have enough means at a certain level that they can commute. And if you got a guy making $10 million living in Minnesota, and you charge him 12% or whatever the highest rank is on this thing here, that's $1,200,000. For that kind of money, you could buy an airplane and commute from Sioux Falls. You can get a pilot for about 40 grand and have your own private pilot, get your own little Piper Cub or one of those little Learjet things, and pay for that out of the $1.2 million and have a great house in South Dakota. And you think they won't do that. Those people do. They think that way. I don't. Just cautioning you. I don't mean to go on so long, but I just thought that would be productive to bring that up, and I appreciate your attention, and thank you, Madam Speaker.
The member from Hennepin, Representative Hertas.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker. You know, we all believe that government has legitimate purposes, and in order to fund those legitimate purposes, we levy taxes on our homeowners and our businesses. And the best way to do that is to have a healthy and vibrant economy, to have those types of jobs. And business is really just begging for a signal from this legislature for some economic certainty. Now, it's been said that we need to align our taxes with the spending. And I would submit that we need to do just the opposite. We need to align our spending with the taxes. Most of us in our private lives know that we have a limited amount of income and we budget accordingly. If we would just follow that simple principle, it would be economic certainty enough for our Minnesota businesses to start making plans to grow. Now, we've heard a lot of rhetoric today about fairness and about who the wealthy are. And it's really enough is enough. Let's talk about who are the wealthy. We can talk about people who make $10 million. How many people in Minnesota do you think really make $10 million a year? Well, according to the 2013 Minnesota Tax Incidence Study, we got the data right here. We have 2,788,000 households in Minnesota. I guess you're wealthy and you're in the top 10 percentile of earners at $146,000 a year. $146,000 puts you in the top 10%. And let's pay attention to this, because we talk about fairness, about what the median household is paying at 12.3% of the individual income tax versus the wealthy at 9.8%. But you'll notice that the DFL never talks about the fairness issue. The only way to make it fair is to raise the taxes even higher. Let's lower the rates on the middle income tax people to the same rate that the high income people are making. We don't even discuss that. But let's get back to the top 10 percentile. In Minnesota, the top 10% earning over $146,000 per household are currently paying 56% of all of the individual income tax in Minnesota. 27% of all of the consumer sales tax, and 29% of the gross homeowner property tax, and 31% of all of the business taxes. Now, if you add up all of those dollars, that's quite a burden on that upper 10%. That's the very people we're hoping that would create the jobs, and yet we're talking about tax policies to ask these people to voluntarily leave the state. This capital, this income, is what creates the jobs. We want the other deciles to earn more money. We would like the other deciles to help pay more of the sales tax. We want other people to be successful. Conversely, the lower 30%, the lowest 10%, second and third deciles in Minnesota pay no income tax. So of the 56% that the upper 10% is paying, that means that 44% of the rest is spread out between the other deciles. Now, we've also heard that we're just going to have this surtax, and we need to pay for the school shift by asking those people making over $500,000 a year to do it. Well, I submit, if you levy a tax, that doesn't mean you're going to collect it. We're already hearing all of the evidence of people that are positioning themselves to leave. It seems pretty evident in Minnesota we have the history of knowing that there's nothing more permanent than a temporary tax. And I would suggest to a lot of folks out there that are maybe subjected to that to think about it. The last temporary tax that already was mentioned was 1991. And we started out with a real sales tax rate increases that were a fiasco, that were always going to be just temporary, but they always became permanent. So with that, folks, I would have to ask for a red vote on this bill. It's just bad policy. Thank you.
The member from Brown, Representative Torkelson.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And members, as Republican lead on the Property Tax Committee, this was my first experience with property taxes. I had never served on a tax committee in the past, and it was a new adventure for me. And I would especially like to thank some of the staff members that helped me through the process. We did spend a lot of time talking about LGA, and nonpartisan staff member Pat Dalton was very helpful, spent quite a lot of time in my office teaching me the ins and outs of LGA, and I appreciate her help very much. I'd also like to thank our partisan staff member, Stephen Rubis, who was extremely helpful in ushering me through the process of understanding the property tax system here in the state of Minnesota, at least to some degree. I'd, of course, also like to thank Chair of the Division, Chair Dabney, who did excellent work leading our committee. We didn't always agree, but his door was open, and we were able to discuss things back and forth. If you'd need any help finding that reset, or was it the autopilot button, I'm not going to tell you where it is. I think I have it somewhere hidden over here, but I'm going to keep it because I don't want you to have it, sir. Anyway, the property tax system here in the state of Minnesota is the most complicated property tax perhaps in this country. We have 55 classes of property. We have just a horribly complicated system that it's almost impossible to understand. We can make one change here at the state level, and no one can actually predict what the outcome is on your property tax system that you receive in your mailbox come property tax time. This is embarrassing, members. It's too complicated. We should make it simpler. In fact, we as a legislature formed a property tax working group. Property tax working group that spent a lot of time, many hours, reviewing our property tax system, looking back at the history of the property tax system, going through it in detail, and they came forward with a report. The report was released on November 30th of this last year. That report included 19 specific recommendations that would improve our property tax system. And it would have been my hope that the Property Tax Committee, the division, Property Tax Division, would have looked at that report closely and it picked out at least one or two or maybe three of those recommendations and tried to put them in place. It's really impossible to completely revamp the system all at once. That's an unrealistic expectation. But to at least tackle a small portion of that report and try and figure out how we can at least get started on the process of revamping this horribly complicated system that we have here in the state of Minnesota would have been the right thing to do. But frankly, members, we didn't do that. We didn't look at the report. We didn't spend a lot of time considering it. I read through it. I'm sure other members did. But none of those recommendations came forward to be put into law. It's horribly disappointing, and I would hope that come in the future that we would take a look at this report and perhaps adopt some of those fine recommendations. I would also like to thank my fellow members on the committee, Sandra Erickson, Pat Garofalo, Jerry Herthaus, Deb Keel, and Linda Runbeck. We had many meetings of our Republican members, and they attended faithfully and did some good hard work strategizing just how we were going to do this Republican perspective on the division. As far as the LGA goes, the new formula that was brought forward by the groups, the city groups, both small and large, it's a good formula. It really does simplify the approach. It takes out many of the variables that were on the formula in the past, variables that really were hard to understand. Our LGA formula, as a matter of fact, was based on such things as number of traffic accidents in your city. It's really impossible for me to understand just how important it is that the count of traffic accidents in your city would actually affect how much LGA you would receive on this formula. It's ridiculous, and I congratulate the folks that got together and rewrote the formula and simplified it and got rid of some of those ridiculous factors that are really not that important, and the new formula is much better. However, there is a caveat, and we talked about this earlier today, and that is the escalator. To put this LGA system on autopilot is a huge mistake. Anytime that you put automatic growth into government, it's going to grow automatically. And as we've put those higher and higher expectations into each year or each biennium of our budgeting system, it just causes us to raise taxes and keep spending more and more and more. This should be evaluated each year by the legislature and appropriately set if there's revenues available at a higher level. If you look closely at the LGA formula, you will find that in order to fully fund the formula, to fully meet all the needs that are identified in that formula, would require at this point in time about $800 million. $800 million is almost twice as much as we've ever spent on LGA in any one year, and it's more than we can imagine taking out of our budget at this time. So for those reasons, I do have some reservations about the LGA formula. I do congratulate those that put it in place, but we do need to watch this in the future to make sure that this LGA formula doesn't get out of control with uncontrolled growth. With that, members, there's a lot of other things in this bill that I have some problems with. We had a chance to talk about some of the language issues earlier today. It seems like hours ago that we started talking about this. In fact, I guess it was hours ago, Madam Speaker. But we do have some time left, and I will be voting red on this bill. It raises too many taxes in too many places, expects our hardworking citizens to pay more and more when they are struggling to come out of the recession. I personally have been paying property taxes for a long time and would appreciate some relief myself, but if you notice, there's really no relief in this bill for the agricultural sector. The agricultural sector is experiencing tremendous growth in the values of our properties. We're going to experience tremendous growth in the amount of property taxes that we will be paying, and it's really another area that's really lacking in this bill. With that, members, I encourage everyone to vote red on this bill, and thank you for your kind attention.
The member from Dakota, Representative Garofalo.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker and members. And first of all, I want to say thank you. I want to say thank you to the hardworking taxpayers in Minnesota for your overly generous way that which you provided local government services and state government services to the state of Minnesota. Because of your generosity, you pay some of the highest taxes in the nation and provide some of the best services in the nation. And so on behalf of, well, some legislators at the Capitol, I'd like to say thank you. I'd also like to say to you today, I'm sorry. I'm sorry for what a totally unhinged Democrat Party is about to do to you and the other taxpayers of the state of Minnesota. Today we see 338 pages of Democrat tax increases to punish the job providers and punish the hardworking taxpayers of the citizens of Minnesota. And so, members, let's be clear what's happening today. You are seeing a massive expansion in the amount of taxes that are being forced onto the taxpayers of Minnesota to pay for government. A massive expansion of the amount of taxes that are forced onto taxpayers. So let's take a look at this. Some of the highest income tax rates in the nation. A volatile revenue source. Volatile revenue source. We talk about stability, predictability. The reality is that putting a high rate on very few taxpayers introduces volatility into the system. It's a dangerous precedent. Second of all, take a look at your cigarette taxes you're proposing on it. We've had abundant testimony in committee showing that there's going to be evasion of these. There's going to develop a black market, that people will go across the border. The revenue is not going to come in on these levels. And then third of all, and this is the kicker, this is the one I really get, you're actually going to tax an industry out of existence with a tax on silica mining. I actually had a liberal activist say to me, they thought that by raising taxes on silica mining, they were going to somehow impact the fracking in North Dakota. Okay? Spoiler alert, they're going to get the sand in other states. Doesn't matter. It's going to have no impact on other states' ability to mine fracking of natural gas and oil, but it is going to kill jobs here, and it's not business groups saying it. It's not small businesses saying it. We heard from the 49ers. We heard from the local unions. And in fact, members, this is how totally delusional this tax increase is. Mark Dayton actually labeled the House DFL silica sand tax ridiculous. So when a tax increase is so high that Governor Dayton labels it ridiculous, you know you're checked out for lunch. So Mr. Speaker, Madam Speaker and members, someone, not me, someone once said that voters deserve the government they get, that they vote for, and they deserve to get it good and hard. And what we're seeing today is when you have the Democrats in total control of our state, there is no adult supervision. There is no limit to the amount of taxes, the amount of spending they want. And so voters of Minnesota, you voted for it, you got it. Best of luck in the future, and hopefully the damage that is inflicted by this legislature and this government will be temporary in nature. And after the 2014 elections, voters will have another choice to decide if we want to continue on the pathway of Illinois, the pathway of California and Rhode Island, and other all-Democrat Party-controlled states of disastrous economic activity, or perhaps we're going to move back to some shared government, some more sensible government, and some reasonable government that has just a little bit of respect for the private sector and the taxpayers in Minnesota. Thank you.
The member from Dakota, Representative Mack.
Thank you, Madam Speaker and members. Members, we've heard a lot of concerns about various parts of this tax bill, pretty much all of which I agree with, but there's one that hasn't been discussed a whole lot today. Madam Speaker, I'm wondering if Representative Lenczewski would yield for a question.
She will. Representative Mack.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. One thing that we haven't talked a whole lot about today, Representative Lenczewski, but in conversations I've just had in the last couple of days, I was concerned about to start and has gotten increasingly concerning as we've led up to today, is the part that deals with the changes we're making to the charitable contribution deduction. And I'm wondering if you could walk us through how that works for folks right now in the state of Minnesota, their charitable contribution deductions, and what we're transitioning into under this proposal.
Representative Lenczewski.
Thank you, Madam Speaker and members. Thank you for the question, Representative Mack, and for members who are still maybe listening to what's going on in this room, happy to explain it to you. Members of the Tax Committee know this well, how we currently have a charitable contribution deduction. The bill turns that into a credit instead. What we've got in current state law, members, is an incredibly unfair system to the non-itemizers in the charitable deduction credit world. What we do, if you're an itemizer, you get a bigger tax benefit than if you're not an itemizer. So you all have residents who are both. Just for some scope of understanding this, about half of Minnesotans don't itemize their taxes, about a half do. In current law, if you're an itemizer, you get a bigger tax break for charitable contributions than if you're a non-itemizer. So we're changing that. It's very unfair. Generally, itemizers are wealthier as a rule, but not necessarily, and non-itemizers are not. So for all of you who think about your non-itemizers, or if you in fact are one, you aren't getting the tax benefits that Minnesota affords the itemizers. So this changes that. It additionally says we're going to incent people to give more. So the charitable contribution community will receive more donations as a result of the change. What it does is it puts a floor on the giving of 2% and encourages people to give a larger amount. And so how that works is, I think we all know, we may know a few people who don't understand what the word charity means, but charity does not mean that you're going to be altruistic so that you can get a tax benefit. Charity means charity. And so we all know that the majority of us give charitable donations without any need for a tax benefit. And so much of our tax benefit is wasted on giving a benefit to something that people are already doing. So, in the most simplistic terms, we wouldn't give people a tax benefit for breathing or sleeping or eating, and we sure don't need to waste tax benefits because it costs everybody else a higher tax to do the basic, less than 2% charitable giving that everybody does naturally. So think about this. You're at your a funeral and you're standing there and you see that the family prefers memorials to the Lupus Foundation, I don't think there's a lot of people standing around and think about if they should write that check for $50 at the funeral because they might or might not get a tax credit. I don't think there's a lot of people who are deciding if they should put donations at the end of their driveway because they might get a tax credit, or buying the Boy Scouts wreath. So the fundamental concept of charity is we give charity for charity's sake, and indeed Minnesotans are very generous, and almost everybody gives that much. What we're changing here again is addressing the unfairness that the non-itemizers don't get as big of a tax benefit, but we're incenting all folks, itemizers and not non, to give even more, because they'll get a bigger tax benefit by giving even more. So if you're the United Way, or if you're a nonprofit who's receiving charitable deductions, this will incentivize givers to give you even more than they did before. People are confusing the number on the spreadsheet, the 44 million, as something related to the charities. It's not. That's state government taxes. If you run a charity, what you care about is how much money you get from everybody. This is not a tax on charities. This money is not given to the charities or taken from the charities. This is all of us paying taxes and choosing within the tax system what behaviors to prefer. So what this change does, Representative Mack, and I think you know this because you serve on the committee, it treats non-itemizers the same as itemizers, which we do not do in Minnesota right now. We have a very unfair system that non-itemizers only get half the tax benefit of itemizers, and it incents greater giving. A side effect of that is there's some money on the spreadsheet for it. That is not the impetus. It's a zero-based budgeting review of tax expenditures, and this is something people have heard about before, and I think is broadly supported.
Representative Mack.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you, Representative Lenczewski. I appreciate the explanation. I do think I missed the logic or the connection a bit in terms of how this is going to incent people to give more. I guess a couple of comments. I would just question the small amount that itemize in the state of Minnesota. It's my understanding 40% of Minnesotans itemize and 65% of homeowners itemize out of 2.5 million filers. That's not a small percentage, members, of people that itemize. And of course, fairness is an issue. We want to make sure that whether you're an itemizer or non-itemizer, that there are good reasons to give and that there's fairness there. But members, I would also question the comments about charity and what charity is and why people do it. And I am a full believer that people do it out of the goodness of their heart, that people do it because they believe in a cause, they believe in a program, they believe in what they're giving to. But there's also no doubt in my mind that there is an incentive in our tax structure to motivate that behavior. And if any of you have ever driven up to the Goodwill between Christmas and New Year's, you know what I'm talking about. There are lines around the building of people wanting to make their donations before the end of the year. If you're involved in nonprofit organizations, I serve on the board of a couple. I help volunteer for a couple between that work of Christmas and New Year's. Why? Because they are so slammed with people trying to get their donations in before December 31st. Why is this, members? Because they want it to count for that taxable year. Members, that is a clear indicator that this mechanism that we have in our tax structure is motivation. It is incentivizing behavior. It is driving behavior. Would it happen anyways to a certain extent? Of course it would. People are generous. There are good programs and a lot of programs that heavily rely on the generosity of their givers. But without the incentive within the tax structure, I'm afraid we would see a drop-off, members, and don't want to be cynical about that. I think that's just the fact. We're driving behavior with this particular mechanism in our tax structure. Members, I sit on the HHS committees, and we spend a lot of time throughout session bringing through various nonprofits in front of us to testify on behalf of the great work that they do for our citizens. And many of them are asking for grants or one-time money or funding in one way or another to help propel them forward. And why do we look for ways to give these nonprofits grants, members? Because we know that they can make a buck go farther and be more efficient with it to serve the citizens of this state. And they use those dollars to propel more fundraising in the private sector from people who are going to give out of the generosity of their hearts. Members, we're talking about organizations like Guild Incorporated, People Incorporated. NAMI, Health Connection, Apple Tree Dental, Second Harvest Heartland, not to mention other things outside of the HHS world, the YMCA, the Girl Scouts and Boy Scouts, our Rotary clubs, Teen Challenge. Remember, we could all go off and list several nonprofits in our district, and I didn't even talk about the hospitals and the churches, members, that do great work in all of our communities. But they all rely heavily on people's charitable contributions, members. We've heard a lot tonight about taxes steering behavior, and that's what our tax code does. We try to motivate certain behavior, we try to incentivize certain behavior, and some people see that as a bad thing, some people say it as a good thing, but I've certainly heard it from the other side of the aisle a lot tonight, that it's no secret that we use the tax code to motivate and steer behavior. When we talk about the alcohol tax, we talk about we're taxing it so that people will drink less, or that the people who do drink more pay for the consequences. We've talked about the cigarette tax. It's been very clear from your side of the aisle, the reason for the cigarette tax is to motivate people to not smoke or to stop smoking. And if anyone wants to argue that point, I am all ears, but it has been loud and clear that is the reason for the cigarette tax. So members, what behavior are we trying to change with this charitable deduction change? Members, what are we doing with this? If the argument is that for the alcohol tax and the cigarette tax, we're trying to change behavior, we're trying to stop this behavior, what are we doing by shutting down a deduction that the people of Minnesotans and the nonprofits really do rely on? I'm missing the logic here. I don't understand what we're trying to do. And members, it's a small part of this bill, I understand, and I'm honing in on this one small part. But it is baffling to me, members. I'm trying to figure out, the argument has to hold true. If it holds true on cigarettes and alcohol, it must hold true on this piece. And I could go into the R&D tax credit or the long-term care insurance, members. There's a lot of other areas where this same concern comes up.
Representative Mack, hold on. Members, if you can take your conversations into the alcoves or the retiring room. Representative Mack.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Very often in tax committee, we talk about tax expenditures, and I don't personally agree with the use of that term, but we hear that a lot, and Representative Lenczewski will comment that we're at a point where we have to make some tough decisions of whether or not we can afford some of these tax expenditures, that some people get breaks so that other people can get benefits, and we really need to start analyzing this. But if we can't afford these tax expenditures, really, members, I don't think we can afford to not have this credit in our system. I believe the number on the spreadsheet is about $64 million in the next biennium, and maybe a little higher than that the following biennium. That $64 million that we let the people of Minnesota keep of their hard-earned money and let them use that to propel our nonprofits, propel an area of our society that I think we all agree needs that steam, needs that energy, needs that infusion of cash dollars to do the good work for Minnesotan citizens. Members, by eliminating this, we're cutting ourselves off at the knees in a lot of areas. I've talked to, and I understand we'll hear arguments back about how this is going to incentivize people to give more, and again, I'm not sure I follow the logic on that. But I've talked to nonprofit owners. I've talked to the head of our YMCA. I serve on the board there. They've tried to figure out, they've gone through what they get, how big their donations are, how this might affect what their donations are. They are very afraid of this particular proposal, and that's just one of several that I've talked to in my district and other areas of nonprofits that are trying to do good work, members. They know that this has been a threat in the past, they know it's been a possibility, but they never thought it would actually come to fruition. And members, I am cheering on the Senate on this particular stance. The Senate does not have this provision in their bill. And I am cheering them on. I am hoping they reign in conference committee when it comes to this particular issue. And I don't know, maybe members on the other side of the aisle aren't aware of this particular piece. It hasn't been talked about a whole lot, it hasn't been highlighted. But I encourage you to raise questions. I think that this piece alone is a huge reason to vote against this bill. We're reining in more money. It's a money grab, and it's going to hurt the people of this state. It's going to hurt our nonprofits. It's going to hurt the people that we lean on, because government cannot do it all. Government cannot fix all of the problems in this world. We need our nonprofits, we need our YMCAs, we need our churches, we need our food shelves. I don't think anyone on the other side of the aisle would argue with me on that. So why are we cutting them off on the knees with a proposal like this, members? It's not worth the $64 million. It's not. I would argue we can't afford it. We can't afford the money grab to get just another $64 million in our pockets and do that to our nonprofits. I think it's going to hurt in the long run, members. I think it's a bad decision. No amount of money towards education or any worthy cause justifies this move in my mind, members. And I would challenge any of my colleagues on the other side on this. What justifies taking $64 million back out of this particular sector into the government coffers to do what we think we need to do with it, because we can't afford it anymore? We can afford it, members. It's priorities. So, members, there are a lot of areas of this bill that are concerning, right on par with this one that I'm looking at. But this is one that really is baffling for me. I can't figure out why we're going this direction. And like I said, it's one of those things, we talked about it a little bit in committee, but I've had the chance to talk to a lot more folks in the last couple of days leading up to the hearing of this bill, which is why it's come to the forefront of my mind here in just the last couple of days. So members, I ask you, ask more questions about this issue. Call the nonprofits in your area. Don't take me at my word. Don't even necessarily take Representative Lenczewski at her word on what this is or is not going to do. Call them. They'll tell you. They'll tell you what this means for them and their bottom line in the future. And it's bad news, members. So as we go into conference, I know that this isn't the end of the line. I'm asking you to take a stand on this one. Cheer on the Senate with me that they get their way on this particular issue, because that's the better deal for Minnesota. And what is a fairly bad deal for Minnesota in this bill, taking out this provision would make it just a little bit less painful. So members, with that, I would encourage a no vote on this bill. And certainly a lot more questions to be asked of this particular provision. We can't afford it, members. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The member from Hennepin, Representative Zellers.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. They always used to do that to me, too. I got a couple Madam Speakers. Members, the bill before you today, I think, has been beat around enough. And Chair Lenczewski, if the vote was based on personality alone, I'd be one of the first green votes. You're a great chair. You're a very fair person. You allow the tax committee to become the political theater. So when we dropped the gloves here before the national anthem with the start of your bill, I thought it's just like home. We're right back in tax committee. So I appreciate the ability, and that's why I love being in the House. Why we were so opposed to the House rules that limit the debate and limit the amendments, because it's the House. This is where the really great stuff happens. The debates, the back and forth, what you believe in, what we believe in, why we believe it, and how it shapes not only our votes, but the message that we communicate back home to our constituents. However, I'm probably not going to be able to vote for your bill, Representative Lenczewski, no matter how nice you are. The several things that are concerning, and as I look through the bill and look through a lot of the provisions, the spreadsheet, some of the things that were included in tax committee, and listening to the words of the now majority party when they were the minority party, and then since then, about who they're defending or who they're doing this for. We all come down here to represent our constituents, but in particular, who we're standing up for, who we're fighting for. And as I look through the entire tax bill, almost every provision in here is absolutely the opposite of what you say you're going to do. You're not helping the hardworking taxpayer, the guy carrying a lunch pail to work, the lady who's an engineer at a new factory of 7 to 8 people that wants to stay here, doesn't want to be offshore to China or Australia, New Zealand, pick the place. I mean, at the very beginning, you're taxing beer, for the love of God. And you're off. You're off by 50%. You said 7%, and Representative Fisher, I plead with you, read the letter. In fact, better yet, call the owner. If you can't read it, I'm not going to say his name, but Mark's a great guy. Read the letter again. They're not adding 7 cents just to line their pockets. They're adding 7 cents because we're making them. And this idea that we're asking Minnesotans to pay their fair share, Well, if you're asking, then I'm going to say no. However, if I do say no, guess what's coming? The tax man. And if you say no to the ask, you will be put in jail. This is not an ask, this is a demand. But if you read the letter from my friend Mark, go through line by line, it will explain to you where this excise tax is not a line the pockets tax. This is a tax on beer at production. As it goes through the chain, that 7 cents that the manufacturer had to make up, then is added on at the distributor level, and then when you go to your pub or you go to a liquor store and pick up a 12-pack on the way in, you're paying it there as well. So to say that it's only 7 cents a beer, that's like promising to bring a case of Summit to the party and showing up with that bathwater called Leinenkugels. It's not a fair deal at all. Good Minnesota beer for Wisconsin bathwater? No, sir. You promise that this is going to be just an extra $20 or so a year. It's not, members. If you read Mark's letter, look at what they're looking at doing in Minnesota. We had a very spirited debate not too long ago about the Surly brewery that's going to be coming to Minnesota. Their expansion. Think of what that's going to do to some of our homegrown Minnesota distributors, manufacturers right here. And it's not just because, fine, I'm a fan of beer. I'll admit it right here on the floor. I like beer. But it's not just them. It is the entire industry. It is a microcosm of what you're doing to Minnesota job providers. And it is not us cheerleading bad news. We're listening to what the business owners are telling us. And if a businesswoman says to me, this is the most anti-retail tax bill that I've ever seen in all the states that we have, and she's in a number of different states, I believe her. It's not my conjecture. It's not my pulling a fact out. It's not what I could say about my Republican philosophy versus your Democrat philosophy or your liberal philosophy versus my conservative philosophy. It's what she sees in her business. It's what she sees across the country. And it's what she deals with as a businesswoman in retail. You look down the list, members. It's the booze tax. They're going to have to make it up $4 some a keg or a barrel, up to over 27 a barrel. Now, there's only so much you can add to a pint of beer or to a glass of beer in a bar. Make it another $1 more expensive or $2 more expensive, people start to not come into your restaurant or your bar. So you run down. So then there's the sales tax. If you're in the Senate, there's a sales tax on clothes, so the uniforms that you're going to have to buy. If you're in the Senate, there's a gas tax. Then Representative Earhart has a unique idea about how to spread out how much we pay for renovations in cities. So now this is so as you build new streets in your neighborhood, rather than having those of us, and say it's all the dog pound here, 10 of us, it's $10,000 to fix the roads, divided up to $1,000 each, we all pay our bill. Now we're going to spread it out all over the cities. So those business owners, if it's under the CI level, could pay 3 times what we as homeowners pay. So now that business owner, again, and oh, by the way, she said, don't forget that tiny, little, gigantic increase in the minimum wage. So I got to factor that in. And because we're not an island, you throw in all the Obamacare taxes. If you're over 50 or over a certain number of 40, 50 employees, you're going to have to take that into consideration. So you had all the suite of federal regulations, taxes. She said to me, it has come to the point now where government is my highest variable cost. Think about that, members. We're in Minnesota. It's a cold winter, up goes the heating bill. It's a hot summer, up goes the electric bill. Variable costs usually aren't government, but between the new regulations, the new taxes, the new special taxing district to pay for everybody else's streets that you can't really plan for because you don't know when the city's going to decide to fix the streets, all of that suite of new taxes funnels in. And who does it affect? Does it affect the business owner? Sure it does. Does she make a decision based on what her personal tax rate's going to be? If it's an S-corp, probably. Maybe a limited liability. But it's the hardworking taxpayers, those middle-class Minnesotans who work for those business owners. And I've worked in retail for the better part of my life. Bagged groceries, made pizzas, I was a waiter, dealt blackjack and sold pull tabs, called bingo. If it gets really boring out here, Representative Lenczewski, I'll build the bingo board and we'll start playing. But at the retail level, those are some of your first jobs, but those are some of your good college jobs. Now that wage is $1 less. Maybe it's $1.50 less. And yes, if you are in a border city, Representative Lean, you said you're going to proudly vote for this bill. When you go home this weekend, people back home should better ask you if you actually ran to be the vote representative from Fargo or Moorhead. If you vote for this suite of taxes, booze, cigarettes, hard alcohol, sales tax, you better be prepared to be the representative from Fargo, not from Moorhead, because that's where all the business is going to go. Simonson's is not that far over the border to buy your cigarettes, to go buy a 12-pack of beer. Oh, and by the way, you can buy a 12-pack of beer on the way out of the bar at the end of the night. So you can buy all night long, and then when you're leaving, you can pick it up on the way out. And that's for one of our border cities. If you're over in Wisconsin, same thing. If you're up in Superior, you think, and we were promised this during the last time, the health impact fee. Oh, all the other states will follow suit. It'll be all right. Everybody else will raise their taxes up too. And how has that worked for us? We are uncompetitive. And again, at the end of the day, who is hurt? The hardworking teamster who all he wants to do is help make beer. Instead of going for 120,000 or 120 barrels, maybe they want to get up to over 200,000 barrels. Just want to make some more beer for Minnesotans if we ever do get summer here, so you can sit out on the dock and have a beer. But what we're going to do to them here will affect those decisions. Representative Fisher, it's not to line their pockets. And this vitriol and vengeance and spite you have for your fellow Minnesotans is heartbreaking. As if they've cheated the system. By being successful, they've cheated a system. That's not how I was raised. That's not how I grew up. If you work hard, if you bust your hump, if you do what you say you're going to do on the job, you'll move your way up. Maybe you own the business. Maybe you start your own business. But you make it on your own merit, not because you want to in some way take from your fellow Minnesotans. And that spite you have for your fellow Minnesotans, these evil people that haven't paid their fair share. And if you want, we'll get Representative Garofalo back out here. We'll put the dial in his back, wind him up, and he can give you his dissertation on fair share when you throw in federal, state, local, the whole thing. We've heard it in tax committee enough. We'll spare it. But this fair share argument isn't about fair share. It's about a spite for your fellow Minnesotans. And it's not what we as a state or we as a country are based on. We're based on opportunity, personal opportunity, economic opportunity, educational opportunity. Your bill does none of that. It seeks to take from some and give to others based on nothing more than what you think they've done. By setting these arbitrary levels, this is the tax rate. If you're above here now, you're in that category. You're not with us, you're with them. That is not what we as a state are about. That's not why our relatives came here. That's not how we as a country were founded. It was based on opportunity. And a thriving economy that has opportunity for all of us is better for each and every one of us in the long run. And you don't need these massive tax increases, $2.5 billion in taxes, another few hundred million or several hundred million in fees. To feed what? Yet another government program. And again, the people you claim to help aren't getting the money. They're going to FTEs, and that's real world speak for more government workers. 50 FTEs, 120 FTEs. Government bureaucrat after government bureaucrat, instead of roads, bridges, care for nursing homes for developmentally disabled, a raise for those folks. No, we're going to create more government workers instead of allowing some of those who need it the most in our society to have help, and those who are helping them to get just a small raise. Members, the bill lacks several things. And again, Representative Lenczewski, it's always what comes with right before you don't like what somebody says, with all due respect. There are many things in here, but the anti-retail thrust of this bill is hurting the very people. Average beer drinkers between $40,000 and $70,000 a year. Those of us right here in middle-class Minnesota. It's me and Kim. That's who I'm down here representing. I want to make sure that they have an opportunity, not only as a family, but not only for their children, so that when their kids get ready to start their own business, when they graduate from the U of M or St. Thomas or St. Cloud State, that they start their business, they build their business, they exercise their opportunity here, and they don't go to another state. Because what you're going to do with this tax bill is going to force people to make a decision. Decision is going to be one of two things. It's going to be...
Representative Yaruso, for what purpose do you rise?
I have to plead freshman ignorance here, but a point of order. I came down here, I was in the back of the chambers and was listening to this, and I object to characterizing what Representative Fisher spoke as being motivated out of spite.
Thank you, Representative Yaruso. I'll defer ruling and encourage members just to keep their debate to the substance of the bill and not personalities. Representative Zellers.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And it's always great when freshmen don't pay attention. It's always one of those learning lessons. But I think, Madam Speaker and members, again, the bill has nothing to do with opportunity. It has to do with the ability of us as Minnesotans to work together for a better economy. Madam Speaker, if we'd like to have a debate on rules...
Representative Yaruso, for what purpose do you rise?
I was just said that as a freshman I was not paying attention, and what I said was that I was paying attention from the back. Thank you.
Members, in the House of Representatives, we observe the Masons, I think it's section 122 or 102, where it's the subject matter of the bill in debate and not the personality. So we'll confine our remarks to the subject matter of the bill. Representative Zellers.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Again, I actually said for Representative Yaruso, I actually said the exact opposite, and both Representative Holberg and Fabian said that. So I apologize. I'm not in any way trying to offend you as a freshman or whatever it is that you said I've done wrong. But when someone says on the House floor that these people are going to line their pockets with the money, that to me seems spiteful. I didn't say that you're voting for this in a spiteful way, but saying that someone's going to line their pockets with tax dollars seems spiteful. So, but if you wouldn't mind, Representative Usser, I would like to continue, and then we can get on with this, and Representative Lenczewski can give her conclusion, and we can all go home. But members, the part of this, again, that is the most disturbing isn't the heavy tax burden. It isn't the ability to have an average middle-class Minnesotan have their fair share. It lacks vision. It lacks opportunity. There is absolutely no business owner that will come out of this and say, now that I'm having my taxes raised, I can actually add more on to the bottom line and get a little bit more for myself. It's not true. The insinuation to those hardworking business owners of this state, the hardworking men and women who have gone out, who have tried, have worked, who have given up personal time, family income, to build that business, to employ the people who work for them, it's not fair to them. So, Madam Speaker, members, it comes as no surprise I won't be voting for the bill. I would encourage Chair Lenczewski to not let the Senate come up with some of their ideas, because my worst fear is that this goes to conference committee. The Senate says to the House, you're wrong. The House says to the Senate, you're wrong. The governor says you're both wrong. And at the end of the day, they all say, well, we're all right. We'll do it all. That would be the worst outcome from all of us. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Members, again, a red vote.
The member from Hennepin, Representative Anderson.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Members, I was struck by what Representative Bly said earlier this evening when he said, remember the people. When you look at Lincoln, he's inspired to remember the people. And that's what I think about when I think about this tax bill. Let's remember the people when we are increasing the income taxes on hardworking Minnesotans. And you probably don't know this, but in this bill, we actually increase the income taxes on the middle-class working families of this state. you're going to see over 30% of Minnesotans are going to see an income tax increase under this bill. It's probably something you're not familiar with because it's just kind of tucked in there, innocuous looking. But what we're doing is we're changing who gets lumped into the different tax brackets that we have. So we have the first tax bracket of 5.35. We have the second tax bracket of 7.05. And then we have the top tax bracket of 7.85. And in this bill, they shift around what your income level is to make you qualify for either the first or the second bracket or the third bracket. And guess what? If you're on the low bracket, the first tax bracket of 5.35, the current law is at $35,480 for the married joint. And now we're going to bump that to a different level. No, excuse me, this is for the 705. So if you're married joint, the current law is $35,480. This bill takes that income tax bracket and lowers it down to $31,000. So those people that were currently around the $32,000 mark, they used to be in the 5.35 income tax bracket, but now they're going to be in the 7.05 tax bracket, increasing their income taxes. Over 30% of hardworking Minnesotans are going to be paying an income tax increase under this bill. I also think about, when we're remembering the people of Minnesota, hardworking folks in this state, I also think about the little nugget that we have on here and the mortgage and deed tax. Mortgage and deed tax was for Hennepin and Ramsey County. So if you live in Greater Minnesota, no, this doesn't apply to you. But certainly if you live in Hennepin or Ramsey County, now the price of getting a home ownership, now goes up for you. It's going to cost you more. We've talked about the importance of helping people to own a home and what that gives to an individual. Gives them pride, gives them stability about living here in this state. But instead of helping them out and making it more affordable to own a home in this state, we said in Hennepin and Ramsey County, you're going to have to pay more. How is that helping out the people of this state? When I think about remembering the people, I also think about the tax on beer and alcohol. You know, the funny thing about this is I called my mom last week. It was kind of an important week for our family. And, you know, my mom, she's in her 80s. She grew up in kind of a teetotaler family. She is not one, she's maybe had 2 glasses of wine in her entire life. And without me saying anything, she says, what the heck are they doing down there, raising the tax on beer by 600%? That seems a little bit much, Sarah. I said, you're right, Mom, it is. And so, you know, I think what we're doing here is taxing the people, remembering the people. That isn't happening here. Instead, we're making it harder for our middle-class citizens to afford it and make it here. The other item that we have on here when we need to remember the people is in this tax bill, we tell you that when your car breaks down, guess what? You're going to pay more. You've got a car rental tax increase in here that I think it doubles. It's a ridiculous amount. It goes up from 6 to like 9.2, well, not doubles, 6 to 9.2% of a car rental. And when you look at the facts and figures, who rents cars in the state of Minnesota? The majority of them are Minnesotans. Think about it. How many times have you had to rent a car in the state of Minnesota? I know I have, especially in my college years when my car would break down and you were stuck, you know, and you had to rent a car. So for those hardworking Minnesotans that are just trying to make ends meet, we're now going to charge them more. They are paying more. Representative Hamilton touched on the fact that we're eliminating the long-term care credit. You know, we've had a long debate here in the legislature about health care and the fact that we want citizens to get more engaged in their care and helping them afford it. And yet in this bill, we get rid of one of their tools to make health care more affordable. How is that helping the hardworking citizens of this state? It's not. Folks, that's just on the middle-class citizens, just on their personal, everyday life. Let's talk about what we're doing for jobs in this state. I've had a chance to, I've got a lot of folks, distributors in my district. I've also got folks that work in the beer industry. They employ over 39,000 Minnesotans in the state, and they also have $1 billion in wages. In this bill, we basically put them in a segment to say, we think you're not doing enough, we're going to attack you, we're going to go after your 39,000 employees. As Representative Zellers pointed out, we're going to have a situation where we're charging this beer industry $27 for a barrel of beer compared to Wisconsin of $2. Let me tell you, I'd rather support my Minnesota brewers any day over some Wisconsin brand. Folks, the other thing I want to talk about too is the medical device in here. We are known as a great medical device state. We have some incredibly innovative companies in the state of Minnesota. And in this tax bill, there's a couple of things that one is missing and the other one is really going to be detrimental to the medical device industry. Angel Investor Tax Credit passed 2 years ago with broad bipartisan support. It's a great initiative to try and get innovators in the state of Minnesota, and with those innovators, high-paying jobs in this state. Several bills were introduced to try and expand this program for the state of Minnesota, because what we saw in just those 2 years, the first year the program was in place, they ran out of money in November. In the second year, they ran out of money in August. You know when they're going to run out of money for the Angel Investor Tax Credit this year? May. You know, that's a great sign. It's wonderful that we have all these innovators that are coming to the state of Minnesota. But when we don't put incentives in here to help them grow even more, we're putting ourselves at a disadvantage with other states that are willing to do it. We're at a competitive disadvantage. On top of that, we're taking away a very important provision in this bill, the R&D. And the R&D, we're making it non-refundable. In essence, what we're saying to those folks is go to California. Because you know what they do in California? They have an R&D, research and development credit over there at 15%. You know what they're looking to raise it to? 20%. What is Minnesota's R&D tax credit? 2.5%. Our medical device industry currently, because of the health care law, they are sending out $25 million every 2 weeks out of the state to the federal government. $25 million every 2 weeks to the federal government. And we're saying, yeah, well, we don't really care if you stay here. We're giving them the message, we don't need you here, go to some other state. The other one I want to talk about, and this kind of goes back to what Representative Bly mentioned, in remembering the people. When I look at this bill, I remember the people that are employed in Northfield, the folks that work for McLean. McLean happens to distribute, be a grocery food distributor across the state. They employ 500 people that they employ. And under this bill, we're putting in place a floor stock tax. And in essence, what that does is they are going to have to come to the month of July, take out all their inventory and restock it, costing their business thousands and thousands of dollars. I don't think we're helping the people when we are putting their jobs at risk. We got a chance to hear from some great folks that came forward in the tax committee to testify on this bill. We had Lance from the convenience stores. His concern is when you're putting taxes on some of these products, he says, you're alienating 10% of my customer tax base. So those folks in Moorhead hopping over the border, what do they say to their customers? It's not, there's nothing I can do. And they are in that situation. We're taking it out of their hands to be successful. When you look at Summit and Shell's and Cold Spring breweries, you're putting a 600% tax increase on their business, employing thousands of people. And they have no control over it, folks. How is this helping the middle class and generating jobs in this state? We also had the fellow from Mankato Limestone. I think his comment hit the nail on the head. He said, with this tax bill, we're creating a competitive chasm. And we are. Representative Lenczewski in Tax Committee said, you know what? taxes do influence people's behavior. And she's right. And I know that she had a difficult task at hand, and I appreciate the time and effort that she puts in. I'm always impressed that she listens to past tax committee hearings. I think that's great. But the bottom line is we can't afford to increase spending by over 11%. It is way too much on the citizens of this state. This is not remembering the people. It's doing the opposite. Please vote no.
The member from Chisago, Representative Barrett.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Members, I rise in opposition to the tax bill, the $2.6 billion tax increase and the $500 million fee increase. First of all, I'd like to say before I get going here is I'd like to say thank you to the citizens of Minnesota. You know, we don't often talk a lot about the tax revenue that you guys provide without tax increases. No one down here at the Capitol really mentions the fact that we have a growing and expanding economy at the moment. And right now we have about $1 billion in more revenue than we did a year ago, based on an expanding economy, based on the fact that people are working again, businesses are hiring, and from that the government gets the fruits of your labor. Minnesota, from Representative Bob Barrett, thank you. We're here today, though, not to discuss the revenue we already have. We're not here to discuss the $2 to $3 billion in extra revenue we've had over the last couple of years. We're here to discuss tax increases and whether that's good for the private sector and whether government needs that additional money to fund the important things that government does, like education. But we need to talk about myths. A lot of the myths I've heard over the past few weeks on the tax committee is that we need more taxes, we need tax increases because we need to create structural stability in our government. The myth is that we haven't had enough money, and because we haven't had enough money, we have had deficits year upon year upon year. I heard that from many people, many testifiers, including the Revenue Commissioner, Myron Franz. Came into our committee, used a three-legged stool as an example, saying that because the three legs aren't equal, we don't have stability, and because of that, we don't have structure. The problem with that is that every dollar we collect, we're going to spend. In fact, when you add the $1 billion we're collecting without tax increases, we're actually going to be spending a lot more than the tax increase. So when you think of that, and you think of the fact that we're actually going to spend that money, we're statutorily obligated to spend it once we sign the bill, and we have a promise of more revenue through potential taxes that people might pay, we're actually less stable. We're less stable, and we have more of a risk for a deficit going forward. Gentlemen, by raising taxes on hardworking Minnesota families, we're not providing structural stability to anyone, the private sector or government. But in my district, I represent a border community. I represent a community that has trouble having commercial industrial in our county for a lot of reasons. We compete with Wisconsin. We compete with the metro area. They have fiscal disparities in the metro area. Everyone shares commercial industrial. We don't. We compete with many areas of our state and out of the state, and we don't do so well at the moment. We need relief. We don't need our border communities to suffer when we look at Wisconsin. We have Taylor's Falls right on the border. We have 2 convenience stores right there. They get 85% of their retail business from people from Wisconsin. Because of all the things we don't do so well in Minnesota, we do a couple things right. Our gas tax is lower and our tobacco tax is lower. Because of that, members, people from Wisconsin actually hop the border to come to Taylor's Falls. 2 convenience stores, 85% of their business comes from Wisconsin. That will go away immediately with the tobacco tax increase. They will no longer cross the border. They will no longer buy gas. They will no longer buy tobacco. They will no longer buy anything from those 2 convenience stores because there'll be no benefit. They will stay in Wisconsin, and Minnesota will not collect the tax revenue. That's a problem. That's a problem for that small town. They suffer already. They have a industrial park that's empty. Osceola, Wisconsin, right down the road. They have a thriving industrial park where the former Economic Development Officer from Chisago County said 17 of the 21 businesses in the Osceola, Wisconsin Industrial Park are from Minnesota. They've left for greener pastures. Members, this will be bad for business. I looked at the numbers on the tax bill. When you subtract the temporary surcharge on the higher income and you look out a couple years, you'll find that about 75% of the taxes raised are regressive. 75% are regressive. They will stay on to the people that can least afford to pay the tax. The poor people who smoke, they'll have to pay. Members, not good. There is a thriving black market business for cigarettes around the country. A lot of people don't know about it. It's true. New York, highest tobacco tax in the entire country. Some studies show 60% of the cigarette market in the state of New York come from the black market. State of New York does not receive any revenue from that 60%. This happens when a state on one side of the border has a high tax and another one on the other has a low tax. I mentioned earlier, we actually compare favorably with Wisconsin right now. If the tobacco tax goes through, we won't. We will be losing that business to another state. Yes, fewer people will smoke. With the increase in the tobacco tax, increasing the price of a pack of cigarettes by about 27%, about 10% fewer people will smoke. That's a good thing. We don't want people to smoke. Growing up, I came from a family where my mom and my dad smoked. Collectively, 3 to 4 packs a day. I told this story in the tax committee. True story. We were poor. We couldn't afford cigarettes. Free lunch. All 4 kids. Piled in the back of a car, went down to see our grandma. 2 hours of smoke-filled car. Not fun. Didn't know any better as a kid. What did I know? I slept on the couch for the first 10 years of my life. I was the 4th kid. My 3 older sisters were female. They got 1 bedroom. I didn't get one. Slept on the couch. We could not afford anything, but yet my mom and dad smoked. They smoked because they were addicted to smoking. That's why they smoked. They weren't proud of it. Didn't help the family. The hand-me-downs were a little older, but that's what they did. So we are, in effect, taxing the addicted. That's what we're doing. We're taxing those that are poor who smoke. And I don't think that's right. If you look at the National Governors Association website, I don't know if you've done that or not. I have. I looked at that quite recently, or quite often over the past couple years. And you look at what our state is doing compared to all 50 states around the country. Started looking at that website. They got a nice bi-yearly or twice-yearly article on a survey of the states. And they survey the governors and legislators, find out what everyone's doing to either raise or lower taxes. Looked at that a couple years ago, and what did I find? The tax increases that we wanted, or some people wanted in our state 2 years ago, we were the aberration. Nobody was doing what we wanted to do, except for a couple states. I think Connecticut was one, and there might have been another outlier. Roughly 40 to 45 states were trying to either keep their taxes level or cut their taxes. Why? Because people leave states with high taxes. Money flows out. Wealth flows out. Dependence flows in. We had that study yesterday. A lot of us looked at. A lot of us already knew it. You look at that National Governors Association website, you will find states are trying to cut taxes. They're doing that to keep wealth, to keep jobs, to keep hardworking people in their state, and instead of funding higher government. There are a lot of things government does that's good. We have $1 billion more right now that can fund things that government does well. We don't need an extra $3.1 billion to use when we have $1 billion more. That's a 10% increase, gentlemen, ladies, members. 10% increase in government. Government should not grow higher than the private sector. I think I read an op-ed on that in one of the local papers recently, and it's true. You take 10% out of the private sector, you have less. Right now in our county, we have too many people out of work. It's a lot better than what it was. A couple years ago, a couple of Februarys ago, 3 Februarys ago, about a 12% unemployment rate in Chisago County. We're down to less than 8 in February. It's cyclical. It varies by month. Summer months we have a lot less. Winter months we have a lot more. Compare 4 years ago to now, 3 years ago to now, and we have a lot more people working. That's good. We did it without tax increases. We had a $6.2 billion budget deficit first month in office, and it's now 10% of that. We've reduced our deficit 90% without raising taxes. Members, I argue that's the way to go. Thank you very much.
The member from Hennepin, Representative Pepin.
Thank you, Madam Speaker and members. I know a lot of things have been talked about today, but one thing that I wanted to talk about personally was fiscal disparities. And I was happy that Chair Lenczewski gave an opportunity for my community to come in and speak. I'm disappointed that we didn't do more with the fiscal disparities in the bill, because I know Chair Lenczewski also has concerns. But the community of Rogers is really an outlier when it comes to fiscal disparities. And as Chair Lenczewski says, that her community, I think, gives the most in net dollars to fiscal disparities. But the community of Rogers that I represent, per capita, is by far the highest payer nearly every year. And when you consider that the community of Rogers not only pays into fiscal disparities at a very high rate, they also don't get local government aid. And another point is that, and a reason that they're an outlier on fiscal disparity, is that they're not a part of the wastewater infrastructure. Out of the top 20 top contributors per capita, Rogers is the only one in the highest payer that isn't even hooked up to the wastewater infrastructure. And they've tried to get hooked up several times. And so, while I'm glad Chair Lenczewski was willing to listen to my community testify, and we listened to some other fiscal disparities, Representative Lewin had a bill, I'm disappointed that we aren't able to do more, because frankly, there's such a disparity all across the cities that this issue really needs to be addressed. So I'm hoping that when we go forward, we can look at that issue, because that's one issue where there's no fairness at all. Generally, I'll say that Chair Lenczewski did a great job of allowing members to bring their bills and their bill ideas forward, and I truly appreciate that. But this isn't a good tax bill. This is a very regressive tax bill, as you've heard. And I know we're going to come to a vote pretty soon here, and I just want you all to think about it. We're going to be taxing baseball cards for children. We're going to be taxing low income and minority groups targeted by the tobacco tax, $434 million. And people that are law-abiding citizens who simply want to relax with a glass of wine or cold beer, $350 million tax hike. Think about how many of your constituents that affects. Think about all the soccer moms that, they work hard all week, and the dads, and they come home and they just want to have a glass of beer or a glass of wine. They just want to have a beer or wine, but we're going to tax them. Think about all the people who, the low-income people that are addicted to this awful thing of smoking, and they want to quit, but it's a difficult addiction to quit. And so they're going to be taxed $434 million. And these are, in most cases, the poorest people. Very regressive tax. Parents relying on rental cars for carpools when their car's in the repair shop. Another tax. And think of the young professionals, especially the suburban members. Think of the young professionals who are going to be bumped to a higher tax bracket. Think of what the new tax, or the tax brackets are now. $235 million for new young professionals. And suburban members, I think that probably affects us the most. Charitable contributions from generous people to those most in need, $44 million. Members, we need to think long and hard before we vote for this bill. And I hope that once it goes to conference committee, that Chair Lenczewski and the members that are selected to be on the conference committee along with the Senate are going to look at this, and they're going to make some sense of it. Another tax. Startups and innovative entrepreneurs who employ hardworking Minnesotans. $83.8 million. So rather than looking at wasteful spending, which is what we should be doing, we're taxing people. $2.6 billion. $2.6 billion. And we're doing this at a time, and I hate to regress back to Saturday, but we're doing this at the same time when we repealed the Minnesota Sunset Commission. When we looked at the one mechanism that we have in place, or had in place, that could look at our government spending. Because I believe that before we raise any taxes, it is our fiduciary duty, it is our responsibility to make sure that every taxpayer dollar that we are spending is well spent. That we're making sure that every single dollar is not a dollar that's duplicated somewhere else. It's our job to streamline, make sure everything's functioning properly. And members, we're not at that point yet. In fact, we're going backwards. We're adding more boards, councils, we're doing more spending, and then so instead of doing what we should be doing and reviewing all of the spending in the state, we're going backwards, members. And we're taxing the citizens of the state at a time when they can little afford to be taxed. We're just starting to recover from this economy, and now we're going to hit them in tax. Think about it. $434 million tobacco tax, $350 million tax hike for wine and beer. That's not what the people sent us here to do. I truly believe that if they knew that we were taxing this much more, but yet we're not willing to look at our spending, not willing to look at any potential government overlap or streamlining, any of that stuff, that's not what we should be doing, members. We're headed in the absolute wrong direction. And members, today I would ask that you vote against the Omnibus Tax Bill. Thank you.
Representative Davids.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. And I would like to take just a moment to thank Chair Lenczewski. Chair Lenczewski heard every bill before the committee. Speaking from experience, I can say that being the tax chair is the toughest job you'll ever love. And so I thank you, Chair Lenczewski, for your efforts and your inclusion of the minority on the discussions and on the debate. That means a lot to me. But members, promises made, promises broken. You know, I expected to come to this floor today and hear a lot about class warfare, about how we got to tax the evil rich and people that actually go out and work and make a bunch of money, they're not paying their fair share. But I haven't heard a whole lot, and the reason I think is because this doesn't just nail the top 1 or 2%. Because if you're the poorest of the poor, or if you're the richest of the rich, or if you're anywhere in between, you get hammered by this tax bill. You get hit very, very hard. And a lot of the members in the previous speeches have alluded to many of those points, and those points certainly are very well taken. I would like to talk briefly about several people that I know, and one of them I'll call Larry, because his name is Larry. And this is back in the early 1980s. And Larry was a very, very successful business person. I mean, this guy was making bucks like holy smokes. I mean, he was making over $500,000 a year. Now, this is back in 1982, 1983. And all of a sudden, I went to call Larry. I was doing some business with him in the insurance business, but he had real estate and he had a lot of various interests. And they said that the number's been disconnected. So we didn't have the internet or things like that, so I wrote a letter to Larry. And I said, Larry, where are you? And the mail was forwarded to him from Worthington. He lived in Worthington. And Larry had moved to Sioux Falls, South Dakota, and I had no idea why. So I got Larry's phone number, and I called Larry. And Larry said, Greg, he said, taxes in Minnesota are killing me. Now, I wasn't into all the nuances of the tax code and how all this stuff worked, but that was kind of my first introduction. The taxes do affect behavior. I'd like to tell you a little story about Jim. And I'll call him Jim because his name is Jim. And he's a very good friend of mine, a very, very successful business person, extremely successful. He winters in Florida. And he spends 5 months down there. So I called up Jim and I said, hey, Jim, how you doing? And he says, well, Greg, he said, I'm staying in Florida for another month and a day. And I started doing the math. 5 months plus 1 plus a day. He said, Greg, I'm changing my residency. This is a friend of mine from Fillmore County. I said, oh, come on, Jim. Don't do that. These things haven't been passed into law yet. And Jim says to me, he says, Greg, how are you going to stop them? How are you going to stop them? I've had it. I've had enough. I'll tell you the story of another lady. Her name was Sally. I'll say her name is Sally, but her name really isn't Sally. But I'm going to protect her because she's an insurance client of mine. And this was before April 15th. And I was checking in to see how much her husband would want to put into his simplified employee pension. Very successful. Nice thing about a simplified employee pension is you can put 25% of your income on your first $200,000 of income into a simplified employee pension. In other words, 50 grand. So, of course, I want to go pick up 50 grand to put in their simplified employee pension. So I called up Sally before the 15th of April, and I said, Sally, I said, how much money does Ed, and that's not really his name because he's a client of mine, I can't disclose his name, but we'll call him Ed. I said, how much money does Ed want to put in a simplified employee pension? And she says, well, Greg, we just got our taxes done, and I've seen the numbers, and I quote, she said, I am nauseous. I am nauseous. And I said, well, what's it look like? And she told me, and I said, what did I call her? Sally. I said, Sally, I understand why you're nauseous. Because she had such a tremendous tax. And you know what she told me? She said, you know what, Greg? And this is the true story. She said, my husband's very successful. He makes over 400 grand a year. She said, Sally says, well, I make 50 grand a year. And you know what she's doing? She's quitting her job. Why is she quitting her job? Because the more she makes, the more they pay, and they have had enough. Now, Ed's talking about, he's going down in June to Texas. He's very successful. Texas wants him. Minnesota doesn't. And that's sad to me. I want you to think of some numbers here, members, if you would, please. If you just want to take the numbers 40, 13, and 14 and add them up. Now, what do those numbers mean? They add up to 67. Now, what do those numbers mean? The 40 means your federal income tax. The 13%, just short of 13, means your new 5th tier income tax in Minnesota. What does the 14% mean? The 14% is a little shy on both sides of Social Security if you're self-employed. 67% you owe in taxes before you pay your sales tax or your property tax. But yet, Ed is not paying his fair share. Not paying his fair share. My good friend from St. Louis County, Representative Simonson, was talking about the top 1% make 24% of the money. What he forgot to tell you was that the top 1% pay, 40% of the taxes federally? So whatever the number is. Kind of forgot that part of it. Don't hold me exactly to those numbers, but I think you get the point. They're paying more in percentages. And when we hear about how the rich people in Minnesota are getting such a deal, they're getting such a deal because they're paying so little. And I listened very carefully. You were saying, and you were accurate, you were paying state and local. Well, Representative Garofalo, last year in the tax bill, the smoking hot tax bill, had a little provision that said, we're going to start including in the incident studies federal income tax. What happened in House File 6 this year? They deleted it. Federal taxes do not have to be included in the tax incident study, so they can still make the statement, and they're saying it correctly. I'm not saying they're not saying it correctly. State and local taxes, but you add the federal taxes in there, and those that actually work for a living pay more than their fair share. Now, we will hear about, from the other side in the concluding remarks, we'll hear about how they're going to, they're balancing the budget honestly with no gimmicks. Well, we know that's not true. And we will hear about how they're doing it right, and they're taking a courageous step to actually do it the way it's supposed to be. And every time you hear that tonight, just think in the back of your mind, hogwash. Okay? Every time they say that, just think, hogwash. Uncle Greg said hogwash. Okay? And I have to apologize to Representative Hortman, if I might. I was staring for a long, long time right up there because I listened to Representative Bly and Representative Erdahl and Representative, who's this new guy? Freiberg. Representative Freiberg. And they said, Representative Freiberg, you know, and I just told Representative Hortman, I didn't mean to be staring at her. I was not staring at her. But I was staring at the picture of Lincoln. I just want the mayor to know I didn't hear anything with that. So, what we have is a situation here. Members, I am extremely privileged to represent the good people of Fillmore and Houston counties. If you go to go Google Map or however you do that, and you will see that Fillmore and Houston counties are way down in the southeast corner of this great state. You look at the now some of you say you border North Dakota. Some of you say you border South Dakota. Some of you say you border Iowa. Some of you say you border Wisconsin. The district that I'm so privileged to represent borders Iowa and Wisconsin. Folks, I really get hammered. The little motor marts, the little quick trips are going to get smoked on this because what we're doing in the tax bill, they say 7 cents per glass. I'm not quite sure how we come up with that. That's at the wholesale level. But currently in Minnesota, a barrel of beer is taxed at $4.60 a barrel. My dear friends across the Mississippi and Wisconsin, $2.20 a barrel. This tax bill takes it to $27.75 per barrel. That's a 600% increase. And folks, that's a lot. That is a lot. Representative Lenczewski is absolutely right. And first of all, Representative Lenczewski, this is just about the bill. 2 years ago, I was given a job to do as tax chair. I had a tough job to do. I did the best I could. You had a job to do, and your job was just a bit different than mine. My job was to take care of a $6.2 billion shortfall without raising taxes. That was my job. And I'm very proud of the job that we did as a legislature. Your job is to raise $265 million more. That's your job. And that's what you did. And I just don't think that the way this is headed is good for the people of Minnesota. Then we look at the charitable contribution deduction elimination. And we've heard from Chair Lenczewski, well, the way it's now is not fair or whatever. Again, when we hear that again, please just think hogwash. Please go out and talk to the folks outside these doors that represent the charities. Members, they are horrified, mortified, and terrified of that provision. You might want to talk to them. Because what we're doing is we're taking from the generous Minnesotans who want to give, and who do they give to? They give to the Salvation Army, they give their local church, they give to the Boy Scouts, they give to the Red Cross, all the folks they give to, and most of those groups help the poor. So we are disincentivizing folks that wish to give into not giving. Now, we can say that, it's going to be much more fair the way it's proposed. But members, we are booking $43 to $40 million. So that means that contributors that give to charities, the state's not going to have to pay out an extra $43 million because of that. That is very troubling to me. I will tell you right now, I shouldn't share my own personal stories on these things, but I'm a tither. 10% is going to go. I don't care if you take the charitable deduction away, I'm giving 10% on that. But I do care greatly to my other giving. I want the tax deduction. Why do you think all these churches and all these charities put a big push on the last 2 weeks of December? Because folks have to see what their tax bracket's looking like so they know how much to give in the lower tax bracket. These people are rich. They're not stupid. And so please don't tell me that it's not going to affect behavior, that you're going to write the check out to the Lupus Society anyways. I don't think that's the case. We talk about, is this we need a balanced approach. If I hear that one more time, I'll become nauseous. This is not a balanced approach. An all tax increase budget is not a balanced approach. There's no balance there whatsoever. And I am so happy today to announce that I agree with my good friend from Olmsted County, Representative Liebling, 100% on something. Representative Liebling said on the tobacco tax that if you raise the tax, there'll be less smoking. It's a health issue. She's right. We raise it too much, then we get into the black market. You're going to be buying online. You're going to go to the casinos. You're going to go to the state. You're going to go across the border, whatever it takes. But she's absolutely right, because the more you tax something, the less you will have of it. So if you tax cigarettes more, you will have less smoking. If you tax alcohol more, you will have less alcohol consumption. If you tax success more, you will have less of it. Now, what do I mean by that? The fourth and fifth income tax tiers are taxes on success. So if you tax success, you will therefore have less of it. And I am not willing to do this. You know, my good and dear friend, Representative Rukavina, every year, I remember 2 years ago, Representative Rukavina said he had in his coat pocket here a list from the Department of Revenue, and he had the top 20 wealthiest Minnesotans in their income for the previous year. Do you remember that? He'd always whip that out, and he'd always check where my name was on the top 20. And he said, Representative Davids, do you realize that somebody in Minnesota last year made $20 million? What do you got to say about that? And I said, well, to my good friend from Virginia, I would say they had a very, very good year. And I hope they have another good year, because we're going to tax the living tar out of them. And that's what we did. You know, I hope members will go, you know, I just had it with this tax the rich, not paying your fair share, not paying your fair share. And remember, what are we going to think when we hear that later tonight? Hogwash. Yeah. That's what we're going to think. Because if you go in the recent Webster's Dictionary and you look at pay your fair share, look it up. If you look in there, one of the definitions is Greg Davids pays more. And members, enough is enough. Enough is enough. So we're going to hear about how they're using a balanced approach, how they're doing it honestly, not in smoke-filled rooms in the dark of night with a whole bunch of high-priced lobbyists. We're going to hear all that. But you know what to think. You know what to think. Members, last year we had a smoking hot tax bill. It was a smoking hot tax bill. It did the things that needed to be done. But members, this year we're going to name this tax bill. And as the song by Foreigner goes, this one, members, is cold as ice. You're cold as ice. You're willing to sacrifice our love. You never take advice. Someday you'll pay the price. I know. Politically speaking. Politically speaking. So members, don't do this to our great citizens. They deserve better. Please vote red.
Representative Loon.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. Members, and listening to the speeches and spending all the time we have in the tax committee, and I want to add to Representative David's comments about serving on the tax committee with Chair Lenczewski. She is fair. She lets us speak our piece. We have some really good debates there, and I have absolutely no qualms about her leadership of the tax committee and how she conducts her business. I do have some qualms, though, with the product we're about to talk about today. And you've heard from a lot of speakers on this, and I was trying to think of a way to capsulize my overall thoughts on it. So we've had a little time here, and I've done a little searching, and I found an interesting quote from someone named Austin O'Malley, and I think it sums it up. It says, in levying taxes and in shearing sheep, it is well to stop when you get down to the skin. And I think that's where we're at. In fact, I think we've gone beyond. I think maybe we have nicked a jugular here along the way. When you look at this, what may happen to our state. I expressed some concerns about that in committee. You know, a lot of talk about balance during the campaign trail. A lot of talk about balance in the process of how we're going to deal with a slight deficit. A lot less than we've had recently, but a deficit nonetheless, $627 million. And a remaining school shift of about $800 million. So that's $1.4 billion to bring us all back into balance, which I think we could all agree on those numbers. $1.4 billion. Now, balance might suggest we'd go, you know, half tax increases and half budget cuts. Oh no, that's not the balance we're getting here. 2.6 plus billion dollars, that's just the taxes, doesn't count the increased fees, to deal with a $1.4 billion problem. Not quite balanced. We're going to spend lots and lots of money. And you know, lots of the things that we're talking about are priorities for all Minnesotans. You know, education's important in my district, roads are important, all of those things. But my folks are also interested in balance when it comes to spending. And I've surveyed them and asking them about how much we ought to be spending. What's a reasonable increase? What's something Minnesotans can rally around? I first started asking them about the governor's proposal, which now is honestly seems moderate by comparison, an 8% increase for the biennium. Nobody thinks that's a good idea. They think it's too high, 8%. We have far exceeded that in the proposals that we're seeing come forward, somewhere in 10 or 11% over the biennium. And how does that match up with how the private sector is doing? GDP growth? GDP growth, and this is going from the February forecast, for 2013 is 1.9% for the private sector economy. 2014, 2.8%. Let's look out to 2015, 3.3%. Nowhere near the explosive growth that we've seen proposed in government spending. Folks, this doesn't approach balance in any sense of the word. But I want to talk specifically about some of the comments that have been made about who is going to be impacted by this tax bill. Tax the rich, the top 2%. We're going to go after the people who've got the most money to deal with our budget problems and to fund our priorities. And you know, for a lot of people that sounds pretty fair. But the truth is, people who don't make all that much money in Minnesota are going to be hit by these tax increases, by the income tax increases. You know, we've talked a lot about regressive taxes and taxes on beer and that, and you know, that's been pretty well covered. I won't spend a lot of time on that. But let's get down to the income taxes. And tax increases that were put in place on earners, single earners, going down to making $21,650 a year, being bumped up from our lowest tax bracket to the 7.05. So congratulations. If you make $21,650, apparently Minnesota's decided that you're one of the rich or one of the well-off taxpayers because you're going to pay more. And this is all keyed around providing some federal conformity and help, but I'm telling you, if you look at the details, and this comes from nonpartisan House research and the models that they're able to run, we are raising taxes on people in the lowest tax bracket. Not a lot of them, but some. So if you pay 5.35% state income tax, that's our lowest bracket in Minnesota, 0.9%, so almost 1% of the folks in that category are going to pay higher income taxes under this tax bill. The next tax bracket, 7.05%. If you are a single filer and you make $21,650 a year, congratulations. You used to stay in the lower tax bracket in 5.35. We now bump you up to 7.05. So from $21,650 to about $73,000 a year, you are now in the 7.05% tax bracket. And guess what? 60.8% of the people in that tax bracket are paying higher income taxes under this bill. I haven't seen that in any of the talking points or the press conferences that the DFL's been doing, but it's the truth. If you'd like to see the sheet, come on over to my desk. I'll let you take a look. So when some of the advocates of this are talking about how it's not going to hit the mom and pops, you bet it is. The numbers are right here. 60.8% of the people in the 7.05% tax bracket, not our highest earners, are going to pay more in income taxes. And we've pushed a whole bunch of people. I'll talk about married joint filers now. Currently, you don't get up into that top bracket, currently the 7.85%, with married joint filers until you have $140,960 of income. We're pushing that down to $130,000. So perhaps you're a teacher and a firefighter, or a cop and a daycare worker, whatever you are. Congratulations. You're now in a upper tax bracket. And 82.4% of those people are going to pay more. If you're in that bracket, 82.4%. So folks, get the facts and take a look at it before you believe this notion that only the super rich, only the millionaires, only the people making $400,000, $500,000 a year are going to pay more. It's absolutely false. Absolutely false. And for folks thinking the federal conformity can help you, it's going to help some. So the federal government is going to offer you some relief, but the state of Minnesota is going to come and take some of it back away from you. Isn't that nice? And folks who don't have deductions to write off, if you don't itemize, maybe you're single, a single professional, no kids, no mortgage, you're going to get taxed more. Married couples, let's say you're a married couple, $100,000, couple of kids and a mortgage, so you're going to itemize, you've got a mortgage, but you don't have a tuition deduction, Neither one of you is a teacher, so you don't get the educator expense deduction. You make too much money for the working family credit. That's phased out. And dependent care credit, so you don't get any help because you've got a couple of kids. If you're not paying off student loans or getting education assistance from your employer, you're going to be pushed up into a higher tax bracket and you're going to get hit with a tax increase. And that's a fact. So while you go back to your constituents, if you're planning to vote for this, and I really hope you'll consider not, we've got time. It's April 24th. The session goes till May 20th. We have time to send this back and figure something else out, something that might approach some manner of balance. But I hope your constituents are listening, and I hope they start looking, because they are going to get hit with taxes and they are going to feel like they were fed a bill of goods about this tax proposal, because they are absolutely being hit by this tax. About 2.5 million Minnesotans are projected to file taxes next year for the 2013 year. 2.5 million. Of the people who are going to file, 30.9% are going to pay more. I bet that's another statistic you didn't hear. Everybody talked about the 2%. No, it's actually 30.9. Almost a third, 30.9, are going to pay more. Are some of those mom and pop small businesses? You bet they are. Are some of them people not making all that much money? Young professionals, young families? Yes, they are. That's what this tax bill is proposing. You know, we've talked a lot about sin taxes, as a lot of us refer to them, cigarette and beer taxes and that, because they're optional. But you know, just to talk real quickly about the beer tax, I have a little affinity for that business from other legislation that I've proposed in this body to help out an industry and try to get something spurred. The taproom bill. Do you know, since we did that, 35 new breweries, craft breweries, have started in Minnesota. 35 businesses. And we didn't do anything special for them. All we did was remove a restriction impediment of the law that said that they couldn't have a tap room to sell glasses of their own product, their own beer. This is something that's done in almost every other state. Destination breweries is a big tourist happening, and we were behind the curve. These businesses could have easily gone over to Wisconsin to start. So fortunately, legislators saw the wisdom of making this change in 2011. And we've got 35 new businesses that have started in 2 years. And what are we doing now? We're saying, hey, thanks. Thanks for taking a risk. It's expensive to start up a brewery if you've ever looked into it. The equipment costs a lot of money. It's pretty labor intensive. But hey, thanks a lot. And by the way, we're going to increase your taxes, your manufacturing taxes, 503%. Thanks for being in Minnesota. We appreciate your business. Folks, I don't know. There's a tax in here for almost everything, and we could talk about public policy and what makes sense and what doesn't. And again, that may vary from member to member. But if you take one thing away from this, know what you're voting on before you cast your ballot, before you cast your vote tonight. Do not be misled by these arguments that you're only taxing the rich. It is absolutely not true. Ask House Research for the data. It is not true. You are taxing your folks down to $21,650 a year. If they don't have things to itemize to deduct, so all your young professionals, your young working families, they're going to get hit. We can do so much better, members. So much better. Vote this down. Let's take another crack at it. Minnesotans deserve better.
Representative Doubt.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd move for a call of the House.
Representative Doubt moves for a call of the House. Seeing 10 hands. The clerk will take the roll. Representative Murphy.
Mr. Speaker, I move that further proceedings under the roll call be dispensed with and that the Sergeant-at-Arms be instructed to bring in the absent members.
Representative Murphy moves that further proceedings under the roll call be dispensed with and that the Sergeant-at-Arms be instructed to bring in the absent members. All in favor say aye. All in favor say aye. All opposed no. Motion prevails. The clerk will close the roll and the Sergeant-at-Arms will bring in the absent members. Representative Doubt.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. Today, more than anything, we're debating a bill about the future of Minnesota's economy. We actually had a similar conversation 2 years ago when we faced a $5 billion budget deficit. At that time, Democrats and the governor said that we needed to raise taxes. But Republicans said raising taxes in this recovering economy is the wrong move. In the end, the governor came to our position, and we balanced the state's budget by prioritizing spending, and we did it without raising taxes. Looking back now, after 2 years, we can see that the policies that Republicans put in place have worked. We allowed Minnesota's economy to grow, and we allowed it to create jobs. We took a $5 billion budget deficit and turned it into a $3 billion surplus in the current biennium. Unemployment 2 years ago was 7.5%. Today, it's down to just 5.4%. 55,000 new jobs were created just last year. And last year, 60,000 Minnesotans started their own business. And the best news is, Minnesota's economy is continuing to improve, and revenues are continuing to come in higher than projections. However, Democrats still want you to believe that we need to increase taxes. Democrats love to talk about budget deficits because it makes it sound like Minnesota needs more money. The reality of the situation today is that because of the improving economy, we can spend about $1 billion more this biennium without raising 1 penny of taxes. And with Minnesota's economy finally improving, Democrats in the Minnesota House are proposing $2.6 billion in tax increases and hundreds of millions of dollars more in new fees. This is the largest tax increase in the last 3 decades. And the hardworking taxpayers of Minnesota can't afford it. I guess we shouldn't be completely surprised. After all, Democrats said they were going to raise taxes on the rich. The simple fact is, they're raising income taxes on Minnesotans in every tax bracket. You heard that correctly, members. You said you were going to raise taxes on the wealthiest 2%. But this bill that you're proposing will increase income taxes on earners all the way down to $21,650 a year. In fact, more than 60% of income earners above that level will see a tax increase under this bill. And you didn't stop with just income taxes. Everyone will pay more for beer, for baseball cards, for cigarettes, for rental cars, and the list goes on and on. Democrats, this is another example of your saying one thing and doing another. Every hardworking taxpayer will pay more under this bill. In the last election, Democrats took control of the House, the Senate, and the governor's office. And since then, the question I've been most often asked is, will Democrats overreach? With this bill, the resounding answer to that question is yes. Members, we can do better. We can make government run more efficient and more effective. We can ensure that when people in Minnesota work hard and play by the rules, that they'll get ahead. Republicans support real solutions, that create real jobs and real opportunities for Minnesotans. Minnesota is well on its way. Our economy is improving. Let's give this recovery a chance. Vote red today, and let's keep Minnesota on the path to a healthier economy. Thank you.
Representative Murphy.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. I want to begin by thanking Representative Lenczewski and Representative Dabney, the chairs of the tax committees and the authors of the provisions of this bill, and the members, both Democrats and Republicans. I was fortunate to serve on the tax committee for a term, and I learned a lot from Representative Lenczewski. And I also want to give a shout out to the gentleman from Fillmore for the nice delivery tonight, and of course the foreigner reference. That was great. It was a great trip down memory lane. Members, this bill aligns with Minnesota's values, our priorities, and most importantly, our vision for the state of Minnesota. We believe in Minnesota, and we're willing to invest in the state's future. And we know, like so many great leaders before us, policy leaders, political leaders, community leaders, that investing in our future is what has made Minnesota such a great place to live. Investing has built a vibrant economy fueled by a strong middle class. Investing has built world-class schools where our kids have every opportunity to learn and succeed. And investing has made Minnesota a place where people choose to live, to build their business, and to raise their family, despite a very long winter, especially this one. These values are part of our DNA as people. But we also know and heard a lot from Minnesotans about their concerns that over the past 10 years, Minnesota is starting to slip as the place that we treasure, as the place that we call home. We had a great recession and budget deficits year after year, and the response was deep cuts that have squeezed middle-class families, higher property taxes on middle-class families and growing class sizes, and skyrocketing tuition, debt for our college students. We know that Minnesotans are struggling. Meanwhile, the very wealthiest Minnesotans and our large corporations have been spared. The gap between the wealthy and the middle class has grown. We're less prepared than we have been in the past, and less prepared than we were a decade ago to meet the demands of an economy of our future. This old way of balancing the budget by protecting the wealthiest Minnesotans at the expense of the middle class is over. It's time for a change for Minnesota. And we're going to ask the wealthiest Minnesotans to pay their fair share, to chip in just a little more, and we're going to make the middle class a priority for Minnesota once again. And we're going to invest in our kids' future. We're also pursuing another novel idea, making good on our promises to Minnesotans that we talked about during the past campaign. And that part feels really good. Minnesotans told us they didn't like gimmicks. They were frustrated that the legislature went to a government shutdown and then passed a budget that borrowed record amounts from our schools, guaranteeing us another deficit this year, which we're experiencing. We listened, and we have a plan that ends the gimmicks and gets our state back on better financial footing. Minnesotans told us that they were tired of property tax hikes, and we listened, and we're providing $270 million in meaningful, direct tax relief for Minnesotans. Nearly 1 million Minnesotans will see more property tax relief next year, and this isn't chump change. This is real property tax relief that will help middle-class family budgets to drive our middle-class economy ahead. Perhaps most importantly, Minnesotans told us to pay back our schools, and that is exactly what we intend to do. Today we're going to make good on that promise to put first things first and pay back the $850 million we borrowed from our schools. You know that feeling of relief when you've made the final loan payment on a car or for your school's tuition? Our schools have been waiting and waiting, and the state has just kept borrowing and borrowing, and the bill is past due. We're excited to sign on the dotted line for our schools and for our state's future. We have had a long debate on this tax bill, but unfortunately we've only heard one vision and one plan for our state's future. We believe in balancing the budget. We believe in fixing the deficit, paying back our schools, and investing in priorities for a stronger future: education, property tax relief, and job creation. And because these are investments worth making, we're going to pay for them, honestly. And we're going to do it tonight in this tax bill. It'll be fair and with one Minnesota in mind. We've heard a lot of complaints today about our vision, and that's your right across the aisle, our friends, and that is what you've been doing a fair amount this session. But protecting the status quo is not a plan, and just saying no is not a plan. Minnesotans deserve a choice, and ours today is to balance our budget, pay back our schools, and invest in our state's future. Rather than turning back the clock and protecting the status quo, we're ready to move Minnesota forward. Here we go. Please vote yes.
Representative Dabney.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Madam Majority Leader, for bringing us back to ground. It's been a long debate, and there's been a lot more debate than facts today. So let's come back to where we started. This bill is a question of promises made and promises kept. $250 million in property tax relief for Minnesota homeowners, renters, and businesses. A reformed local government aid formula that's simpler, easier, more stable, and predictable, that reestablishes the fiscal relationship between this state government and our local units of government across the state. $30 million more to every county in the state in program aid. Members, don't forget that the only property tax relief our businesses get is local government aid and county program aid. Tens of millions of dollars in this bill for property tax relief for businesses across the state. Talk to the small businesses who've weathered a difficult economy over the last 5 years, and they'll tell you it's the property tax that hurts the most, because whether it's good days or bad in the till, they've still got to pay that property tax. And an 86% increase in property taxes over the last decade has strained our small businesses. Relief is on the way in this bill. It establishes a new homestead credit refund program for Minnesota homeowners and renters, expands that program, increases the size of refunds, average of $212 more for every homeowner, expands the program for 100,000 more homesteads to apply and participate, real checks into real people's pockets to spend on Main Street, school closed for the kids, a dinner out with the spouse, maybe a weekend away at one of the resorts or opportunities here for tourism in Minnesota. Real economic benefit to families and our local businesses. Additionally, we reformed the renters credit program, expanding that program for some of the lowest income Minnesotans who are feeling the greatest burden of a tightening rental market and higher rents, with a particular emphasis on the elderly and disabled who need the assistance most. And of course, it directs the Department of Revenue to work with our counties to reach out to those homeowners who don't participate in the current refund program, to do so, to engage them. 100,000 more homeowners are expected to participate. 100,000 more Minnesotans getting real property tax relief in this bill. And we have not discussed much of this, but this bill also steps up and helps out every first responder in the state in terms of police and fire. You remember them. They're the ones that when a bomb goes off, they run towards the explosion while the rest of us are running away. We've made promises to them. They deserve to have us meet those promises. It works with local communities to spur economic development. That's jobs across the state. It works with the border communities along the North Dakota border. It works with the central cities, the cities in central Minnesota. Importantly, it works with Rochester and the Destination Medical Center. The Mayo Clinic has always been premier in delivering health care across the world. We partner with the Mayo Clinic and the City of Rochester to build that industry, to build opportunity across southeastern Minnesota, to strengthen our position, and to make Minnesota even more of a medical destination. That's real economic development for the entire state. This bill helps out every manufacturer in the state by eliminating the sales tax on capital equipment purchases. I remember well a number of years ago in tax committee when that proposal was up, because it's been up a number of times. And they brought in a panel of mom and pop manufacturers from across the state. And one of the members of the party opposite said, well, what is it that makes it hard to compete in Minnesota? And I sat back knowing what the answer was going to be. Except, you know what? They talked about strengthening education. They talked about respect for blue-collar jobs. They talked about strengthening trade pacts so that small manufacturers could compete. They talked about economic development that we're paying for in this bill. They talked about an education system that we're paying for with this bill. They talked about strengthening Minnesota so that its workforce is ready to go on the modern manufacturing of today. We pay for those very efforts that our small manufacturers want in this bill, and eliminate the sales tax on the equipment that they need to be internationally competitive. And most importantly, members, this bill looks square in the face the instability in our state budget that we've been unwilling to look at over the last 10 years. It doesn't rely on shifts, it pays back the shifts. It doesn't rely on gimmicks, it doesn't rely on deficit borrowing as the previous majority chose to do when they were unwilling to either raise the revenues to pay for the spending they wanted or cut the spending to the level of the revenues that we had. None of the gimmicks, none of the shifts, an honest tax bill deliberated in public in an honest and forthright way. It closes tax loopholes so that special interests don't benefit from the secret spending in our tax program, and that Minnesotans can feel more confident that the tax system we have in Minnesota funds their priorities and does so in a way that's fair, equitable, and honest. Representative Lenczewski, it's been a privilege to work with you this year. I look forward to the sprint here to the end on May 20th. You've crafted a remarkable bill with courage and leadership, and as always, a good sense of humor and a great depth of knowledge. Members, I ask for your green vote for leadership, for promises made, for promises kept, for an honest budget, and for this bill. Thank you.
Representative Lenczewski.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. And I know it's been a long time, but I do want to address some things. We've heard 5 hours, when I checked, 5 hours of third reading speeches. And, they were, disproportionately from one side of the aisle. And so I hope everyone will indulge me to address some of the things that were raised. Other than Representative Hamilton asking me a question and Representative Mack, I've really just been watching everyone, and it's been an interesting 5 hours. But I do want to comment about some of the things were said. So, I will tell you that I have voted for billions and billions of cuts that were permanent to the state budget, and I have voted for lots of tax cuts, and I voted for tax increases. And none of these things are fun. But leadership means that you have to look at the choices before you and do the best you can to balance them. And we've mostly, for the last dozen years, been either going into debt or cutting. And so this attempts to write that strategy for the state, and we understand there's just a fundamental disagreement about that. And I respect that. And I want to reiterate what I said at the beginning today for folks who weren't on the floor. It has been an incredible honor, Mr. Speaker. Thank you. And to all the members of the Tax Committee bipartisanly. If you're not on the Tax Committee, you should try to get there because it is an incredible group of people. And that's every single solitary member of the committee, and I appreciate that so much. But to some of the things I heard, I do want to address a few, and I kind of wrote them down in order as I heard them. Representative Runbeck, you called the homestead credit a sham, a scam, and a slush fund, and we disagree. So we're bringing that property tax relief back, and if people don't want to vote for that, vote no. But this side, at least, doesn't feel it was a scam, a sham, or a slush fund, and I hope people can think about that a little bit. Representative Erdahl, you talked about President Lincoln, and then we heard Representative Bly later say he didn't know that what you said was really President Lincoln, but you did talk about this bill pulling people down and punishing the rich, and I couldn't disagree with you more, Representative Erdahl, and we're friends. This bill doesn't punish the rich, members. It absolutely does not. There is, in this bill, an increase, contrary to what you've said, on 1.1% of Minnesotans in the income tax system. And I'll go through why later what people are saying isn't accurate. It also doesn't pull business down. It affects 3.3% of all S corporations and small businesses. It's on your desk from the Nonpartisan House Research. You can look at that yourself. And who are those 3.3%? Never mind that 96.7% are not affected. Let's just talk about those 3.3. They are people who have to earn over $400,000, but only after they've deducted all their business expenses, all their health care for their employees, all the loans they might take out, all the capital equipment they might buy, and any business expenses that they can legally do. And they've chosen to pay themselves because they set their salary at more than $400,000 a year. They could decide to pay themselves $399 and put that additional money into a purchase or an employee. They could hire some people and they could avoid the tax. But 96.7% of small businesses are not affected by this tax and indeed receive many business tax cuts in this bill. And 3.3% are, but only on the dollar over $400,000 they earn after they get to deduct everything else that's going on. And for folks who earn $400,000, and I represent those people, I have a number of people who are wealthy in my district, and it's been interesting to hear a lot of people define who these people are. And I will tell you, some of us have a little better insight as to who they are because we work for them. But to those folks who just earn $400,000 but aren't the owner of the business, they don't get to avoid the tax. They don't get to figure out how to deduct all their business expenses and take out loans and hire people and deduct all that. So there's plenty of those people too, and they have to pay the income tax increase here as well. So it's 1.1% of individual income tax filers and 3.3% of small businesses. Representative Detmer, you talked about your chagrin with not having the military veteran retirement pay in here, and you said shame on the Minnesota State Legislature. And Representative Detmer, you know I don't agree with you. Folks, we are doing huge things for veterans in this bill and the other bills you've heard. And we are trying to target those who are at the most need. Homeless veterans, folks who've served, maybe been injured, maybe have a head injury. The bill you heard Representative Detmer talk about only worked for folks who had 20 years in. They tend to be wealthier folks. And I've talked to folks about who've carried this bill in the past. The idea, that it's sold on is that only, it would help people move here. And I've often said, why don't we just provide the benefit to someone who moves here, not to all the people who are here? And nobody's interested in that. We do have to make choices, and we are providing a jobs credit so employers can hire veterans, and we think that's a much more needed thing for our veterans than to figure out how somebody who may have never seen comment and has 20 years in and has had the taxpayers pay for their health care, pay their salary. We owe them a debt of gratitude, but we have to prioritize. And so we've got to start with our homeless veterans and folks who are needing a job, and that's what this bill does. So we are preferring those veterans, and I don't, I just disagree with you I've been disappointed to see the veterans issues politicized. We had an incredible testifier in taxes, Mr. Diamond, who's a veteran, who was roundly fought reducing, taking away military pension, having folks not pay taxes on that. And he begged us to get to folks who need a job and to folks who are having a hard time integrating with their families and who have been injured, who have seen combat. And we're trying to do that. Representative McDonald, you said we should be ashamed of this bill. And reasons I'm mentioning some of these things is I personally try not to engage in superlatives, and I know people get dramatic about these things, but people are saying them into the record, so I feel I need to respond. We Representative McDonald, you said this is the highest tax increase in 3 decades, and that's not accurate. I think Representative Earhart did a nice speech in taxes. He can tell you about a gas tax bill that happened a few years ago. And in 1991, the income taxes were raised, and then there was the Minnesota Miracle. And so when people make these statements, I don't know where they get them, but they're not accurate. I did hear you say also, Representative McDonald, you're concerned about the income tax, and again, it was raised in 1991, last into a rate lower than is proposed right here in this bill. It was raised to 8.5. The alcohol tax was also raised repeatedly, members, 26 years. 26 years. The liquor industry is very powerful and has stopped any new contribution in the excise tax on liquor for 26 years. While the cost of the use of that discretionary purchase continue to rise for all taxpayers. Representative Metsa, I want to thank you. You got up and said what you didn't like, and I appreciate that. And you're demonstrating leadership by acknowledging what all of us feel, at least for the folks who are going to vote for this. There's stuff we all don't like. That's right. That's right. But leadership says someone's got to stand up and deliver, and I appreciate that, Representative Metsa. Representative Sosinski, you said this is the e-poll tabs of tax policy. I'm not sure what that really meant, quite frankly. But you went on to talk about how we would be dipping, it was worrisome that we might be dipping into the reserves, and yet I noted that, Representative Sosinski, you voted with Representative Woodard earlier today to use the budget reserves. And, I think members, you have to think a little bit here about, what we're saying. So I got the roll call unchecked, and there was a whole bunch of people who voted to deplete our budget reserves rather than take care of the school shift and the way we're handling it. Representative Hamilton, you talked about the long-term credit, and I probably have to put my glasses on for this one because I just really want to correct the record on this. Members, the long-term care credit was enacted as a way to save the state money. That's what it was all about. Except it isn't doing that. The long-term credit has been an abysmal failure. It's the Health and Human Services bill that's paving the way here. Members, a number of academic studies have been done looking at tax incentives for purchasing long-term care, and all of them show that they cost more than they save. And they cost more than they save both the federal and state government and Medicaid costs. And most of the studies suggest that $1 of cost yields less than 50 cents in savings. The best study we could find was that there was an 84% benefit on the dollar. That's a terrible deal for taxpayers, members. From a state perspective, the cost-benefit ratio is even worse. The state pays for the credit, but over half of the cost of the credit goes to the federal government, both through lower Medicaid outlays and higher income tax collection because the credit is reduced in the itemized deduction part of the income tax. So it's an abject failure. People should have the guts to get rid of things that don't work. Studies similarly on the long-term credit show that folks who buy the insurance and use the credit are not the most likely to use MA and save the state costs. In fact, surprisingly, they are higher income folks with higher net worth individuals who will need to use many of their own resources to pay for their long-term care. So I know I could give you a lot more on this, but some people purchase long-term care and we give them a credit and then it's wasted on them, and then other people purchase it and then they leave. They don't renew their their policy before they want to use it. So, I do hope members, maybe it's, not serving on tax committee, but, there is thought in some of this. Representative Keel, you talked about the aggregate tax, and then you said that, you talked about your husband being a smoker, and, you should know, and I hear that about the smoking situation. I smoked in high school. We're all subsidizing smokers. That's what we're doing right now. Every one of us is subsidizing smokers. If we continue to have cigarette prices too low, we are, in the situation now, as was mentioned by people, by raising the price of tobacco, you absolutely won't get everyone to quit, no doubt. That's why the price in this bill picks the elasticity measure that you can get behavior out of the tax by either people not starting, because the youth are the most price sensitive of all, or they quit. Once you hit the level in this bill, you now just start punishing that smoker who can't quit. And we're not doing that in this bill. We picked the number that meets the elasticity argument of people who are making that argument. But in the meantime, members, the cost of tobacco to all of us, every single Minnesotan in the healthcare system, don't begin to be fixed by this tobacco taxes. Representative Keel, you should know, and I could do this on every member, but I won't. The city you live in will receive $460,000 new dollars in LGA. Your homeowners will get an increased refund, and your renters will get the renter's credit back. And these are the choices people have to make. And we're happy to have people make that choice here. Representative Bly talked about Lincoln and the first income tax federally. And again, that tax in Minnesota hasn't been raised since 1991, and it was raised to a higher level than is proposed in this bill. Representative Hansen, thank you so much for clarifying many of the inaccuracies that were being stated about your silica sand approach. Representative Runbeck, you spoke again, and you said, more about how everyone will leave the state, and we're having folks leave the state. And I passed something out for folks to read about these claims, and really there is no data about that. Now, there's always people who are tax sensitive. And many of the stories, in fact, we watched people read emails into their microphones and tell anecdotes and all these people they know, and that's current law. So there's already people who always will do things to avoid a tax. Some people move to go to better weather. Some people didn't move to be by their grandkids. But when you try to isolate why people are moving around, it's much more difficult to prove, to show that a tax does that. But there have been studies done in New Jersey, and New Jersey found that when they had the millionaire tax, that there was close to zero impact on what happened in New Jersey. When Maryland saw their drop in millionaires, and people were asserting, oh look, millionaires in Maryland, it's true, everyone's fleeing. In fact, that wasn't true. What happened is they simply stopped being millionaires because of the recession and didn't leave the state. Their incomes just went down, so they didn't pay the tax. And I encourage people to read the facts on this stuff. Representative Leidiger, you said that this bill was terrible. And you talked about your family being from a long line of brewers, and I don't know if you didn't have the opportunity to talk with folks about what's going on in this bill, but there are no small brewers in Minnesota affected by this tax. People are asserting lots of things that aren't accurate. So unless your father is brewing more than 500,000 barrels of beer, he's not going to pay this tax, and there's only 2 businesses I know of that do that in Minnesota. So they're exempt from the tax, and there was, further discussion about prohibition. And, I will remind members, I'm not a fan of prohibition. I drink. But I'll tell you, we tried prohibition in this country. It didn't work. But to say that because it's a legal thing that we enjoy, that there aren't costs to the state budget, really, members, I passed out some conservative information. I could have passed out the information that showed alcohol cost our state $7 billion a year. There's another study that says $5 billion a year, but I chose the $2.8 billion study. It's on your desk. Asking the alcohol liquor industry and those who enjoy, including myself, to pay 7 cents on a drink to help defer that $2.8 billion cost a year to the state of Minnesota is appropriate. Because when we don't ask users who use things to pay the costs more relative to the volume they're using, then all the rest of us pay for it. So that's what's happening now. You know, and Representative Clark worked very hard to try to educate people about the costs both in chemical dependency, in the healthcare system, and public safety, in our courts, police, DWI, jails, etc. And so this 7 cents a drink doesn't begin to deal with the cost that all Minnesotans are paying for alcohol. And again, these are discretionary purchases, members. No one's forcing anyone to do this. But if you drink less, I think it's 80% of Minnesotans drink less than 1 drink a day. So that's 7 cents a day. And I think that's reasonable. But we have some people who are large users and they get into trouble often. And it's fair that they be asked to contribute a little more for the first time in 26 years, members. 26 years. So, you know, there was discussion about that. Representative Albright, you know, you talked about things depend on a robust economy, and you said that Democrats had a thesis that raising taxes are good. And I want to just, you know, discuss with you a little bit that, you know, I think when we try to speak for one another, that's difficult, but I don't share that belief. I think raising taxes do create drag and harm, and I think cuts do as well. And it's you know, that's part of the problem here is we spend time talking about the taxes, but we don't want to talk about cutting things hurts people too. And it hurts people in very personal ways when they can't cobble together a way to get their kid to college, or they can't get the health care they need for their mother, or they can't, you know, get the transportation system they need in their community. So cuts have that same effect on the economy that tax increases do. And you know, I know Representative Davids doesn't like the word balance, but maybe the better word is a moderate approach. And the proposal we've got in the budget is cuts and taxes. So, you know, I know that Representative Albright, you also mentioned that, you know, something along the lines of defending high-income folks, and I want to defend them too. And again, I think folks should think about who in this room might spend a lot of time with those people. And I think the characterization of all high-income people are the same, and they, you know, all are going to flee, or they all hate taxes, or we are all after them on this side, we want to go after the rich. I just don't find any of that helpful. So, you know, I did note that Representative Albright, you did vote for the $550 million new dollars, or no, actually you did not. But I looked at the list when you were talking, and I noticed, you know, 10 or 12 Republicans voted for Representative Marquardt's $550 million investment in students, and I bet some are going to vote for Representative Pawlowski's higher ed bill. And, you know, I just would ask people, please tell us how you're going to pay for that $550. And if it's cuts, fine. Just say what they are. Just say what they are. Representative, you said we're waging war on work, and you know, Representative Drazkowski, you and I like each other a lot. But, you know, I'm not trying to wage war on work, and I really have to tell you, I don't think anybody over here is. I know there's a fear, and that's just a fundamental philosophy about, you know, tax increases chase the wealthy people out of Minnesota, but the facts don't support that. In fact, the largest amount of wealthiest Americans live in some of the highest tax states in the nation. And so I'll tell you, it isn't as simple as a tax rate. You have to have, you have to have your market, and if you're a business owner, your market, your employees, your commerce, and you can't just pick that up and run. And people also of high incomes are very attracted to a very high quality of life with lots of amenities. And we see them clustered in places like New York City and Chicago and California. And so I think people often, you know, don't want to acknowledge that there's many things going on there. Representative Drazkowski, you also said that, you know, the federal conformity piece was that I was, you know, going to tax all these other people, and, you know, and so did others. Representative Loon talked about that, and, you know, members, people are confusing, I think, what's going on in the bill here. If, you know, if people don't want to get rid of the marriage penalty, then vote against the bill. If people don't want to pass on all these tax cuts to people in a way that's a moderate tax cut in the income system, not even revenue neutral, but a moderate tax cut, vote against the bill. You know, there was this discussion about 30% of the bill is paid by people who smoke and drink. That's not accurate. Representative Fisher, you're absolutely right. You talked about the liquor industry, and I know Representative Zellers, attempted to correct some of that from his perspective, but Representative Fisher is absolutely right. There's nothing in the bill, and I would challenge anybody to tell me in the bill where anybody in the liquor industry has to pass on more than 7 cents a drink. And so we're hearing people go out and saying, well, it's not really going to be a 12-pack 7 cents, 84 cents. It's going to be $4. That's not true. That's not in the bill. And for all the folks who are going to have this tax, remember, it's not paid by the business, it's paid by the consumer. It's passed on in the price. That's the point of it. It's a user fee, like a gas tax. You need to go ask all of them why they're going to take a pound of flesh out of their consumers that they care about so much by taking this time to their advantage to get a little profit in there. Because there's no reason for that. Representative Drazkowski, you said a few more things, but I won't get into that. Representative Benson, we don't know each other very well, and we haven't served on a committee together, but you called the bill a pig. And then you said that we're going to add taxes on everything conceivable. Please, members, it's frustrating to me, I will just tell you, when Democrats do it too, when people say things that aren't accurate. We are not adding taxes on everything conceivable. So I guess I have to just say that in the record, and since people want to say things like that, I think Representative Benson, you also said there's no class that doesn't get hit. That's not accurate either. So, I won't go into too much detail about that, but, calling the bill a pig and that kind of stuff, I don't know what people get out of that, but I'm sure it'll be used in a campaign somehow. Representative Uglum, you said this bill moves us completely in the wrong direction. And you said that taxes are a drag, and I'm telling you that so are spending cuts. And you said we are in a fragile state, but you voted for the K-12 bill as well, and that cost $550 million. You also said this was the largest tax increase, and that's not true. But like you said, I believe that you worried about our future economy, and I do too. And I'm doing my best, along with the majority, to do the most reasonable, moderate, centrist approach. I will tell you, we have plenty of folks who wouldn't mind having no cuts, but we have cuts. And I know this side has plenty of folks who want all cuts, but no one will tell us what they are. But the centrist, moderate, reasonable approach is to do some of both. So that's what's happening here. Representative Lomer, you talked about the military families as well, and you, like others, I would ask, were you going to raise taxes to pay for that $44 million bill that Representative Detmer has that you supported? This money doesn't fall out of the sky. When we pass tax expenditures on, we have to pay for them. So these bills all cost money, and yet, folks don't appear to be willing to pay for them. You asked Representative Lomer, why on earth would we repeal the long-term health care credit, and I told you why if you were in the room. Again, it's been an abject failure, and mostly we give the money to the feds and it doesn't do anything. But you went on, Representative Lomer, to say that you don't understand how we could be going after these subchapter S corporations. Again, we're not. 96.7, not affected. In fact, getting business tax cuts through the capital equipment refund and Section 179 expensing and other federal conformity provisions. Representative Quam, you said this is a stone-cold job-killing bill. Again, I'm just not getting where people are seeing this. I do want to say, though, as you mentioned that, while the Minnesota Chamber did not support the bill, I will tell you, if you read the letter that they sent out, that they thanked us for our affiliate nexus provision, our upfront capital equipment exemption, our Section 179 expensing, federal conformity, which unfortunately has been, in my opinion, misconstrued here, and multiple points of use for software licensing agreement in the Mayo Destination Medical Center language. So I think there's, some good news there, even if someone can't support the bill. And I only have a few more. Representative Petersburg, I'm sorry we haven't met, but you said that we shouldn't start with the wants, or we should start with the needs, not the wants. And I agree with you, because you used some words that I agree with completely, even though we take a different approach here. I think this bill is all about discipline, and you mentioned that word a lot, and I agree with you. It is frugal, and it is the hallmark of discipline to pay your bills before you start spending. And so, members, we do have to start with what we have to do first, as Representative Petersburg said. And so what do we have? We have a $627 million deficit and $854 in the school shift. Those two provisions, $1.4 billion still of deficit. I mean, people are acting like there's a surplus here in saying how things played out last year. Nope, there's $1.4 billion of bills to pay. And you could come forward with what $1.4 billion in cuts, but that hasn't happened. So, I do think it's discipline to say that before we do things like Representative Marquardt's bill and Representative Plowski's bill and others, we have to honor our commitments first. We got to pay off that credit card and get rid of the deficit, and that's what this bill does. You also said that you thought that some of us think that only government can reinvest, and I don't think that, and I want you to know, even though we don't know each other, that I don't think that. I understand that a healthy private sector is critical to a good economy, and I will tell you that, these are part of the trade-offs we're making. Representative Franzen, you read a number of, I don't know if they were, I can't remember now if they were emails, and you talked about tourism, and I will tell you that the largest tourist place in the state is in my district. 46 million people visit my district a year, and you talked a lot about who the wealthy folks were, and I think I know quite a few of them, and I don't know, I think you were trying to say that maybe they didn't live in your district, but they do live in mine, so I think I have some insight to that. But you said that somebody wrote to you and said there was 50% of the next dollar earned was taxed, and that's not in this bill. So I hope whoever sent you that, you could tell them that that's, I don't know what they're referencing, but that's not in this bill. Representative Fabian, you talked about a number of issues, Marvin Windows, and I think you mostly referring into the Senate tax bill in the Star Tribune. It's not this bill, it's a different bill. But I know President Obama came to visit your district. I don't know if it was physically in your district, but I think the president, used that company as an example of a community, of a CEO, and I don't know his name, but what he said was that we're not laying any people off, and that's kudos to a great company up in your area. And so the idea that things can get tough and people might have to pay a little more in taxes means everyone gets laid off or people flee. Your district is Exhibit A that's not accurate. That CEO decided to keep everyone employed. Representative Newberger, you talked about three things, and you called the bill an addiction tax and said shame on it. And you talked about the users of cigarettes and alcohol, and I'll repeat, that folks who are large users of these, we're all subsidizing them, and that's not fair. You talked about temporary taxes never go away. There's plenty of temporary taxes that go away. I mean, I sure hope all of you who voted to make us build you the Twin Stadium think that tax is going away, because we sure do in Hennepin County. And we have all kinds of local taxes that go away, and the past surtax that was put on for the income went away. So, I can provide you with that information. You also said that we're taxing charities. We're taking $44 million out of charities. We're not taxing charities. It's not in the bill. We're changing and preferring, saying that everybody gets the same preference. The fact that there's a net savings due to the reform of this deduction being turned into a credit is incidental, but it doesn't tax charities at all, and in fact incents more giving. Representative Gunther, you commented about how everyone's going to leave here too, and you talked about a teacher. I don't know if it was a teacher and a firefighter, I can't remember, but I don't know which teacher or a firefighter that makes $400,000 a year. This bill only taxes folks who make over $400,000 a year, and if somebody's paying firefighters and teachers a combined income of $400,000 a year, I think we'd all like to know where that's happening. So, again, if people have a company here, a market here, a family here, there's a lot more going on than tax burden. Or are we saying that people are leaving Minnesota because they'd have to pay 7 cents for a glass of wine? it's a stretch for me. Representative Simonson, thank you for your talk and for much needed facts being infused at the moment when there were many that I think weren't accurate. Representative Norton talked in great length about the DMC, and Representative Norton and Representative Liebling have been leaders in their community. That's been, a stretch from some of us, but I think we're all, moving to a place where the tax policy is better, Mr. Speaker, and where we can ensure that Mayo wants to continue to grow in the state of Minnesota. Representative Freeberg, you said it all. Raise it for health. The Clearway Coalition and everything they're doing, the public health costs of tobacco tax, the data is irrefutable, members. The best thing we can do is raise the price. No doubt about it. Representative Faust, I appreciate your comments, about the hollowness of some scare tactics that I think were going on, and you talking about Minnesota's history. Representative Clark, thank you for talking to us about the cost of alcohol. That, in fact, I would bet there isn't anyone in this room who doesn't know someone who's struggling with alcohol. Representative Loeffler, you talked about, and I thought it was just so helpful, Mr. Speaker, for people to hear what we're talking about in that $500,000 earner. So she walked us through how that person who might live in my district or the Speaker's district or Representative Rosenthal's or Seltzer's, who earns $500,000 a year, and they make $50,000 a month. They make $50,000 a month. And after the tax, they'll only have $49,560 a month. So, members, it's a choice. If we want to fund our schools and pay for all the things we want, yes, we're going to ask those people to pay a little bit more. Not ask, we're going to tell them. If that makes people feel better, yes. If this bill becomes law, they will have to. It won't be a choice, and I proudly defend that. The tax incidence in the state of Minnesota calls out for that kind of activity. If you're okay with keeping things how they are, defend it to me now. Explain to me why you're okay with this. Why are you okay with the income inequality situation that's happening in the state of Minnesota? Doing nothing. That's irresponsible, members. That's saying it's okay to continue to ask people who are not doing as well in the economy to bear a bigger burden than everybody else. It may not be in the form of taxes, but it's in losing their services. And we know when you cut people, when you cut spending in the state government, it disproportionately falls on people of modest means. Why? Because most of what the state does is means tested, other than school funding. And there are some exceptions there. But we don't give free college to multimillionaires, and we don't give free health care to billionaires. We try to go through every line and find out all that waste and fraud and inefficiency. So we're just targeting our taxpayers' money to those who need it most. So when you cut things, you automatically make the budget more regressive because you're going after those with the least ability to pay. So unfortunately, if you want to have a balance between regressivity and progressivity, you do have to ask those people at the top of the income scale to chip in. And that's what this bill does. Or I should say tell them, because I know that offends people when people say ask. Representative Pugh, you talked about the excessive DFL spending. And you talked about that you knew somebody I can't remember if it was someone you personally knew or they sent you an email and you were reading them, and they said, they paid $100,000 in state income taxes last year. And so I did the calculation, and that person would have to earn $1.3 million. So they probably did pay that. And they earned $1.3 million. That's who we're talking about, members. You also stated that there was somebody who paid 50% of their income in state and local taxes. And the only people who do that in Minnesota, Representative Pugh, the only people who pay 50% of their income in state and local taxes are the poorest Minnesotans. That's who they are. That's who pays the biggest burden. You have to be incredibly poor to hit that mark. Those are the people who pay the highest percent of their income in state and local taxes. They're hard to find. There's a lot of them who pay 30%, 40%, 50% is pretty rough. But there are no wealthy Minnesotans paying that. So I don't know who these people are sending them emails. I hope they'll send them to me. Representative Lean, thanks again for getting some facts out there and for all your hard work. Representative Anderson, I don't think we met either, but he talked about prohibition a little bit. and the barrel issue. And there's been a lot of confusion about, these numbers that say, it's this on a barrel, so it's 600%. Members, it's 7 cents a drink. In a barrel, I have the calculation you want to see, and there's how many glasses. In a bottle of hard liquor, it's how many glasses, how many drinks. In a bottle of wine, they're all calculated out to hit 7 cents a drink. 7 cents a drink. So if you're drinking, 5 drinks a week, 35 cents. And you can do the math on what you're going to pay over the course of a year. Representative Abler, you talked about HHS, and you said that, we cut too much. So that was kind of interesting, and that confirms that this is a centrist sort of moderate approach, because there are cuts. Yes, there are. In fact, but there is more revenue than cuts, because we've been on the cutting mode for a long time. And as I've stated, I voted for billions in dollars of cuts too, and I did that rather than shut down the government. I compromised with Governor Pawlenty. I didn't want to, but I sure didn't go to shut down over it. I talked about elasticity a little bit, and Representative Abler, you talked about this growth that's happening, but you left out the other side of the equation, which is there's projected growth in the amount of people who are aging, so that raises our health care costs, and there's projected growth in birth, so that's built into our projections as well. Representative Hertaz, you talked about the tax incidence, and you said, you talked about the top 10%, and this bill actually affects top 1%, but you talked about the top 10%, and you said that they pay 50% of all the income taxes, and members, they have 64.8% of the wealth. So, that's part of the problem here with the tax incident report, and that's the survey of consumer finance with the Federal Reserve. The top 10% of Minnesotans have 64.8% of the wealth, and they pay 56% of the income tax. The low deciles don't have that good of a deal. Representative Torkelson, you said this bill was embarrassing, and we should make it simpler, and I agree. I wish it were simpler, and there's a constant tension between fairness and simplicity. But because, as you talked about, to get to where we maybe want to go in aids and credits, it might take $800 million. That's not an argument to not put in 80. Because we're not spending the $800 million you'd like, and we're just spending the 80. I didn't think that was an argument to vote no on the bill. Representative Garofalo, you said that we've become totally unhinged. I don't think we've become totally unhinged, but I will tell you, when you talked about the highest income tax rate in the state, and that would bring volatility, and there is volatility mostly in the capital gains area of income tax. But, members, there's a lot of volatility that happens when people don't want to solve problems in a way that is sometimes a little more difficult. And we got dinged here in this state in September 2011. You all know that Standard & Poor's reduced Minnesota's rating. We should be worried about that. We can't keep going on doing these shifts and gimmicks, and I've done them too, but it's got to stop. So this bill says it's time to stop. So Representative Mack, you talked a lot about the charitable credit, even though you asked me about it, and I did see someone was trying to talk to you, so maybe you didn't catch it, but that, the portrayal after that wasn't accurate. You called it a money grab. It's not a money grab. And you said there's nothing to motivate people to give more, and that's not accurate in the bill. And I would ask any charitable organization in the state of Minnesota to call me and tell me where in this bill there's a tax on them and where in this bill there's less incentive to give to them. Because that's not in here. Representative Zellers, thank you for your kind words. Mr. Former Speaker, I've had the pleasure of serving under Speaker Swigum, Speaker Kelleher, Speaker Zellers, and now Speaker Thiessen. And you're a kind person, Representative Zellers, and I appreciate you saying that. But you asked, who are we standing up for? And I think we just have a disagreement on what we're trying to do here. You talked about we're going after the lunch pail people, and I don't see that in the bill. You have to be in the top 1.1% of earners to pay the income tax increase in this bill, and there are discretionary purchases you can make by your choice without anyone requiring you to, that you would have to pay 7 cents a drink and more for the cost that the rest of us bear for cigarette smoking. Representative Anderson, you talked about the 30%, not 1%. It's not accurate. I passed out to folks, and Representative Loon talked about this some too, the list of the things that we're conforming to in the bill. And so people were talking about this. Some was a tax increase on 30% of people. And I will direct folks who are saying that, and Representative Loon, you were saying that too. Grover Norquist likes this approach. What this approach says is if we're going to do things in a revenue neutral way with tax cuts and the brackets, that's fine. You all passed the test. If you took that pledge, you're okay on this one, because in the Omnibus Tax Bill, you can read the lines of the spreadsheet for yourself and see what's going on here. And the net effect, and it's on page 15 of the spreadsheet, line 70 through 73 and line 89 demonstrate how we're buying 260 million, I don't have it right in front of me, of tax cuts, Mr. Speaker, for Minnesotans. And then we're paying less than that for it. So it's about 235. And so overall, all the impacts that are going on in federal conformity are a net moderate tax cut to everybody who earns less than $400,000. Now, it's small enough that it's not worth crowing about. It's a little bit of a tax cut. It's not completely revenue neutral, but it is not a tax increase, as people have been stated. And I've handed out, Mr. Speaker, what that provision does is it gives 650,000 filers a standard deduction increase for married filers. It gets rid of the marriage penalty. That's what people were trying to call a tax increase. It increases the working family credit phase-out extension to married claimants, 50,000 returns in Minnesota. It allows people with student loan interest to deduct it, 125,000 returns. Get that tax cut. Higher education tuition deduction, 30,000 returns. They get that tax cut. Mortgage insurance premium deductions, 80,000 returns. Dependent care credit, 25,000 returns. 250 classroom expense for educators, 60,000 returns. And I can go on and on. That's the tax cuts in the bill that those provisions pay for. And on net, in a revenue neutral way, slight tax cut, in a way that even Grover Norquist supports, members, we're passing on tax cuts to Minnesotans. Representative Anderson, you also talked about the angel investor credit, and you know that Representative Mahoney and Representative Dabney were the authors of that bill, and it got folded into my tax bill in the past, and I ended up being, carrying that for them as it went through the process. And you said we're running out of money. Members, we just started this program 5 years ago. We're going to study it like we should, and we put a limit on it. And so who are these people we're running out of giving money to? Members, they're very wealthy investors. To qualify to be an angel investor, you have to earn $250,000. So, we do have to make some choices here. So, and that's for an individual. So those are the people we're running out of money to give more money to. You talked about the R&D credit that I was making it non-refundable, and that's accurate. Representative Anderson, I am the chief author who made it refundable in the first place. Never before had the research and development credit been refundable until I carried that bill, passed it into law, and it's now costing us, it's costing us far too much money than we can afford. We need to rein that in right now. We still have a deficit. So here's how it works. If you have a liability, you still get your R&D credit, and you get to minus that off your liability. And not only do we have it for corporations, we have it for individuals now. But the refundability portion says if you don't pay a nickel of state tax, you still get a check from us. And we just can't afford it. What's that costing us? $83 million. $83 million. We're writing checks to companies that don't pay state taxes, and we can't afford it right now. So we're keeping the R&D credit just how it was before I changed it in 2010. Representative Barrett, you talked about, your story with your family, and I've heard the passion in there. I have to say that I just fundamentally disagree that the solution is to have low tobacco prices. I personally can't defend a continued low tobacco price situation. Representative Pepin, thank you for your work on fiscal disparities. You're absolutely right, but we can't get anybody to listen to us, so it's you and me and a few others. But you also said this is a regressive tax bill, and it's not. Members, it's not. The property tax refunds that Representative Dabney came up with and the renter's credit that Representative Dabney and Representative Loeffler and others have worked on, and the local government aid pieces, the changing how the top 1% is paying in, the estate tax provisions, and then funding things that are progressive, make this bill a progressive tax bill. It's not a regressive tax bill. I don't know why you stated that, but maybe you can tell me later. Representative Davids, and so you can tell we're almost done because we're to Representative Davids. Thank you for your comments and kind words. I disagree that it's promises made and promises broken. As Representative Dabney said, it's promises kept. Again, you talked a lot about some of the taxes that, again, remember, are discretionary. They are discretionary. They are discretionary. But you talked about someone you knew that their spouse made $400,000 and they made $50,000, and they decided to quit their job rather than pay this new tax. And I want to help them with math if that's what they're doing, because if they quit their job instead of they're making $450,000, they're going to quit the $50,000 job so they can make $400,000 and avoid the tax. The additional tax was only going to be $5,000, so they just gave up, and that's state and federal. So state would have been $2,500, so they're throwing away $45,000. So I don't know who that person is, but I sure hope they're thinking it through before they quit that job and just to avoid $2,500 of state tax. You talked about the consumption part of the alcohol tax. The alcohol tax here really isn't about an attempt to reduce consumption. In fact, there's good data to show that taxing alcohol doesn't do anything to consumption. And in recessions and in great times, people tend to drink. What it's attempting to do is ask folks who are consuming alcohol to help defer the costs to the state budget. And that's what a user fee is, just like when we have a fishing license. We ask anglers to first pay for their fishing license before all the rest of us chip into that activity. Or the gas tax. We all pay for our gas tax if we use gas, but if you don't use gas, you don't pay for it. And that's a typical way, a widely accepted way to avoid the general populace having to pay higher taxes that they really are not responsible for. Representative Loon, you talked about this whole piece that I already went over on and went through great detail explaining to people why it was 30% of Minnesotans would pay a higher income tax, and that people didn't understand this and they needed to go through that. Members, please, again, page 15 of the spreadsheet, line 70 to 73, line 89 shows you that it's an overall moderate income tax cut to Minnesotans. And I read you the tens of thousands of filers who would receive benefits. And finally, Representative Dowd, you didn't do a lot of hitting on individual pieces, so I have nothing to say that I thought wasn't exactly accurate, but you did say there's no solutions here. And I think, because I think I know you a little bit and we enjoy each other's friendship, I think, my opinion is there's different solutions. And we've seen the solutions over the last many years, and they're not sustainable. So with that, members, I would just close up by saying that I was fortunate to be the author of the chief author in the House with Senator Cohen in the Senate of the Budget Trend Study Group. And that was a group of 5 appointees of Palentis, 5 appointees from the Senate, and 5 from the House. And they kind of looked at where are we going here on the spending and the revenue side. And really, and this was, Phil Krinke served on this group, for goodness sakes. It's not sustainable. And so we need to, use one-time money for one-time purchases and use permanent money for permanent purchases. This bill does just that. It is a conservative bill, Mr. Speaker, in my opinion. And it is not, as Representative Davids doesn't like the term balance, it is balanced. It reflects the whole state budget that we're looking at, which is cuts and revenue. It's asking the wealthiest 1.1% of Minnesotans to have to pay a higher income tax. It's it's asking discretionary purchases to chip in a little more to the cost they're costing the state, and it closes some corporate loopholes which people really didn't spend any time talking about. So it's good to hear that everybody seems to think that needs to be done, because there really wasn't a lot of conversation about that. One of the last things I want to say is, I think I passed out a letter from the Minnesota Catholic Conference and our local Lutheran churches, and they asked us to take a balanced approach with revenue and cuts. And I think that's what we're trying to do here. I want to underline, lest people think something that isn't accurate, we do have a regressive tax code in Minnesota. We hear people say that Minnesota is very progressive, it doesn't have a regressive tax system. That's not true. We have a regressive tax system, and this attempts to right that a little bit. I guess, it's maybe potentially laughed at, but I do think that this bill reflects what I hear Minnesotans saying who are moderates and centrists and, the voters who can go either way. And that is, I'd like a mix of some revenue and some cuts. And I'd like you to do, these ones first, if you could. People get that the wealthiest Minnesotans are paying less as a percentage of their income than everyone else. It's actually very popular. Governor Dayton ran on it. President Obama ran on it. We ran on it. I think Minnesotans are comfortable with this approach. People also have broad support for raising the tax on cigarettes and alcohol. And there is broad support for closing corporate loopholes. Members, this bill reflects Minnesotans' sensible approach to how we ought to run the government here. And I do want to thank you so much, Mr. Speaker and members, for a long and respectful debate, and I would urge you to vote yes. Thank you.
The clerk will take the roll on the bill. Clerk will close the roll. There being 69 ayes and 64 nays, the bill is passed as amended and its title agreed to. The next bill